Super Bowl parade that it has hosted in the last 5 years. So a lot of excitement. But again, you are taking a live look at this Earth Cam shot. We are going to continue to follow all of these developments. And of course, as soon as the parade gets underway, there's also going to be a rally at 1:45 Eastern time. So we're going to be showing all of these festivities here on Live Now from Fox. You might be wondering, maybe you don't care, maybe you do. Will Taylor Swift be attending this parade? She, of course, was at the Super Bowl. But apparently, according to Australian media outlets, she will not be attending today's parade because she's flying to Melbourne to continue her Eras tour with a concert scheduled for Friday. She's leaving from LAX, and according to media outlets, she's already left. That flight itself takes about 17 hours. So if you were hoping for a Taylor Swift sighting, you may be disappointed. If really you couldn't care less, then there you go, just another tidbit. But we are going to continue to take a look at some other live events happening from around the world and around the nation. And we are going to head to this scene right here as lawmakers in Washington, D.C. take to the floor.
Strategy to divert food that is perfectly good to eat from landfills into the plates of hungry families. I'm grateful for the efforts of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Environmental Protection Agency, and Food and Drug Administration for their work in leading an interagency task force to tackle this very issue. Their work coming out of the 2022 White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health has resulted in a comprehensive draft national strategy for reducing food loss and waste and recycling organics. The strategy, which I ask all of my colleagues to read, details how each and every one of us can, from citizen to government agency, can do our part to reduce food waste as we work to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the bipartisan national security package that passed out of the Senate Tuesday, which will deliver critical security assistance to our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and provide historic investments in the U.S. submarine industrial base to dramatically increase capacity in support of our own Navy and the historic trilateral AUKUS security agreement, which Australia and the U.K. that Congress last December enacted in the National Defense Authorization Act. Mr. Speaker, an overlooked item in this package is the $3.3 billion for the U.S. submarine industrial base for workforce development, to stabilize the nationwide supply chain, upgrade shipyard infrastructure, and advance mature technology opportunities like additive manufacturing. I would note, as part of AUKUS, Australia has agreed to match that sum and invest $3 billion into our economy and our industrial base for the same objectives. Make no mistake, failure to pass this legislation is a vote against AUKUS and limits the outstanding progress that our nations have already made. Mr. Speaker, I implore Speaker Johnson to bring the bill to the floor. There are over 300 votes. We know that today to get this package through and help our friends who are desperately looking to America for global and national security leadership. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 994 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 61, House Resolution 994. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7160 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to modify the limitation on the amount certain married individuals can deduct for state and local taxes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 987, denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the
So you are taking a live listen as House lawmakers are discussing a number of issues, including the foreign aid bill that the Senate had passed. But I also want to draw your attention to 2 other live events that we are expecting to start at any moment. In the upper right-hand side of your screen, courtesy of EarthCam, you are taking a look at Kansas City Chiefs fans as they continue to gather ahead of today's Super Bowl victory parade and rally. And in fact, schools are canceled in Kansas City to allow all fans, no matter the age, to take part and celebrate in their team's overtime victory this past Sunday. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look at the podium for the White House press briefing that is set to go underway at any moment. So, of course, as soon as those events start, we will bring them to you as they happen. But again, we are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The White House press briefing has just started, so we are going to pod up the sound and listen in.
And then I'll hand it over to our National Security Advisor. But happy Valentine's Day. As you all saw last night, the President and the First Lady called Representative-elect Suozzi to congratulate him on his big win. Just over a week ago, congressional Republicans killed the toughest, fairest bipartisan border security deal in a generation. In other words, or in their own words, They cited Donald Trump's concern that the deal would be effective and undermine his politics as their reason for opposing it. Faced with the choice of joining President Biden and the Border Patrol Union to secure our border, congressional Republicans instead sided with Donald Trump. Fentanyl traffickers and smugglers, all because of politics. You all saw the president's reaction when the speaker blocked border security. He said, "I want to be absolutely clear about something. The American people are going to know why it failed. I'll be taking this issue to the country." Tom Suozzi put congressional Republicans' killing of border security at the forefront of his campaign. Here's the Wall Street Journal this morning. Suozzi called for securing the border and attacked Pilip for critiquing Biden's border approach without providing an alternative. Suozzi endorsed a bipartisan deal that would have established a new asylum process at the border. And what happened? The people of New York's 3rd District issued a strong repudiation of Republicans who put politics ahead of national security. But shockingly, House Republicans are still at it right now, siding with Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and Tehran against our defense industrial base, against NATO, against Ukraine, against our interests in the Indo-Pacific. They have a chance to learn a valuable lesson here. Stop what you're doing, put our national security first. And now, as you all can see to my right, the National Security Advisor is here, Jake Sullivan, to speak to House representatives and how the urgent need for them to take action to pass the National Security Supplemental. Jake, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Corrine, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I'll make a statement and then I'd be happy to take your questions. Yesterday, the Senate took important action to advance America's core national security interests by overwhelmingly passing the National Security Supplemental Agreement. This bipartisan legislation will allow the United States to continue to support the people of Ukraine alongside our allies and partners as they fight every single day to defend their freedom and independence. It will provide Israel what it needs to defend itself against Hamas terrorists and other terror threats, and help replenish Israel's air defenses so they're prepared against threats they face from Iran and Iranian-backed militia groups like Hezbollah. It will provide resources for our troops in the Middle East who have faced attacks from Iran-backed militias as they continue the important mission of defeating ISIS, as well as our forces who are protecting international commerce in the Red Sea from persistent attacks by the Houthis. The bill will provide life-saving humanitarian assistance for vulnerable people who have been impacted by conflicts around the world. That includes millions of Ukrainians who have been displaced by Russia's brutal invasion. It includes conflicts in Sudan and Nagorno-Karabakh, and this support also includes dealing with the urgent needs of the more than 2 million innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza, the vast majority of whom have nothing to do with Hamas. We are engaged every day, directly and at the highest levels, in getting more aid into Gaza, and once in Gaza, getting it to the people who need it. In his calls and conversations with regional leaders, the President has worked through these challenges of humanitarian assistance at a concrete and granular level in order to help overcome obstacles and facilitate a sustained increased flow of humanitarian assistance. Innocent civilians in Gaza have suffered extraordinary pain and loss these last 4 months, and we're working around the clock to find a way forward that brings peace, security, and dignity for Palestinians and Israelis alike, with the security of the State of Israel guaranteed. The National Security Supplemental Agreement also continues our important investments in the U.S. defense industrial base, supporting jobs across the country. We've already ramped up production lines in 40 states over the past 2 years, expanding factories and hiring American workers to make the weapons Ukrainians are using on the front line in their fight for freedom, thanks to previous funding that Congress has provided. The investments this bill puts forward will allow us to strengthen our own domestic manufacturing capacity, revitalize our submarine industrial base, and improve our military readiness. It also increases support to allies and partners in the Asia-Pacific and sends a powerful message that even as we're dealing with immediate crises and challenges in Europe and the Middle East, we're keeping our eye on the ball on the long-term strategic position of the United States of America in the critical Asia-Pacific region. You heard the president yesterday thank the broad bipartisan coalition of senators who came together to advance this agreement. And he urged Speaker Johnson to quickly bring this bill to the floor of the House of Representatives for a vote. Because we know if that vote comes to the floor of the House of Representatives, it will pass on an overwhelming bipartisan basis, just as it did in the Senate. As the president said, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Every day comes at a cost to the people of Ukraine and to the national security interests of the United States of America. The stakes are getting higher. The costs of inaction are also getting higher every day, especially in Ukraine. We've been increasingly getting reports of Ukrainian troops rationing or even running out of ammunition on the front lines as Russian forces continue to attack both on the ground and from the air, trying to wear down the Ukrainian air defenses that we've worked so extensively to build up over. Are watching this closely. There are those who say U.S. leadership and our alliances and partnerships with countries around the world don't matter or should be torn up or walked away from. We know from history that when we don't stand up to dictators, they keep going. And the consequences of that would be severe for U.S. national security, for our NATO allies, for others around the world. And so President Biden is determined to get this done on a bipartisan basis through the House of Representatives to get this aid out the door so that we are helping our friends and partners and we are helping ourselves. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Shortly before you came out, Congressman Mike Turner issued a statement saying that President Biden should declassify intelligence related to a, quote, serious national security threat. What can you say about the threat and what the administration plans to do?
So first, I reached out earlier this week to the Gang of Eight to offer myself up for a personal briefing to the Gang of Eight. And in fact, we scheduled a briefing for the 4 House members of the Gang of Eight tomorrow. That's been on the books. So I am a bit surprised that Congressman Turner came out publicly today in advance of a meeting on the books for me to go sit with him alongside our intelligence and defense professionals tomorrow. That's his choice to do that. All I can tell you is that I'm focused on going to see him, sit with him, as well as the other House members of the Gang of Eight tomorrow. And I'm not in a position to say anything further from this podium at this time, other than to make the broad point that this administration has gone further and in more creative, more strategic ways dealt with the declassification of intelligence in the national interest of the United States than any administration in history. So you definitely are not going to find an unwillingness to do that when it's in our national security interest to do so. At the same time, we, of course, have to continue to prioritize and focus very much on the issue of sources and methods. We'll do that. Ultimately, these are decisions for the president to make. But in the meantime, the most important thing is we have the opportunity to sit in a classified setting and have the kind of conversation with the House intelligence leadership that I, in fact, had scheduled before Congressman Turner went out today. Yeah.
But just to be clear, Turner calls this an urgent matter with regard to a destabilizing foreign military capability. Are you aware that there is an emerging serious threat here that he's referring to?
Again, I'll just say that I personally reached out to the Gang of Eight. It is highly unusual, in fact, for the National Security Advisor to do that. I did that to set up a meeting. The Senate's not here. The 4 House members have agreed to that meeting. This is well before Congressman Turner came out today. We'll have that conversation tomorrow. I'm not going to say anything further.
So you are taking a listen as Jake Sullivan is answering questions from the media during the White House press briefing. Another live event that we are covering is out of Kansas City, Missouri, as the Kansas City Chiefs are holding their victory parade. And within just the last 5 seconds or so, we now have a live look at the parade itself. So what we're going to do is we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other end of the break, we are going to take you live to Kansas City as a lot of fans celebrate the Chiefs' victory at their Super Bowl victory parade. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and what a sight to see. Take a look at this. This is out of Kansas City, Missouri, as the team, as the staff, as the fans are celebrating the Chiefs' Super Bowl victory parade, and you can see the massive amount of crowds right there. This is amazing. The temperature, absolutely parade perfect in the 60s. We are going to pot up the sound because we do have audio, so let's listen in.
All the ladies, if you're in here, I need to hear y'all. Yeah. Word up, Batman Scoop, Brooklyn Clan, DJ Knuckles, King Smooth. Out. Go Batman Scoop, yeah. Brooklyn Clan, Batman Scoop, Brooklyn Clan, Batman Scoop, Brooklyn Clan.
Okay, now ladies, if you know you bad, don't need no man, got your own bands, put up your hand. You a top notch, let me holler, bend it over, touch your toes, whip it out, show them you bang roll, slang it out, you're the bro, poke it out, down, shout you can get it. If you got some good play, if you got some good head on your shoulders, if you got some good play, if you never let a hoe you over, if you bout your chick, drink more wet, know the stay wet. I need all that. Tattoos on the back, I see all that. Yeah, I really got a man, I ain't tryna be out there.
I'm just trying to by the end of the night. Lil' mama so bad and my booty so tight. When I hit from the back, don't fuss, don't fight. When I put it in your mouth, don't scratch, don't bite. I'm showing up, money I'm blowing up, liquor I'm pouring up. Look at you another cup. Told her shorty what's up, told her I'm trying to cut, and then I slap the dead on the butt.
Okay, now ladies, if you know you bad, don't need no man, got your own bands, put up your hand. You a top notch, let me holler, bend it over, touch your toes, whip it out, show them you bang roll, slang it out, you're the bro, poke it out, down, shout you can get it.
1, 2, 3, 4, get a booty 5. I like my bitch real thick, little mo thighs. Richer than your old head, nigga, no lie. Stacks in the card at the G-spot. Real gentleman, never call again. I'm hot, fresh up out that water, I ain't even swim. Her she got a nigga, where he could be a man. Man, I wouldn't shake his hand with a broke hand. I don't fear nan, nigga, boy, cold nan. Make a bitch drip, but nigga like you go dance. Standing in the club on the couch. Grab a mic, then announce it.
Okay, now ladies, if you know you bad, don't need no man, got your own bands, put up your hand. You a top notch, let me holler, bend it over, touch your toes, whip it out, show them you bang roll, slang it out, you're the bro, poke it out, down, shout you can get it.
my stomach, you can both call them gordo. Bacalao, dos que pollo, that's what I eat. Mommy, I'm with Daddy Yankee, so when I keep, she love the way I do it. And flowing on that conduit, call me Papi Chulo. Tell me no, dame uno. Bang, mami, vámonos. Dale, dale, culo. Bang. Suavemente, tranquilo, bendito.
Come on, Kansas City. Come on, Kansas City. You got to get loud. Back to back. We're here, Kansas City. Come on. Chiefs Kingdom, make some noise. Come on. Come on, Kansas City!
You know, high five and see everyone. How fun was that?
That was amazing.
That was amazing. I mean, you should see these kids' faces. There are just smiles plastered across them. It's incredible. Taylor, Lindsay, you got some more people coming through?
Round of double-decker buses coming through, and we know Patrick Mahomes is going to be on one of these last buses. We've had the Lombardi Trophy come through. We've had head coach Andy Reid. We've had Steve Spagnuolo come through. Harrison Butker. A lot of the players.
We've got quite a few people on foot, though. It looks like coming up soon.
Yes. Oh, you got to fight for your right to party. Just got queued up.
All right, so you're taking a live look at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade, and we were listening to the wonderful music and the crowd energy. The audio from our live stream has dipped out just a little bit, so I do want to take a moment and recap all of this. But again, you're taking a live look at this parade as it unfolds in Kansas City, and what a beautiful day it is in the 60s. I mean, you really couldn't ask for better weather when it comes to parade weather. And again, what is this for? Of course, Sunday's Super Bowl victory. The Chiefs victorious against the San Francisco 49ers, coming from behind to a 25-22 overtime win. And it really was a nail-biter in the last moments. You can see, of course, the coverage dipping in and out. And this happened just a short time ago as we were taking a look at the parade. So what we're going to do now is we are showing you another perspective of this parade. And again, it's a little bit glitchy, but guess what? We do have the other shot back up again. So again, as these live feeds, again, this is raw, this is unedited. We have access to cameras literally across the world. So we are bringing in these live video streams to you so we can share them in your home wherever you might be. So you're taking another live look at this. And again, we haven't really heard some audio in just the past few minutes, but this really is a holiday in Kansas City, and in fact, school has been canceled. So fans of all ages, you can see Patrick Mahomes right there, the quarterback, just asking the crowd to further get excited, and what an amazing time this is. So we are being told by my producer that once again, we are getting audio. So we are going to pod that up, listen in, and celebrate alongside Kansas City and the Chiefs. Let's listen in.
Thank you.
at Union Station. As you see, 15, a lot of big wigs on that bus, 15. Kelsey, Mama Kelsey was there as well. It is so nice, though, Caitlin, to see the O-line get some love, as we saw Trey Smith earlier with that championship belt.
Absolutely. They're the ones protecting Patrick. They've got a big job to do, right?
Yep, and then you saw the receiving corps rocking those chains, those Super Bowl diamond-encrusted chains that you know they had to cop and buy prior to kickoff.
They knew. They knew. Chiefs Kingdom knew. Hey, as we're watching right now, we're here at Union Station, and this crowd is watching the parade on the screen behind us, and you can hear them getting excited when they see the players, those close-ups. That's so much fun to get to see these guys just kind of letting loose and enjoying the moment.
Chiefs Kingdom is here representing in full effect. If you are not here, you are missing out, but we're going to bring it to you as best as we can here in the heart of Chiefs Kingdom right now for the celebration. We're actually joined by a special guest as well, the city manager, Brian Platt. How come you aren't on the bus with the mayor? That's the one question right there.
I got a job to do. We got to make sure this place is looking clean, everyone's being safe, and we're having a good time.
How long did you have to start planning for an event this huge?
Every time the Chiefs are in the playoffs, we start planning. We are weeks ahead of this kind of moment. You can't wake up on Monday morning after a Super Bowl and say, let's put a stage together, let's get buses, let's get everything organized. We've got hundreds of people out all day today, all day yesterday, making sure that everything's in the right place, planning the route, making sure there's safety protocols in place. There's so many people working, so many moving parts right now. It's a weeks-long process.
Brian, you're fairly new to the kingdom. You've been here a few years now. How does this compare to other fan bases?
There is nothing like this in the entire world. Kansas City is the hottest city in the world right now. I am so blessed and honored to be a part of this team right now.
And so are we as we look at the Lombardi Trophy and the Hunt family, another one to add to the trophy case. This is just a proud moment for all the Chiefs Kingdom.
Oh, and Big Red and Miss Tammy looking fashionable as always, and Tavia standing by there. Oh, I love to see the players, the coaches, their families enjoying this moment, and this crowd has been electric. You know, it helps that it's back-to-back Super Bowls. First time we've done that since, or first time a team has done that in the NFL, I should say, since 2003. We've got a 60-degree day here. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day for a parade.
It is a beautiful day, so beautiful. You see some of the players taking their shirts off right now. Don't worry, Chiefs Kingdom. You ain't going to worry about us right here. We're going to keep our shirts on, but we're going to have a good time, and we're going to celebrate in the 60-degree weather right there as we see the Lombardi, and it's inching its way closer and closer and closer to where we are here at Union Station in the stage.
Yeah, a reminder, we've got 12 different vantage points bringing you different shots as that parade makes its way down here. And then don't forget the rally. I think that's why this area is so packed, because they want to see that rally when the players take the stage. We're guessing, what is Travis Kelce going to say this year? I mean, we know he's going to say, fight for your right to party. But what else, Kevin? What's your prediction?
We shall see. You know, he's so unpredictable, it's really hard to say. I wasn't expecting the Master P reference last year.
All right, well, we've got sports reporter Mackenzie Nelson, who is live on the parade route. Let's toss things over to her right now.
Hey, guys, yeah, we just saw Andy Reid and Tammy and Clark Hunt and Tavia Hunt, their family, on the first bus that just passed by us. Now we've got special teams. You're looking right at special teams coordinator and assistant head coach Dave Tobe, Harrison Butker. You got James Winchester up there. Everybody's so excited. We haven't seen any of the guys get off the bus yet, but they are cheering. They are throwing things to fans, and they are excited to be here. We've got a big gap between those three buses that just went by us, and we're waiting this next bus that's still about 2 blocks away from where we are. Fans have just been going crazy as these buses go by. We saw the Lombardi. It was on that first bus with head coach Andy Reid and Clark and Tavia Hunt, and man, did fans go crazy. That third Lombardi trophy back here in Kansas City. A lot to be excited about, a lot to be proud of being in Kansas City, being a Chiefs fan. And man, we're going to wait a little bit for this next bus to come down so I can tell you who we've got next. But for now, I'll toss things back over to you, and I'll keep you posted because they are making their way down here. It's just going to be a minute.
All right, so as you heard the announcers say, they are waiting for the next bus, and you can see one of the buses right there live on your screen. We are going to step away from this fantastic parade for a 2-minute break. However, we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And again, we are raw and unedited. So as you could see, just as we were transitioning from break, the video feed dropped. But again, it has been dropping and popping up every so often. So until that pops back up again, we're going to transition to this other live look in Kansas City as fans are enjoying the parade. But this time they're enjoying it from the big screen because, as you can imagine, there are tens of thousands of fans trying to be part of this festivity, this day of celebration, and not everyone could make it to the parade route. So these fans, they are watching the parade from the big screen. However, we do now have that second shot of the parade itself that has popped back up. So we're going to transition there, and you can see the massive amount of crowds. They probably had to wake up really early in order to get those prime time spots right there. But we are going to pot up the sound and listen in. Prior to this, you can actually see there's a reporter right there. So we're going to take a listen and see what she is talking about.
They were blasting Love Story earlier. What a time to be alive here in Kansas City, you guys. We'll send it back to you.
It's way better than LA. I promise you that.
Why? Tell me why.
Oh my gosh, look at these fans. You don't do this, doesn't happen in LA.
You seem like
Chiefs Kingdom. I'm having a great time. Chiefs Kingdom. Hey. 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 What's up? What's up? Hey, we're stacking Lombardi trophies. Let's go.
That was the Chiefs' dream.
All right. So again, you can still see that sometimes these live streams are interrupted right there, but we're going to transition once again to this live look as we await further live coverage from that live stream of the parade itself. Again, when we're talking about Live Now from Fox, we are talking about harnessing the power of cameras all across the world. And as it tends to do, as we are taking in these live streams, sometimes those live streams stop, sometimes they're halted, sometimes they freeze. But that's the beauty of live, raw, and unedited, because we are bringing this to you as it happens. But once again, you are taking a look at the crowd that couldn't make it quite to the front of the parade lines right there. And what a day it is in the 60s. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day to celebrate. No school today either, something that a lot of kids, I'm sure, are very excited about. So again, as we are taking a look at all of these live streams, once again, we have seen the parade route itself. That live stream has popped up once again, so we're going to retransition and show that to you right now.
One for the Chargers. Haven't had one of those ever for them. So, yes, so many of these guys coming over, like Drew Tranquil, Mike Edwards, Charles Minihue, that really embraced Justin Reed a couple of years ago, that really embraced Chiefs Kingdom and all the success because they've seen the other side. They've been to other places where they don't win, and they seem to appreciate it even more than others coming over here and hoisting these Lombardi trophies.
The voice of the Chiefs right there. I mean, talent is one thing, but culture is another. You can have all the talent in the world and still not be here and have a celebration like we are today. It also has to do with the coaching staff, with the mentality.
Absolutely. We've seen Coach Reed. We've seen Spags up there in the bus. And again, if you're just joining, he got that contract extension, which is huge for the Kingdom. I mean, that defense just really stepped up this season in a major way.
Well, and Andy Reid's already talked about it. He hasn't even thought about it. He hasn't even thought about retiring. Hasn't even thought about retiring. It sounds like Steve Spagnuolo is still going strong. A lot of gas in the tank there, too.
All right, folks, the parade is well underway. We have a moment before it ends here at Union Station. We're going to take a quick break, pay some bills, and come back with your championship parade on KSHP 41, your home of the Chiefs.
Feel the love.
All right, so as you can take a listen, they are going to step away just for a couple of moments for their break. But this is another live look at the crowds right there. And I also want to show you this vantage point because this is pretty amazing. This is courtesy of EarthCam right here. This is kind of that eagle's eye look of another area in Kansas City where even more fans are congregating because, of course, there is the parade that we have been showing you live. But there's also going to be a rally, and that that's really when we're going to be able to hear the players speak. And as we've been hearing from Travis Kelce, we've been hearing from Patrick Mahomes, they certainly have very spirited things to say. So it's definitely going to be very entertaining, very enjoyable, and very likely high energy. So again, as we celebrate here with the Kansas City Chiefs, we ourselves are going to step away for our last 2-minute break of the hour. Time right now is 12:46 Eastern, 9:46 Pacific. I am Stephanie Quinu, and you are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is a day of celebration in Kansas City as you are taking a live look at the Super Bowl victory parade. The Chiefs celebrating yet another ring on their finger. That is the Hunt family on the left-hand side of your screen. They are the owners of the Kansas City Chiefs and, of course, the much-coveted Lombardi Trophy right there. Andy Reid also waving in that bus. We are going to pot up the sound and once again listen in to this celebration.
She's been to every Super Bowl except for this one, and to bring this home for Norma, it means all the more, I'm sure, to Clark Hunt and the entire organization.
Speaking of sensational sophomores, George Karlaftis had a great year, right? Really coming on as a defensive end pass rusher in this league. Had a big fumble recovery in that game in the Super Bowl as well. So many guys made so many big plays in Super Bowl 58.
Just taking a moment to soak this in, even here at Union Station, where it is shoulder to shoulder. This crowd is absolutely packed, and it goes way back to the street on all sides here. I can't wait till the players come back here and take the stage, and we'll get to hear from Patrick and Coach Reid and Travis Kelce, and all your favorites will be up there, and that's always such a fun moment. Making a
fun,
there?
Our crews are having fun along the parade route for us right now.
There we go. In Spags We Trust. There's Justin Reid wearing the belt as well. Well, those guys came over a couple years ago from Houston and has been such a big anchor and a big mentor in that secondary for these guys that have come along in years 1 and year 2.
And those T-shirts that he was selling, he was taking the proceeds to give to his foundation. That's another thing that's so neat about these Chiefs. I mean, they really are invested in this community, and so many of them have nonprofits and foundations, and they use their stardom, you know, to give back to the community they live in and then they love.
I don't care who you have allegiance to when it comes to your team. It's hard to root against Justin Reid and everything he's done in this community here with his J. Reid Indeed Foundation. And like you said, some of the players, they are so embedded and entrenched in this community, giving back to it. You love to see it.
So the offensive lineman there off the bus. Yeah, the linemen, they do work on the field. They're not afraid to burn some calories off the field, right? They're going to get off the bus, meet the people. They're the regular guys of the team.
Speaking of, you saw Mahomes on Twitter give a lot of love to Nick Allegretti, who we learned later played most of that game with an injury.
Unreal. He played with a torn UCL. Now, you hear that injury a lot in baseball, right? That's what usually leads to Tommy John surgery. You don't see it a lot in football, but with those offensive linemen, they're using their knees, their elbows, every part of them to fend off defenders, and he tore it, yet he, in the second quarter, and continued to play every single play of offense into overtime. 79 snaps for that guy. Doesn't surprise me one bit. He's Chicago. He's Chicago tough, you guys.
Illinois grad, and he was number 2 on the depth chart to start the season, right?
Yeah, well, he didn't play until Joe Tooney got hurt.
Exactly.
But he's a guy.
Kansas City, how you feeling out there? Back to back only makes sense. Please welcome to the stage, KC's own Tech 9.
Put your feet and clap your hands with me. It's a celebration. What's up, KC? Yeah, stomp, clap, clap. Back to back, baby. We're gonna keep on coming back. You got it. You understand? 9. Hey, let's go. What? Yeah. Pictures in the ducking us, cause ain't nobody touching us. Got the city loving us, they jumping like it's double dutch. Come through in the cup, we just make it so you must be rough. Ain't never been no lucky stuff, we kill us till we come, we tough. See my flag, they flying it, now there's no denying it. Anything that got my city's logo, now they buying it. Keep them going crazy though, TV and the radio, been watching since a baby, so I'm representing KC Mo. KC Mo. What? I'm representing KC Mo. What? Y'all ain't messing with KC Mo. What? I'm born and raised in KC Mo. What? Yeah. Hey, yo, hold on. Stop that. Steve, stop that. KC, we are here again, baby. And we're going to see each other again here next year, same time. And we're going to keep on winning again and again and again. And they're going to keep on being mad and more mad and more mad. They can be mad at us. They can be mad at Taylor Swift. We don't give a damn. We're going to keep winning, baby. I'm about to do this for the town. Let's go. Tech, Nina. Where we from, everybody? Kansas City. You ready? You ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Hands up, everybody! Red Kingdom. Welcome to the, all the way up to the top. Hands up, baby, I see you. Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the place where we run it. Place really hunted by number 58. DT the great, and we run it. Hate, and we run it. No competition, the opposition fake. I don't think they really want it. Loud is the recipe. Loud sitting next to me, no doubt. Now we are proud that we get to see KC Chiefs come and break these geeks, make them taste these cleats. Welcome to the Red Kingdom. What? Red Kingdom. Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Let's roll, baby. Yo, man, I just gotta say, since my Uncle Ike took me to the Chiefs game when I was 5 years old, I've been a fan ever since then. I've always had love for the Kansas City Chiefs in my city, you know? And the fact that we keep on winning and just keep on winning keeps me in a state of bliss. Thank you, Kansas City. I love you. Tech 9.
Tell everyone.
Tell everyone that we're going to keep winning over and over.
Tell everyone.
This is the new song I did for the Chiefs. I got to go, but I love you. Tech 9 out.
Tell everyone.
That we got it.
Tell everyone.
That we solid.
Tell everyone.
That we make it. I love y'all. Thank you. That this bond we got, it mean a lot to us, and it's sacred. Tell everyone that we did that. Performing so well, got us big racks. So we gon' eat, they know we're mentally on street, cause we on beat without a click track. You get one off, we gon' get some get back. Try to run hard like you tripped and mixed match. Making the dash, and if you think you're taking the pass, my homies will break them in half like a Kit Kat. Tell them we the best though, like we at a DJ Khaled show. But I take it over like I was a klepto. Making the magic when I'm moving, I'll be like presto. On the path running fast, I'm electro. I am the gas, what they have in them in a festo. Try to beat this shit label, gonna be necro. Tell everyone we gonna be winners with the tech flow. Team is up, cause everybody bring the trust. Seen the dust, for me it really mean you suck. The dream is just to dominate the green to crush. Kings are us and stopping everything you touch. You don't wanna see me and my homies a rub. 99% is never gonna be enough. Get the W, they show me the bucks. The voice within my head, they told me to just.
Tell everyone.
I love y'all,
We
thank
got
you.
it. Tell everyone.
That we solid.
Tell everyone.
That we make it.
Tell everyone.
That this bond we got, it mean a lot to us, and it's sacred. Understand me, fam? I'm so quick they can never really catch me on the hand.
Kansas City one more time for Tech 9.
Come on, come on. Y'all ready? They ready. We ready. We ready. We ready. Come on. Break bread, folks. Break bread, folks. Break bread, folks. Break bread, folks. We ready. We ready. Come on.
Question about who the best. Basing on later track and hard to come to do the rest. Step in the way, multiple shots are going through your chest. You must have gone past the truckers, boy. You was blessed. And I'ma take them out the game, y'all. It ain't no thing, y'all. You want a buck, I rip you up like a chainsaw. The game's wrong, boy, please believe it. Keep your Bible with you, cause you won't be needing Jesus. Beating for chart-topping hits. And RG ain't gon' stop dropping shit. I'ma make $1 million, then stand on the top of it. Rocking it till the day I die in this game. Archie with the back, boy, adding the fire to the flame. What's up? I'm country boy, you said something. If you're ready, why you stumbling into the flow? Huh? If you're ready, why you stuttering? I ain't Joe. I'ma show 'em why they call us dirty. There is no mercy for player haters, cause you ain't worthy. Heard of me then? Hell no, but boy, I bet you done heard of me now. Atlanta, Georgia, where the dirt have been found. See, I done did this since my younger days. Only 16, but my back is never underage. So let's get paid, cause I stay ready for the tease. And you is crazy if you think that you ready for me. So who's ready now? Who's ready now? Come on, who's ready now? Come on, who's ready now? Come on, who's ready now? Who's ready
Cheese Kingdom!
All right, so you are taking a live look. That is Patrick Mahomes in the center with his arms raised right there. You can see that he was kind of changing his gear as he is making his way. Oh, hey, you didn't catch the football right there. Well, he can't be perfect at all times, but he is cheering the crowd on as they're making their way to the big stage. We're going to be hearing from Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. We're going to be hearing from players, and it's going to be just so much fun. But what a picture-perfect day right here in Kansas City, Missouri. The temperatures in the 60s as they celebrate their Super Bowl victory. This is the parade portion, and then at 1:45 Eastern, that is when they are expected to take the stage for the rally portion. But we were just chit-chatting about some of the interesting trivia information, and this really is interesting. The Super Bowl, which of course was on Sunday, that was the most watched televised event ever, aside from the moon landing. That just gives you an idea as to how big of a deal this event was on Sunday, how many eyeballs were on this Super Bowl itself. And it really was a nail biter in the end. The Chiefs winning overtime over the 49ers. 25-22. School canceled in Kansas City as families and fans, young and old alike, want to celebrate together. And in fact, you can see a lot of young folks right there at the very front of the parade as they are cheering on this very enthusiastic individual, and you can see lots of smiles, lots of celebration, as this has been really a hard-earned victory. That season definitely having its ups and downs right there. If you may be wondering, how much is this costing? Well, I have that information for you. The Kansas City Council authorizing the Greater Kansas City Sports Commission to spend nearly $1 million on the festivity. On the right-hand side, that is the coveted Lombardi Trophy, as the security guard is making his way, allowing very lucky fans to have a touch of that trophy. That is pretty amazing right here. Of course, this is the victory parade. It's also Valentine's Day, very appropriate that a lot of folks are wearing red to celebrate their team. It is also Ash Wednesday, which is the traditional start of Lent. And again, you can see very eager fans trying to get a fingertip on the Lombardi Trophy right there. I mean, really, it's incredible. Back-to-back wins for Mahomes and Kelce. Andy Reid, the coach, of course, right there. But again, I do believe, if we can see, yep, the bus now in the way, but that was Patrick Mahomes. And we do want to listen in on this interview, so let's pot up the sound once again to listen in. All right, so that interview was very brief. And again, the reason why we are not airing all of the sound is because of music copyright laws. So if you're wondering, I just want to listen into this energized music, unfortunately, we are not able to play that for you. But again, that is Patrick Mahomes right there in his really nice gear, and he is excited, just pumped up right there, just being part of the crowd. He was in actually one of those buses earlier on, but you know what? He wanted to be among the people. He wanted to take a walk and really just mix it up with the fans right there. So what an exciting event. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break, and hopefully by that time, maybe the music will have potted down and we can listen to the ambient noise of this parade as it continues. And again, we are waiting for the rally itself to start at 1:45 Eastern. It is 1:05 Eastern, so in just about 40 minutes or so. You are watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Stephanie Quinu, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And again, we continue to follow the Kansas City Chiefs as they celebrate their Super Bowl victory parade. We've been dipping in and out of the audio right here. Unfortunately, because of copyright purposes, we can't air any of the music that the DJ is now playing. But it does look like there might be an interview happening right now live. So let's listen in. All right. Unfortunately, we can't hear anything because there is that music that is playing that we cannot play because, again, the copyright laws. But we are continuing to follow all of the developments here at the parade. And again, we do want to let you know that at 1:45 Eastern time, so in just about 35 minutes or so, we are expecting the players to take to the stage for the rally portion, and we will be bringing you all of the players' remarks live as they happen. We are going to step away from this because we are not allowed to play the music for copyright reasons. We'll put it up in a box so you can just at least enjoy it. But we do want to head over to the State Department as they have started their briefing. So we're going to head over to Washington, D.C. right now and pot up the sound there to listen in.
And that is what we have made clear to them, and so we will see the plan that they will develop, and I will wait and pass judgment until we see that.
Thank you.
Alex.
One of the topics, one stop is NATO, given the recent debate in this town. NATO today disclosed that its defense spending hits high record, so record high. 18 members are about to hit the 2%.
Up from 11, I believe, right?
Target, not the goal, or they don't owe anyone any money. But can you speak to this importance of this development?
We think it's incredibly important. So look, we have made clear that there are targets that NATO countries have agreed to, that they would spend 2% of their budgets on national security. We have made clear that we expect countries to meet that target. There is often this misnomer that countries pay money to the U.S. and they're in arrears. That, of course, is not factually the case. That's not factually how it works, but there are defense spending targets that they're supposed to meet. And as the Secretary General announced today, a record number of those countries are now meeting those targets, 18, almost 2/3 of the alliance, and we continue to see progress from other countries towards meeting those targets, and we will urge those who have not yet met them to continue to take steps to do so. But again, as I said earlier this week, NATO is an alliance that the American people derive tremendous benefit from, provides some tremendous security to the United States, and that's why we have seen durable, long-lasting, widespread support, not just in Congress, not just from leaders in Congress, but also from the American people, and we expect that to continue.
Thank you. A couple of questions on sanctions. The U.S. took part today in Brussels at EU sanctions coordinators forum. This is the first time, as far as I follow. The reports that EU, on its end, is considering secondary sanctions against, Central Asia, Turkey, and other countries or companies based in those countries in its next package. I know you don't, telegraph your sanctions, but can you at least assure us that?
But would I do it in this case?
At least assure us that you will not, you'll follow the suit once they put it out, or is it part of the conversation?
Assure you that what?
That the U.S. will not lag behind when Europeans move forward.
I don't think, if you look at the United States actions in this regard, we have been a leader. We have been at the forefront at holding Russia accountable for its actions, and we will continue to be a leader in this regard. But of course, as you, I think, knew by the way you framed your question, I am not going to preview any sanctions action that we may or may not take.
And on that line, Putin today signed a confiscation law, which experts believe that further complicates, and endangers, if you want, foreign investment, including Americans. And this is something we discussed in this room before, that State Department recently updated its business advisory for Burma. Why not imposing same advisory on Russia?
I just don't have any update on where that stands.
And my final question, if you don't mind, on Nagorno-Karabakh. Jake Sullivan today from White House podium announced that the conflict in itself, also support for the victims of the conflict, he said, is part of the next package. Is the State Department looking for additional resources, and in what form you are trying to get involved?
Additional resources in what regard?
In the next package, he mentioned that the Congress should support supplemental because it also covers, among other conflicts he mentioned, Nagorno-Karabakh. So what additional resources we are seeking?
So there are additional resources that were in the supplemental request for humanitarian assistance. I didn't see all of the National Security Advisor's remarks. I believe that's what he was referring to, or I suspect, I should say, that's what he was referring to. But there was humanitarian assistance contained in the supplemental request that we put forward and in the bill that was passed the Senate that could be used by the United States for humanitarian response to conflicts all around the world.
Any update from me about additional efforts that U.S. wants to bring together the sides to discuss the conflict? Anything about the next couple of days, weeks?
I do not have any schedule announcements for you. I know what you're getting at, but I'm not going to bite, Alex.
I want to go back to the Lebanese-Israeli border, if you don't mind. It's clear now that Hezbollah announced a few days ago, or a couple of days ago, that his war activities or military activities or engagement in this conflict is linked to the war and military activities in Gaza. If there is a humanitarian pause, he will pause. If there is an end of the war, he will end his activities. Is it the same diplomatic approach you're applying to this conflict in the northern border, or you are trying to push Lebanon to distance itself from the conflict, regardless of what happens in Gaza?
We have had specific diplomatic engagements related to the situation at Israel's northern border and to resolving that situation diplomatically beyond the efforts to secure a humanitarian pause. Now, that said, of course, it is our assessment that achieving a humanitarian pause and an agreement to secure the release of hostages would help with the risk of escalation and might help lessen the risk of escalation. That's one of the many reasons why we continue to pursue such an arrangement.
Thank you.
You touched on this yesterday, but with the Secretary heading to Munich, with European security and the war in Ukraine a focus, does he find himself in a difficult negotiating position with foreign aid stalled in the House? And how does he plan to address this? And how confident are you that the aid will make its way through?
So it's not really a question of a negotiating position. I will say that when it comes to our European partners, they have stepped up and made contributions to Ukraine. I don't believe because the United States has made contributions to Ukraine's defense, but because they see it in their own independent national security interests, and they have made their own assessments that it is the right thing to do, both on the merits and that it is in the interests of their particular countries. So it's not a question of the United States needing to negotiate with these countries, though we of course always are encouraging countries to do more if they can do more. But that said, we very much do want to see Congress act as quickly as possible to pass the supplemental. As you heard the President say yesterday, it's not just in the interest of Ukraine, but as I said, it's in the interest of European countries. It's in the interest of the United States, we believe, to do so. A lot of that money is spent here, helps develop the manufacturing base here in the United States. And so we will continue to push for the passage of the supplemental bill. And ultimately, we think, as the President said, the world is watching. And certainly, I'm sure that when we are in Munich, we will hear directly from foreign leaders that they are watching very much what Congress does. We know the Ukrainian people are watching, and as the President said, history is watching as well.
Yes, that's all Pakistan elections. Thank you. How is U.S. State Department tackling the pressure from some of the U.S. lawmakers who are asking the State Department not to accept the results of Pakistan election until and unless thoroughly allegations of rigging are investigated?
So we have called for those allegations to be investigated. We think that's appropriate step to take. That is our response to questions of irregularities, not just in Pakistan, but when we see them anywhere in the world. We think that they're thoroughly investigated and resolved, and so that we will continue to call for that. But at the same time, it's clear that the elections in Pakistan were competitive, and we look forward to working with the government once it's formed that the people of Pakistan elected. Yeah, Sean, go ahead, and then I'll come back.
Sure. Just on that, I mean, of course, as you've probably seen, that there's a coalition being formed in Pakistan that doesn't include Imran Khan's party. I know you're probably loath to talk about the details of Pakistani politics, but
you've noticed.
But I wanted to try anyway.
To be fair, loath to talk about the internal details of politics in any country, but.
Sure. But can I just ask you if the U.S. has an assessment on this, whether this is in keeping with democratic principles to have the largest winner being excluded from the emerging coalition?
Look, that is ultimately an internal matter. You see this in a number of countries that have parliamentary systems of government where no country has, where no party has established a majority. You see the kind of coalitions that are formed. Ultimately, that's not a decision for the United States to make. It's a decision for Pakistan to make.
Sure.
I promised her I would come to her next, so. In fact, I was calling on her before Sean interrupted, so anyway. And now I interrupted you, so I apologize for that. Go ahead.
The Foreign Policy magazine published an investigative report last week which shows that a former drug trafficker, Mr. Bashir Nourzai, who was serving a lifetime prison here in the United States, but was later released to the Taliban in exchange for one U.S. citizen, now started to working closely with the China in the mineral contract and doing money laundering for Taliban. What's your reaction to Chinese for this kind of partnership with this former drug trafficker?
You know, I have not seen that report. Let me take it back and get you a comment on it. Now, go ahead.
Happy Valentine's to you.
Thank you.
My next couple of questions are in the backdrop of former U.S. Ambassador Mr. Ryan Crocker, who I believe served with both the Republicans and Democrats, so very well-respected diplomat. Yesterday, while speaking to Voice of America, he said that the Biden administration policy towards Afghanistan is not good, and he said not much importance has been given to the country, plus the education part has been neglected by the government. In the backdrop of all this, I want to ask you, now when the PTI government is in a province which is right next to Afghanistan, is my assessment correct that in coming days we are going to see Taliban further increasing as far as their strength is concerned, or no?
So I do not want to make any predictions based on about what may happen in the future, nor get into a question involving an internal political party in Pakistan. But with respect to our policy in Afghanistan, I think you heard me speak to this yesterday. We have been been quite clear about our policy as it regards to Pakistan, including through the adoption of a UN Security Council resolution just in December.
And just one follow-up, please. There are quite a few citizens, U.S. citizens right now on social media who criticize the Pakistan serving military generals, army chiefs. They curse at them. I try to get a reaction from Global Engagement Center. What do you, as a State Department official, is it fair that the social media influencers just curse around at serving military? Does that not affect the government relationship with each other?
I think if I started trying to comment on the random postings of citizens on social media, I would be up here for the rest of the day and probably the rest of the week. So I'm going to pass. Go ahead.
Thanks, Matthew. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner said that there's information that's been made to members of Congress regarding a serious national security threat. Is the State Department aware about this? And you're probably going to say no, but what do you know? What is the threat?
So the National Security Advisor did just speak to this, and as he said, he has scheduled a meeting with Chairman Turner and other members of the House leadership, and it's not appropriate to speak to the matter any further from in a public setting, and so I will leave it at that for now.
And following up on a question I asked yesterday regarding Ahmed Sunni, who's a terrorist wanted by the United States, did Secretary Blinken bring up that case in his meeting yesterday with King Abdullah?
I don't have any further readouts other than what we issued publicly.
And then finally, the House CCP Select Committee issued a report stating that some U.S. venture capital firms invested $3 billion into critical tech companies in China, some with ties to PLA and involved in genocide. What's your reaction to that? And has the Biden administration taken actions in the past to curb investments going into China, and does more need to be done?
I have not seen that report, so I do not want to comment on the details of the report. But of course, there are U.S. statutes that prohibit the U.S. companies from doing business with companies that are engaged in genocide. And in addition to that, on a separate note, I will say that the U.S. has imposed a number of investment restrictions as it relates to China. Keita, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt,
Two natural gas pipelines blew up in Iran today, and the officials have called it a sabotage work. I was wondering if the Biden administration has any theory of its own on the cause of these explosions.
I've seen the reports, and I just don't have any comment on them.
When earlier, one of the proxy groups of Iran attacked Tower 22 in Jordan, which led to the killing of 3 American servicemen, the Biden administration said that they were going to retaliate. Is it safe to assume that the retaliation will only be military or otherwise?
I don't want to speak to that. We have made clear that some of our responses would be seen and some would be unseen, and I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Russian Ambassador Antonov said last week that he held meetings with U.S. officials, including at the State Department, and that he discussed with them the crash of the cargo plane, the Russian plane with Ukrainian prisoners of war in the Belgorod region. And he said that U.S. officials showed interest in considering Russian proposals on investigating the incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can you confirm that the U.S. is ready to investigate the incident?
I cannot. I'm not aware of those meetings or able to comment on them in any regard. We obviously have an embassy in Moscow that does at time engage with the Russian government, but I don't have any readout of those meetings.
One more question on the same issue. Vidant said last week that the U.S. doesn't consider Russian claims about the incident as credible. At the same time, the New York Times reported last week that some U.S. officials admit that it was Ukraine that shut down the plane using a Patriot missile system.
I seldom want to comment on claims made anonymously in any outlet, but we continue to engage with the Ukrainian government about this question. We've seen their public comments, and we engage with them privately about it as well. Go ahead.
During the hostage negotiations, we see there is some obstacles. From your perspectives, which party is more flexible for making these deals happen, like Hamas or Israel? Because what we see in the media, that Hamas submitted a full proposal, but we see Netanyahu is kind of a stubborn guy somehow. How do you assess this? And the last question related to the Rafah, we see many protests.
All right, so you are taking a listen as the State Department is holding their briefing, and they're talking about a number of topics, including NATO and other issues like the foreign aid bill. We're also continuing to follow the parade that is out of Kansas City, and that feed has been dipping in and out, but we do want to show it to you right now. And again, this is a live look as the Kansas City Chiefs are cheering on, and they are getting ready to take the stage. As we are expecting to hear from a number of players, including Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 1:28 Eastern, 10:28 Pacific. We do want to show you this live shot. This is a live look in Washington, D.C., as we are expecting to hear from police an update on the 3 officers shot earlier this morning. This was breaking news as we shared it with you as it was unfolding here on Live Now from Fox. But this is what happened. Police were at a house on the 500 block of Hannah Place in Southeast D.C. to serve an arrest warrant for cruelty to animals. That is when the suspect began shooting from that house. 3 officers were struck, all with non-life-threatening injuries to the foot or hand. A 4th officer was also injured but was not shot. And again, at last check, the suspect remained barricaded inside that house. It's still a very active situation. We do not have any details on whether the suspect is alone, but we do know police are in communication with that suspect. So again, you're taking a live look in D.C. as we are expecting to hear from law enforcement and officials for an update on the 3 officers shot, the suspect barricaded. We will bring that to you live as it happens. However, we want to head back to Washington, D.C., and that is where the State Department briefing continues. So we do want to pot up that sound and listen in.
Terrorist organization who went out and intentionally killed innocent civilians.
Right,
That is the difference. When you have members of Hamas who participated in October 7th, according to the allegations made by the government of Israel, that I should say UNRWA itself found credible. Those are allegations that UNRWA found credible of people intentionally participating in a terrorist action to murder civilians. That is different than a military campaign conducted in an environment where that terrorist organization hides behind human shields. And so we will continue to engage with the government of Israel about how to minimize civilian casualties. There have been far too many over the course of this campaign, and how to prevent civilians from being killed. But I think they are very different matters for the reasons I just articulated.
Just a follow-up channel.
Let me, Saeed, go ahead. I'm going to have to wrap in a minute to go to the meeting. So.
Secretary Anthony Blinken yesterday spoke about hostile diplomacy and as an international security threat and so on. I want to ask you, the Israelis have arrested roughly 5,000 Palestinians from the West Bank, not in Gaza, from the West Bank. Almost none of them have been charged with anything since October, and no charges. What do you call this? I mean, they come in the middle of the night, they take young men and women and so on. Many are children, as a matter of fact, 12, 13, 14 years old and so on. Isn't this really something that a government in this case, leveraging the taking of people, incarcerating them without any charges for maybe a future kind of a bargaining?
So I'll say 2 things about that. Number 1, that we want to see due process for those individuals as we want to see for anyone. And number 2, we will continue to encourage Israel not to take any steps that can increase tensions in the West Bank. Let me go to Ksenia, and then I'll come back to you. Then I got to wrap because I do have a meeting. Sorry to quick wrap today. Go ahead, Ksenia.
So we say in this room that the words of the United States matter. But despite this, Prime Minister of Kosovo, Albin Kurti, has not been responding to the words, as you're aware, of the United States to suspend his decisions, unilateral decisions, immediately. You had James O'Brien going on record yesterday saying that Kosovo is happening. So besides the words, what other tools do you intend to use next to compel Kurti to stop with his unilateral actions, given that at the end of the day, this is a question that concerns the U.S. taxpayer?
So I'll say that we will continue to engage in diplomacy to resolve this matter, and we want both sides to return to the EU-facilitated dialogue. And beyond that, I don't want to preview any specific steps from here.
Can you just say about
Sean? I'm going to, only because I have to wrap. I said
Albania
Sean.
is tomorrow.
What's that?
Albania is tomorrow. I just want to ask, if Secretary Blinken in Albania is going to talk to Prime Minister Edi Rama about Kosovo issue,
so let me
and
just
try
say,
to compel him to reason with Kurti.
Whatever the Secretary is going to say to the Prime Minister, I think I'll wait and let him say it privately to them. He does have a press conference in Albania afterwards where he'll talk about that meeting, so please tune into that. Sean, go ahead, and then I do.
that you had earlier in the elections in Indonesia.
Yeah.
I know it's quite general. I know, in line with what we said about Pakistan, you're not getting ahead of who is taking power. But Subianto has claimed victory in this. Of course, as you know, until recently, he was barred from entering the United States on human rights grounds. I mean, that's been resolved since. But do you think that there's any lingering issue on human rights regarding Subianto presidency?
So you're right. We did say we would wait for the results to come in. It does appear that he's received the most votes, but I don't want to get ahead of the process. That still needs to unfold, the official process in Indonesia. We are committed to the comprehensive strategic partnership with Indonesia that we have had, and of course our 75-year diplomatic relationship with Indonesia, and we are prepared to work with whoever the Indonesian people choose as their democratically elected leader, whether it's Subianto or as it appears to be President Subianto.
So, just very quickly, the other statement that you had on the call with the Algerian foreign minister, do you know if there was discussion about the Security Council resolution that the Algerians are putting forward about a ceasefire? Did the secretary say it's not a good idea, or somewhat?
I don't want to get into the private conversation other than what we already included in the readout. With that, sorry for the quick wrap, but I do have to go, so wrap for today. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so you can see that feed abruptly ending right there as the State Department has wrapped up. But again, we are now going to head back to the parade right here, because this is the big story really out of Kansas City. We are talking about the Super Bowl victory parade right there. And again, Travis Kelce waving to fans. That is a big compilation of people. You saw Mr. Hunt, Andy Reid. These are all the movers and the shakers of the Kansas City Chiefs. So again, it does look like they also might be stepping away for a few minutes as they take a break on their air. So what we're going to do is, I also wanted to show you this live shot right here. This is out of D.C. because again, we are following some breaking news out of Washington, D.C., where we are expecting to receive an update from law enforcement on the 3 officers shot earlier today. At that point in time, what we do know is that a suspect is barricaded inside a residence in Southeast D.C. So we are expecting, and you can see that there is some police tape right there and a number of microphones as we are waiting for law enforcement to leave the building and come up to that podium right there. But this is the very latest on that breaking news, is that earlier today, this morning, in fact, officers went to a residence on the 500 block of Hannah Place in Southeast D.C., if you're familiar with the area, and they were going to serve an arrest warrant for cruelty to animals. That is when shots were fired from the house. 3 officers were struck. Thankfully, they all have non-life-threatening injuries, either to the foot or the hand. There was also a 4th officer who was injured. However, that officer was not shot. The suspect, at last check, remains barricaded inside the residence. It does remain an active situation. And as we were taking the coverage live earlier on LiveNOW from Fox, police were urging everyone to stay away from the area because, again, the individual continued to fire from that location. As soon as we see someone come up to the podium, we are going to head there. However, we are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on LiveNOW from Fox. A lot of live events to get to. Time right now is 1:37 Eastern, 10:37 Pacific. I am Stephanie Quinu. You are watching LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look as we continue to follow. My gosh, I hope that gentleman is careful right there. That's a very precarious situation. This is a live look at the Super Bowl victory parade as the Kansas City Chiefs and the fans continue to celebrate their team's victory, their overtime victory over the 49ers this past Sunday. And in the very last moments, it was quite the nail biter as the Chiefs won 25-22 over the 49ers. But again, you can see this gentleman right here hyping up the crowd as we are set to hear from the players in just about 10 minutes or so. The reason why we are not sharing the audio with you is that there is a DJ playing music, which is fantastic for the crowds. However, we do have to be very mindful of music copyright issues, and so we can't play any of that music over our air. But we do want to show you some very exciting visuals as tens of thousands of people are packing Kansas City right here on a really beautiful day. Temperatures in the 60s right there. And you might be wondering if you'll see Taylor Swift attend. We haven't seen any sightings of her. And I was taking a look at some Australian media outlets because Taylor Swift is set to actually continue her Eras tour in Melbourne, Australia. And we're being told by Australian media outlets that she has boarded a plane heading to Australia. So if you were hoping to see Taylor Swift, you might be disappointed. If you did not want to see her, you might be happy. So again, that is the case as we continue to see this very enthusiastic man with this very large flag right there. So again, a lot of revelry, if you can imagine. These folks probably lining up at the wee hours of the morning to get the best seats of the house as this parade winds down. Now transitioning to the rally. I do want to head back, though, because we are continuing to follow some breaking news out of Washington, D.C., where 3 officers were shot earlier this morning. We do see police now taking to the podium to provide an update. So let's listen in.
The arrest warrant, forgive me. With regards to his up and down behavior, it appears as though during conversation he seems to communicate very effectively with us, but then there are times he appears to be very agitated. That's the up and down state. Yes, via phone. All right, one more question.
Identified the suspect.
I just said a few moments ago we are still trying to determine who the suspect is.
How are you dealing with the police shortage? How many cops short are you?
I just answered that question. Any other questions?
How much patience, I guess, how long are you willing for this to go on with him?
As long as it takes in order for us to bring the suspect into custody. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
I do not know Mark, not at this time. Yep.
All right, so you are listening to a very brief update from police as they were sharing a little bit of information, more on the suspect in an earlier morning shooting that left 3 officers injured. They are still trying to assess who exactly the suspect is, and you were taking a listen there to police. And again, that live feed has now ended. It's back up again, but again, this is raw and unedited. This is from our Fox 5 DC station right there as the photographer continues to manipulate the camera. But again, we were listening to one of the police enforcement saying that they're still trying at this hour to assess who exactly the suspect is. I do want to share the very latest from that breaking news. And again, bear with me as I am reading this in the early morning hours in Southeast DC. And if you're familiar with the area, this is in the 500 block of Hannah Place. That is where law enforcement officers were set to serve an arrest warrant for cruelty to animals. However, that is when shots were fired. 3 officers were struck, thankfully all with non-life-threatening injuries to their hand or their foot. There was a 4th officer who was also injured. However, he was not shot. The suspect at this hour remains barricaded inside the residence. As we just heard from police, they are still trying to assess who exactly that suspect was. We do see that there is a feed back up, so we do want to listen. This might be a replay, but let's listen in.
That is still under investigation.
How much patience do you have?
Whether or not any officers actually shot
I do not know that at this time. We're still trying to determine that at this time. Dahlia? And what I mean by that is that we have not made visual contact with him since this morning when the incident occurred with regards to trying to execute the the arrest warrant, forgive me. With regards to his up and down behavior, it appears as though during conversation he seems to communicate very effectively with us, but then there are times he appears to be very agitated. That's the up and down state. Yes, via phone. All right, one more question.
Identified the suspect.
I just said a few moments ago we're still trying to determine who the suspect is.
And how are you dealing with the police shortage? How many cops short are you?
I just answered that question. Any other questions?
How much patience, I guess, how long are you willing for this to go on with him?
As long as it takes in order for us to bring the suspect into custody. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
I do not know, Mark. Not at this time. Yep.
All right, so that was a replay from our Fox DC affiliate as we were hearing from law enforcement. Again, at this point in time, they are still trying to make contact with the suspect who shot at police officers earlier in Southeast DC this morning. 3 officers shot. At this point, they are still trying to determine exactly who that suspect is. You heard from law enforcement right there saying at some points the suspect is quiet. At other points, it does appear that the suspect is barricaded. But again, still a very active situation, which is why police are urging the public to stay away from that area. And if you're familiar with DC, this is taking place in the 500 block of Hannah Place in Southeast DC. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We continue to follow a lot of live events here across the world and at home. We will be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinio. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the incredible sea of red right there. This is out of Kansas City as we are awaiting the Chiefs to wrap up their Super Bowl victory parade and transition to the rally portion of today's celebration. That is where we are expecting to hear from players such as Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And it really is such an incredible view right there from high above as we are seeing the camera continuing to pan out, and yet the crowd continues to grow. So this really is a beautiful look right there. And obviously a lot of happy people in Kansas City. As we await folks to approach the stage, we are going to head to Washington, D.C., as the House right now is discussing a number of topics. So that is what you're taking a look at right now. We are going to pot up the sound and listen in. And once the Super Bowl rally takes place, we will transition to that.
I never ever thought we would ever get to this point, but here we are. And we're debating a bill for the fourth time that is going nowhere, and my friends are pretending like it's some big deal. It's a nothing burger, and yet we can't bring legislation to the floor to help the Ukrainian people. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my friend across the aisle that when President Trump was naming those world leaders were actually alive. Let's talk about Ukraine aid. I don't know if my friend knows my record, but pretty hard to find somebody that's more hawkish on Russia than me. The difference with my position is I'm consistent. My friends across the aisle are not. You know, it's amazing the same people that are calling for a blank check for Zelensky, saying that it'll take as long as it takes. Those are the same people that are telling our allies in Israel that are under attack every single day from the north, south, and west. They're telling our allies, you need an off-ramp. You need to turn it down. And they're the ones that voted against a clean Israel aid package just that last week. So I'm very proud to be consistent. I don't like Russians in Ukraine, and I also don't like Hamas attacking Israel. I wish that consistency were across the aisle. I think my friends, though, are too beholden to their radical, anti-Israel, far-left radical base. But let's also talk about, if we want to talk about Biden and failures, there's more than just foreign policy. Let's talk about the border crisis. Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, I would submit to you, have intentionally left the southern border open. Under President Trump's leadership, America had never had a single month of over 150,000 illegal border crossings. That it never crossed that threshold. Under Joe Biden, you know what the number is? 34. It's as if it's intentionally leaving the border open. This is an absolute dereliction of duty by Mayorkas and Joe Biden, and it's because they are beholden to their far-left, radical, extremist base. And just how bad is this? Let's be clear. On day number one, this administration put in motion a border agenda which endangers our national security, exacerbates our fentanyl crisis, and puts our communities at risk. You want to talk about more numbers? Every single day, roughly 300 Americans die of fentanyl overdoses. It happens every day. That would be like a commercial airliner once a day going down, and my friends across the aisle not caring about it or saying anything about it. It's amazing the silence on the fentanyl issue. So it didn't have to be this way. Joe Biden could have had remain in Mexico. He could have had catch and release. He could have done numerous executive orders that President Trump did.
All right, so you're taking a live listen and look at the House floor as lawmakers are discussing a number of topics, including the foreign aid bill. The larger video portion of your screen is the very enthusiastic celebration in Kansas City as they are celebrating the Super Bowl win from Sunday. So we do want to transition to that because we want to take a listen to all the festivities. We're going to pot up the sound and listen in.
Please welcome to the stage for some special introductions, voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus.
Chiefs Kingdom, how we doing? We are getting ready to turn this up real good in just a few minutes. But I will start this celebration the way I ended the game in Las Vegas. Because the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class, and you're all enrolled. Because for the first time in 6,944 days, there is a back back-to-back Super Bowl champion, and it's the Kansas City Chiefs. A lot of people have worked very hard to bring us this championship and to bring us this day. Please acknowledge first the city officials of the city of Kansas City, Missouri, for making this day one you'll never forget. And now, please welcome to the stage, for a special welcome, the 55th mayor, the city of Kansas City, Missouri, Mayor Quentin Lucas.
How you doing today, Chiefs Kingdom? Are you feeling good today, Chiefs Kingdom? So I want a little bit of audience participation because the players are excited to come out and hear from you. So let's make some noise. First, if you are from Kansas, make some noise. Okay, all right, all right. If you are from Missouri, make some noise. And if you love the Kansas City Chiefs, make some noise. So, you know, I was talking to a neighbor the other day, and I said, neighbor, I think our team is going to go back to back to back. And he said, Q, why would you say that? And I said, well, neighbor, we got the best quarterback ever. We've got the best tight end ever, the best head coach ever, the best kicker ever, and the best team ever. So Kansas City, enjoy today, enjoy this team, and let's have a party right back here 1 year from now. Let's go Chiefs!
Thank you, Mayor Lucas. And now, representing the great state of Missouri, please welcome the 57th governor from Missouri, Governor Mike Parson.
Thank you, Mitch. Hello, Kingdom. Is this not the Super Bowl era? Man, what a great day. Me and the First Lady have been Chiefs fans for over 50 years. We've had. And being able to be the governor of this great state and to be part of all of you that are out here today and how much we've been through. But I want to thank Clark Hunt and his family and the Hunt family for bringing Arrowhead to Kansas City, Missouri. I want to thank Mark Donovan for being the best president in the NFL. Brett Veach for bringing all these players and all these successful wins to our state. And the statesman of them all, Coach Andy Reid, the best of the best. I want to thank the players for everything they've done for us this year and making Kansas City and Missouri proud. But I also want to say this. For the last 6 years, when I was like all of you out there, let's just reflect. 6 AFC championship games in a row. 4 Super Bowls. 3 Super Bowl wins, back to back. So all those naysayers around the United States that don't believe in us, and as Mitch says, they don't respect us, and all of them that think we're nothing but flyover country, and they don't want to stop, well, I've got a message for them today. One of us, what Mitch said, you got to deal with us to be able to do that. But for all those people, here's my message to them from the governor and from the kingdom. If you want to see the Lombardi Trophy,
not only do we have the best team in the National Football League, we have the best cheer squad in the National Football League. They were phenomenal in Las Vegas and throughout our playoff run. Ladies and gentlemen, a special video and your Chiefs cheerleaders.
I'm a fireball. I'm a fireball. Who's that chick? Who's that chick?
You know, our experience at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium is like no other in the National Football League. And part of that is how we honor our nation with the national anthem. And today, we want to do the same thing. And to perform our national anthem is one of the greatest dudes I've ever heard sing it. He's done it for us many times. I've seen it at many venues across the country. But please welcome retired Navy Petty Officer First Class General Wilson and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
You know, music is such an important part of our Chiefs Kingdom history. You can go down through the years and hear certain music that reminds you of certain games and certain eras. But this year, it got even more interesting because we had someone come to games and all of you would be dancing with her. And when I saw we were going to do this, I couldn't wait to see hundreds of thousands of people swag surfing.
Hey, make some noise. Man, I got this swag. Man, I got this swag. My head that's in my bag. My head that's in my bag. You know I'm popping tag. You know I'm popping tag. But man, I got this swag. Man, I got this swag. Man, I got this swag. Let's go, ride. My head that's in my bag. Let's go, ride. You know I'm popping tag. Let's go, ride. But man, I got my swag when I serve. Now why be surfing swag? I'm on here, naughty, exotic, polo on my body, got a bad girl beside me, and I'm friend right behind me, and I'm swag, I'm surfing, I'm swag, I'm surfing, I'm swag.
All right, so you're taking a live listen to Swag Surfin', which of course became an anthem at a lot of these Chief games right here. We do want to make sure that we listen to Andy Reid, head coach, of course, Patrick Mahomes, quarterback, Travis Kelce, tight end. So we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Let's head right back to Kansas City as the Chiefs are continuing to celebrate along with their fans their Super Bowl victory. This is the rally. We see the performance of Swag Surfin' happening right now, so we're going to pot up the sound and listen in.
Swag, swag, surf, surf, swag, swag, surf, surf. We like this, turn it on patrol, yeah, I'm gone. Purple by the zone, yeah, I'm smoking strong. And you know I'm on, cause I'm swag, swag, surf, surf, swag, swag, surf, swag, swag, surf, 3 to the left, like swag, surf, swag, surf, swag, surf, swag. I'm on here, naughty, 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 polo on my body, hey. Some noise, Kansas City, everybody say back.
years of the most iconic calls in franchise history have come from one voice. None more historic than the ones made last Sunday, letting the kingdom know that the Chiefs are back-to-back world champions. Born in Chiefs Kingdom, the voice of Chiefs Kingdom, here's Mitch Holthus.
All right, we're going to really turn it up now because we're going to celebrate a team that should be near and dear to your heart. We saw this team fight through everything. We saw the youngest defense in the NFL become the best defense in the NFL. We saw our guys like Patrick and Kels and our awesome coaches just fight through it. We saw guys like Quez and Jet McCole Hardman make plays down the stretch. This entire team and all of the people represented here in this organization, from our video to our equipment, to our athletic trainers, to the people that work countless hours to make us win. But you know what? We won a game here, and many of you were there, with minus 28 wind chill, the fourth coldest game in NFL playoff history. But then we had to go into the mouth of the dragon with sabers drawn because nobody thought we would win at Buffalo. They were wrong. But we had to go into the belly of the next beast. And again, they didn't think we would come out with a win, and they were wrong. And then we were underdogs in Super Bowl 58. I will say it, you can't doubt the Chiefs. You can't disrespect the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You're gonna have to deal with the Chiefs as back-to-back Super Bowl champions. Think number 4 here. 4. It is our 4th Super Bowl championship. And by the way, that's the most of any team in the AFC West. Only 4 teams are ahead of us in Super Bowl and NFL history with more Super Bowl wins. In the game against the 49ers, we trailed in that game 4 times and came back each time to win that game in one of the most exciting games in pro football sports, in pro football history. I'll throw this out. 14 wins in 5 seasons in the playoffs. That's an all-time National Football League record. That's your history, Chiefs Kingdom. This will be a team, when you think of 4, that this team will always be in your soul and in your heart. And let's go back and look at a team that will live forever. 16 time. Purdy with a long count. Chiefs are pressuring. Pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage for the lead. The kick by Moody is up. A spinning kick, and it is good. San Francisco's got the lead. 3rd and 2, blitz by San Francisco. They dump it to McKinnon. 40-yard line, and the Jets got a first down. Mahomes, crosser, Kelsey, 30-yard line, 25. Kelsey at the 20, 15, and out of bounds at the San Francisco. Jake Moody with the short field goal, and San Francisco regains the lead. 4th down and a half-yard. He fakes it to him. Run pass option. Mahomes keeps it at the 40. Slides to a stop at the 42-yard line. Right side throw. Caught by Rice. 50, 45, and out of bounds at the San Francisco 40. 22-19 San Francisco in the overtime. Chiefs will throw it on 3rd and 1. Mahomes is going to run at 30-yard line. 25-20. Mahomes inside the 15 and down to the 13-yard line. McKinnon is in at running back. 1st down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown. Kansas City. McCole Hardman Chiefs. Absolutely. A team that just showed toughness all the way through. But none of this would be possible, none of it, without the best ownership family in all of professional sports. To my left, your right, is the Super Bowl IV trophy. This was an emotional year because we lost the First Lady of Football in the offseason, our matriarch of our franchise, Norma Hunt. But Mr. Hunt, Lamar Hunt, and Norma brought football to us. They brought this franchise to us in the offseason, our matriarch of our franchise, Norma Hunt. But Mr. Hunt, Lamar Hunt, and Norma brought football to us. They brought this franchise to us. And they also brought this trophy to us when our Chiefs won Super Bowl IV at the end of the 1969 season, showing the same guts and winning 2 games on the road in the playoffs in cold weather and to get to the Super Bowl and win it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, remember 4. To bring out the Super Bowl 54 trophy, won in Miami, is Lamar Hunt Jr. And his wife, Rita. In Glendale, Arizona, another come-from-behind Super Bowl victory. Bringing out the Super Bowl 57 trophy, Sharon Hunt. And remember, the magic number is 4. Bringing out our 4th trophy, won in Las Vegas, Nevada, Super Bowl 58, our chairman and CEO, Clark Hunt, and his wife, Tavia.
Hello, Kansas City. My family and I are so excited to be here with you this afternoon. When I first stood on this stage with the Lombardi Trophy a few years ago, I knew that we would do whatever it takes to get back here. And boy, it feels good to say that for the 3rd time in 5 seasons and for the 2nd year in a row, you are world champions. I hope we all realize how special it is to be here. When the game ended on Sunday night, my family and I huddled together and we thanked the Lord for all the ways that He has blessed us. I know that many of you are spending today with your family, your friends, and your fellow Chiefs fans. Hug them a little tighter today because you deserve it. Football is the ultimate team sport, and there are so many people who have made this celebration possible. We have the best staff in all of professional sports, led by team president Mark Donovan. Mark has spearheaded the effort to grow the Chiefs kingdom far and wide, and as a result, we have rightly earned the moniker, the world's team. Let's give it up for Mark Donovan and his amazing staff. We also have the best general manager in the game. Not only has he put together a roster of consistent winners, but for the 2nd year in a row, he executed a midseason trade and brought in a guy who scored a crucial touchdown in the Super Bowl. Lots of attention goes to the star players, and rightly so, but it takes a roster full of talent to win back-to-back Super Bowls and Brett has constructed a championship team from top to bottom. Let's hear it for General Manager Brett Veach.
So we continue to listen live into the Super Bowl victory rally with the Kansas City Chiefs. We are still expecting to hear from head coach Andy Reid alongside quarterback Patrick Mahomes and tight end Travis Kelce. So we do want to take a 2-minute break because we want to bring you those remarks live in their entirety. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:22 Eastern, 11:22 Pacific, and we are going to head back live to Kansas City as the head of the Hunt family and the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs are now giving their remarks at this Super Bowl rally victory. So we are going to pot up the sound and once again, listen in.
This thing is going to a whole new level. But before we get there, I want to take a second and think back to 5 or 6 years ago and look at what Kansas City has accomplished since then. We hosted the NFL Draft right here on this stage. We earned the right to host the World Cup. We've invested in our infrastructure and improved our city. And for 3 times now, we have gathered right here as Super Bowl champions. This is an incredible moment for Kansas City. All over the world, they know about this amazing place. Never in our history have we had so many eyes on Kansas City, so many viewers hearing about us on television, and so many people talking about this town. Kansas City, this is our championship era. And that is because of all of you. Chiefs Kingdom, you're the greatest fan base in all of professional sports. Today, they are partying with us around the world, and the epicenter of that party is right here in Kansas City. I will never get tired of saying it, but Chiefs Kingdom, you are world champions once again.
One thing that is unique is our incredible culture throughout our entire organization, represented by a lot of the folks sitting up here near the stage. But a guy who built this culture, even starting 15 years ago, 25 years in the National Football League. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of the Kansas City Chiefs, Mark Donovan.
So that is the president of the Kansas City Chiefs, who is about to deliver remarks right here. We do want to make sure that as soon as Andy Reid pops up, or Patrick Mahomes, or Travis Kelce, some of the big names that we are expecting to hear from, we want to make sure that we bring you those remarks in their entirety. So we are going to take another brief 2-minute break, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look as the Kansas City Chiefs continue to hold their incredible rally to celebrate their 4th Super Bowl victory. We're going to once again pot up the sound and listen in.
And a lot of his staff that is sitting right here. And while all of us tomorrow will be recovering, his staff will be at work early in the morning getting ready for the combine and the draft. Please welcome the best general manager in the National Football League, Brett Veach.
Thanks, Mitch. I kind of know how this drill works. My job is to get up here, be quick, be efficient, because Travis Kelce is like a cat in a cage back there, getting ready to blow the roof of that World War I museum. Words can't express what today means. Driving in today, I kept thinking to myself, how does this thing keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger? And then I thought, really, at the end of the day, there's only 2 things that you need to pull off a celebration of epic proportions. And the first thing is to have the best fans, not just in the National Football League, but in sports across the globe. So thank you, Chiefs Kingdom. You guys are absolutely the best. The second thing you need to pull off a celebration of epic proportions are trophies, right? How great are these things right here? I don't know what these look like to you, but let me tell you what they look like to me. Right here, we're starting from the first one back in 1970. This here looks like our past, right? And what a proud tradition that we have. This one right here, this is the return to glory, right? Took 50 years, but it was well worth the wait. And we know last year that was the rebuilding year, right? We got that one covered. This one here is special, right? Because we started the season, we were 0-1, and then at one point we lost 4 or 6 games, and then we lost to the Broncos on Christmas Day. And that was all the experts needed to say. The Chiefs are done, they're finished, and finally we see what a Chiefs down year looks like, right? Well, after the clock struck 0 on Sunday in Las Vegas, we actually did get to see what a Chiefs down year looks like, and here it is right here. So you see what Mitch did here, he kind of gave me some room because next year, we come back from New Orleans, we're gonna see what history looks like when we go for that three-peat, right? Thank you.
Awesome. And thanks to his wife, Allison. Man, just terrific. But now, I want you all to show your appreciation. Our 64th team of our franchise is our 4th Super Bowl champion, your Kansas City Chiefs.
If you see me gone, it's alright, 'cause I'll be back before it's daylight. And if you feel that something ain't right, I'll be back before it's daylight. If you see me gone, it's alright, 'cause I'll be back before it's daylight. And if you feel that something ain't right, don't listen to the word. They say I'm gone, but I'll be there when you wake up. Don't listen to girl. The only time you see me lie is when we lay up. Don't listen to the word. They say I'm gone, but I'll be there when you wake up.
All right, so we are going to pot down the sound just a little bit as this music is blaring, but obviously very excited. Oh gosh, look at the dance moves on Travis Kelce. He is just getting down. The reason why we're potting down the sound, just to let you know, is of copyright infringement with the music. So we need to be very careful on what we can and cannot air. So once we see the players starting to speak, we are going to pod that sound back up. But that's Patrick Mahomes and his teammates on a well-earned victory. And again, what a day. Already 4 Super Bowl champions. They are looking for a three-peat next year. We were just hearing, you know, the game's going to be in New Orleans. So can they make it a three-peat? Well, I certainly would not count them out. Just simply amazing. So again, we are taking a look at all of the players crammed on the stage as they are just enjoying the moment right here. And we saw Patrick Mahomes. Oh, there's someone on someone's shoulders. Okay, so there you go, and they're clapping to the beat of the music right there. So this is just a fun scene to take a look at, and we do believe that we can pot up the sound. So let's listen in once again.
These guys are the best. Not only are they awesome on the field, this is one of the toughest teams in National Football League history. You're looking at it right here. They did not give up. And I'm telling you, our offensive line, where's my O-line? On December the 26th, they said, follow us. We're taking the fight to everybody that's in front of us, and we did exactly that. Now, I told you 4 is a big number. Well, I want to introduce to you now the young man who is 4th in National Football League history in wins. He is 2nd in National Football League playoff wins, and he's closing fast on number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, Big Red, Andy Reid. Andy.
How about the sea of red? Let's hear you, baby. I'm so proud of these guys behind me, the Hunt family, for giving us an opportunity to do this, for Brett Veach and his gang, for pulling all these great guys in here, man, and putting them together and them coming together as a team. Through all the highs and lows, they kept persevering, and now we're holding the trophy, and it belongs to the Red Sea right here, man. Congratulations.
Who wants to hear from the winningest quarterback in National Football League history? 15-3 in the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, the QB1 of all QB1s, Patrick Mahomes.
Kansas City, let me hear you one time. Man, what a year. To battle through the adversity, to continue to go for that championship. They all doubted us. I don't want to hear any different. But you know who came through in the end. That's the Kansas City Chiefs. I just want to thank everybody here because Chiefs Kingdom, y'all are the reason that we do what we do. Hey, real quick. Hold up, sorry. I know. I'm a regular quarterback. This is what it is. I got to give a shout out to that defense. I mean, can I hear it for the defense? It's crazy. A defense can win the Super Bowl and still be underrated, and that's what those boys have been doing. Hey, one time, can I get a shout out for Harrison Butker? Can I get a shout out for Tommy Townsend? Can I get a shout out for James Winchester? No, for real though, we appreciate everything y'all do. Showing up to Arrowhead every single week. We know we had to go on the road last year, but I promise you next year we'll be at home and we're going for that three-piece. So don't forget it, don't get it twisted. We're doing it. 3 times, first time in NFL history, we doing it. Love y'all.
And they said he couldn't win a playoff game on the road. What? He was 39-11. And now he's won everything in front of him. To represent that defense that Pat was talking about is a man who was dominant in the fourth quarter in Super Bowl 54, knocking down every 49er pass. In Super Bowl 58, he was dominant in a pass rush that held San Francisco to field goals so we could go get the game-winning touchdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we've known him now for 8 years as Stone Cold. Give it up for Chris Jones.
Kansas City! Hey, everything we did this year was because of you guys, man. From the love, the support all year long, for those who doubted us, for those who considered us underdogs. We did it for y'all, baby. KC, we are back again to be world champions, baby. Hey. Every individual on this stage played a huge part of it, man. From the coaches, from the scout team guys, from the assistant trainers, for the people in the cafeteria making us food every day, man. Let's give a round of applause to those people, man. But Casey, I tell you something, man. This year was different. This year was different, baby. The journey, the fight, the individuals, it was different, baby. And you know, not a doubt in my mind that we was gonna bring it back to the city! I got on this stage last year, and I was like, run it back, run it back, run it back. But you know what? It's a 3-P! I need 3 of those things, baby. We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Kansas City, we will be back here next year. And for those who want Chris Jones gone, I ain't going nowhere, baby. Woo! I will be here this year, next year, unfiltered. 3P, 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 3P. Defense, bring it up, because our DBs were awesome all year. All year. Coverage, tackling. Justin Reed. Where's Jay Reed, number 20? Jay Reed. Jay Reed. Justin Reed. What up, baby?
Hey, you know what they say? The first time we won a championship here in Kansas City, we were the heroes. Well, you win enough times, you start to become the villain. It starts to be you versus everybody. And that's how we like it. It don't matter what they say. We got us, baby, on the road. Miami, Buffalo, Baltimore, and at home in Arrowhead West. You feel me? We gonna take care of business. Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah! Y'all know what we gonna do, man. It's been said, and we gonna do it again. 3P, baby. And we got one more shot of good news. I don't know if y'all heard. Coach Spagnuolo signed an extension today. He is still here. In Spags we trust, baby. Let's get it.
Nah, we all.
The whole city, what Trap say, you gotta fight for your right to party.
All right, Coach is banging the drum. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up again for your Super Bowl 58 champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
No, we ain't done yet. There's one guy that's needed, and his name is Big Daddy Travis Kelce. Hold on, cut that. I want everybody a part of this thing. If you know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in booze and ruined the Niners affair. The last one to know. We were the last one to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there. And I saw the surprise. That fear in their eyes. And we took that glass of champagne. Pat took that glass of champagne, I promise you. When I toasted you. Honey, we threw what I never. What?
I got friends in low places.
Whoa, one more. This is it. Okay. Who is the best cornerback in the National Football League, who should be All-Pro, Pro Bowl, Sneed. I can't hear y'all. I can't hear y'all. The ones who did it. The kingdom, baby. Hey, where my twin at? Hey, Deuce, where you at, baby? Hey, Deuce, where you at, baby? The ones who been doing it all year, baby. What's up, twin?
The #1 and #2 quarterback duo, boy.
You know what it is. All right, now Coach Reed's gonna beat the drum. You good with it? Give another cheer up for your champion, Kansas City Chiefs. Thank you, Kansas City. Thank you, Chiefs Kingdom.
You gotta fight!
All right, so we are going to cut the audio because, again, we do want to be careful as to music that we air and the copyright infringement that comes with that. But what an event, right? This is the Super Bowl victory rally with the Kansas City Chiefs, and just everyone is pumped up and so excited. We heard from Travis Kelce, who tried to sing, certainly not as good as his girlfriend Taylor Swift. We heard from Patrick Mahomes. We've heard from Andy Reid and a number of other players. But again, what a great event, the culmination of a very challenging season for the Kansas City Chiefs. And again, they said they are going for the three-peat next year. They hope to be in New Orleans for next Super Bowl. But you can see the confetti there. And it was what a great event. You know, unseasonably warm temperatures in the 60s certainly helped with the crowds. Schools were canceled. We actually saw a lot of children that were lining the parade route right there. And again, the Chiefs hosting their third Super Bowl parade in the last 5 years. This festivity, both the parade and the rally costing about $1 million. The Kansas City Council authorizing the Greater Kansas City Sports Commission to spend that amount of money. Today is Valentine's Day, so again, very appropriate as we see the sea of red, as the fans are called. A couple people alluded to Taylor Swift. She was not there. She's flying to Australia to continue her Eras tour there. And just another note of trivia is that the Super Bowl on Sunday was the second most watched televised event in the history of live TV. The only other event superseding that, the moon landing. So just to give you a better idea for that. Well, we are going to step away because, again, we can't play the music, but we can certainly enjoy the sights right there. We also do have another live event happening, this out of Washington, D.C. The House Rules Committee hearing is talking, and so we are going to shift gears for a few minutes on that. We're going to head there right now and listen in.
The very kinds of choices and debate that I know you all want, and I think the Congress will benefit from. With that, I'll go to my good friend from New Mexico and recognize her for any questions she may have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our chair and our ranking member. I have learned a lot. I've learned a lot today about Pfizer. I've learned a lot in this discussion. And I think what I'm hearing, and I think what everybody agrees on, is we need to protect American security interests. We need to reauthorize FISA, if I'm understanding everybody's agreements. And what I'm also hearing is a ranking member and a chair in a bipartisan manner coming before this committee and saying, we actually agree on three very important things that you are telling us, if I'm understanding correctly. Yep. That there are three amendments you would like to see made in order, robust discussion about those amendments on the floor, and the ability of the members to vote, which is our job. And so it's really the Rules Committee at work. It's the legislative process at work. It is very elucidating. I heard, and my apologies as I was walking in, you know, we get pulled in so many directions. I heard our ranking member say that without these three amendments, you think it's a bad bill and you would not support it. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I said I apologize. What is your position if the three amendments are either not made in order or voted down?
Well, I hope
is it two amendments?
The three. I hope all three are made in order. I support all three, but the most important one in my mind is the fundamental warrant requirement. If that's not part of the bill, then I wouldn't. I mean, if that isn't adopted on the floor and part of the bill, I wouldn't support the legislation. I think it's that fundamental.
Okay, thank you. And you know, like I said, I'll continue to listen and learn on this matter, and I do hope that we'll be able to have those debates and that the rule, which we haven't seen yet, but that would include that opportunity to continue this beautiful bipartisan conversation.
All right, so you're taking a listen to the House Rules Committee hearing as they are discussing the Securing America Act. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:53 Eastern, 11:53 Pacific. We will be back in 2 minutes.
And welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here. Live picture at the U.S. Capitol here as we continue on with more of today's coverage on this Wednesday and on this Valentine's Day. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk right now. We certainly want to get back into more of these live events that we have for you today. We just showed you that live look out of Washington, D.C. Of course, we're continuing to follow the latest developments after 3 officers were shot this morning. We just received an update from officials on that a little bit earlier this afternoon. It was very brief. We're working to get more information there from our team at Fox 5 in D.C. Also hoping to talk with a reporter live coming up here in the next little bit. In the meantime, we have several other live events that we're following at the moment. We're just showing you one of them. This is the House Rules Committee hearing right now that is talking about the consideration of the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. We also have another live event as well. Let's pull it up for you here. The House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee hearing talking about the Houthi threat to the Middle East stability, global shipping, and U.S. service members. We want to stick here with this live image for you and listen in here to more of this coverage.
I would describe it as cautious rather than timid, but I would argue the Trump administration was rather timid about the Houthis as well. After all,
the one Ms. Ledeen worked for?
I'm not a historian, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, I am a historian.
I just think
I'm sorry, I am a historian.
The pot calling the kettle black just needs to be called out. That's all. Go ahead.
The gentleman from Virginia and I worked together when he was a young man. I was a very young man. So we go back a little while. The Trump administration did not designate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization until the last 2 days of the Trump administration. There are excruciatingly difficult problems involved with characterizing the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, in particular, well-meaning people attempting to save lives.
I know. I got to interrupt you. I only have 5 minutes.
Okay.
So you got it. So part of this timid characterization apparently seems to be we're not willing to be to go in more forcefully militarily to address the Houthi threat in the Red Sea and elsewhere. Remind us, was there not a pretty forceful military intervention by the Saudis in Yemen against the Houthis for some period of time?
There has been an almost 9-year effort by the Saudis. The Saudis are now trying to negotiate their way out of
Dr. Alterman, please answer the question. I didn't ask that part. I'm getting there.
Sorry, sir.
So how did that work out for the Saudis? 9 years of kinetic involvement that apparently others want the United States to emulate.
In fact, it was only 2 years into the Saudi engagement in Yemen that the Iranians got deeply involved with providing precisely the weapons that the chairman referred to. That didn't start at the beginning.
But
that
Dr.
started 2 years into the Saudi war.
made the point, a good one, I thought, that the Houthis, what they care about is territory. Did the Houthis expand or contract territory during this 9-year interval of Saudi aggression?
My recollection is it was mostly a stalemate. There was an initial period where they lost some territory, and I think it's been stable.
So if one of the goals of the Saudis was to restrict the Houthis and to regain territory, it apparently didn't work. Is that correct?
Sure.
Right, didn't work. So it isn't timidity for the Saudis now to look at other options, one of which is engagement. Is that fair?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say, and the United States is encouraging that because of the lack of results of the alternative that was indeed tried over a 9-year period?
As well as the concern that there could be an open-ended regional conflict with no obvious endpoint.
Again, you're going far.
Sorry, sir.
Your brilliance precedes you, but you're answering a question not yet asked. But okay, that was my next one. What are the risks of the United States, with the best of intentions, deciding to expand its military response to the Houthi attacks? What are the risks of that? What could go wrong?
Well, one risk is that the Houthis keep doing it and we look ineffectual. One risk is that we end up in an open-ended conflict defending soft targets all over the world that is hard to defend. The problem is we have to be successful 100% of the time. And if we're successful 99% of the time, our adversaries point to the 1% and our people point to the 1%, and we look like we are failing instead of succeeding.
Is there reason to believe that the engagement that the administration and the Saudis are involved in with the Houthis has promise of any kind of success?
I think as promise of some success, I agree very much with Ken that you have to come into negotiations strong. But I also think that you have to be willing to let bad people get something, not because you like them, but because they're a reality.
And that's something for the Houthis is ultimately a participation in governance of Yemen.
I think participation, not control, participation in governance.
Right. I thank you, and I thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Connolly, for abiding by the 5-minute rule. We now proceed to Congressman Jim Baird of Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our witnesses for being here today. You know, on Monday, the terrorist organization, the Houthis, we've been talking a lot about here. I'll call them terrorists because that's what they really are. But they launched an attack on an Iran-bound grain cargo ship. And as you know, Iran is a major Houthi ally, and this attack makes it clear that they are just widely targeting ships without a direct motive. And they claim that their strikes have been a response to the situation in Gaza. However, they've been targeting the ships that have absolutely no links to Israel. So are the Houthis using the war on Israel as an excuse to organize these inconsistent attacks? And can you explain the actual impact that these attacks have had on agricultural goods through the Bab el-Man Dev? So, Secretary Ladine, would you want to start that discussion?
I think it's important to look at the Houthi decision-making in the framework of being effectively and actually a proxy of Iran. So they are part of this regional escalation that Iran has underway right now. And they're one, you know, the analogy has been made frequently that the Iranian regime's like an octopus, the head of the octopus, and there are many different tentacles, the Houthis being one. So as we consider the decision-making of the Houthis, I think it's important to note Iran plays a very large role in that decision-making, especially as they provide a lot of the weapons that the Houthis are using. So I would characterize it that way. In terms of the disruption of shipping, specifically of agricultural products, that is clearly one of their primary intents. They want to disrupt global shipping. They want to increase the prices. They want to hurt us. And in a way, we could think about it as effectively an Iranian sanction against us. Because they're raising the price of goods. And the longer this goes on, the higher these prices will become.
Thank you. Dr. Pollack, do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I think that you're absolutely correct, Mr. Congressman, in that initially the Houthis did begin these attacks in hope of showing solidarity with the Palestinians, because as I mentioned, they were deeply unpopular in both the Arab and Muslim world beforehand, and this was a perfect opportunity for them to ingratiate themselves with both communities. But I think you're exactly right, that the Houthis are getting a tremendous amount from these attacks. This is exactly what they wanted. And what we've seen, as the administration has pointed out, they are attacking ships that have no connection to Israel whatsoever. It is very useful for them, it is terrific for them to demonstrate their importance, their power in the world, by shutting down or threatening to shut down one of the world's most important shipping routes.
Dr. Alderman?
All right, continuing to listen in live here to this event. We do want to step away from this for just a moment because we are following some breaking news right now. We've been showing you all of these live images coming out of the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade. However, things have gotten a lot more chaotic since we last showed you that. Apologize for any shakiness here, but we're learning that shots have been fired around Union Station during the Chiefs parade. You can see some caution tape there in the background. A very large amount of law enforcement presence here. And moments ago, we saw people running. I want to play out that video for you here as well. Take a look at this. This is when we first started to notice some of that commotion unfolding. These crowds of people running into and away from Union Station. It looks like police were going in. I believe this is Union Station here. People running out and a lot of chaos unfolding here. People starting to get an understanding of what has been going on and starting to disperse from the area. And so this is the video that really struck us as we're continuing to wait for updates right now. And take a look at this here again. You see a lot of that rush of people continuing to rush in, mostly police, as others are trying to get an understanding for what is happening at what is the Kansas City Chiefs parade. Moments ago, we were just hearing from Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and what turned into, or what was supposed to be, a very fun celebration event turned into a very chaotic moment here. So we're still working to learn exactly what happened. But right now, Kansas City police have shared this on X, saying that shots have been fired around Union Station. Please leave the area. So working to get more information here as we continue to follow this. Let's give you another live picture right now out of Kansas City. And again, always bringing you these feeds live, raw, and unfiltered. That includes breaking news. So sometimes these camera shots can be a little bit shaky and out of our control. We just got another update here from Kansas City Police saying that officers are working to clear Union Station itself. We will release everyone inside the building once that is complete. We're still trying to determine the number of shooting victims. So here is Kansas City Police saying that they're are a number of shooting victims. They're trying to determine how many, which is never anything good to hear. So this is developing very quickly. This is what it looks like live outside of Union Station right now. Police blocking off the area as many people are wondering exactly what is going on here. So this certainly took a turn here from the Kansas City Chiefs parade we were just showing you, as we saw that moment where everyone rushed inside Union Station, and now police are surrounding the area saying that they're working to clear Union Station itself and that they will release everyone who is already inside of that building once it's complete. They're still trying to figure out the number of shooting victims. Again, very fluid developing here. We're continuing to keep an eye here on all of this information that's coming in on social media. Typically, that's the fastest way to get that word out to the public, at least for police departments and law enforcement agencies. We also have another live picture here, courtesy of our EarthCam cameras, out of Kansas City right now. Big crowd of people still there. Wonder if many of them even know of this news right now. But again, this is an event that so many people gathered for. So many people in Kansas City had been excited to celebrate today. And things just very quickly took a turn here. Let's give you another look here. We see more first responders, emergency personnel arriving to the scene here. We saw a couple of stretchers in that video earlier as well being brought in. So this is all very, very active right now. And again, for police to say they're trying to determine the number of shooting victims, that's certainly an alarming statement. So much more to come from this scene. We're going to keep this shot up for just a moment as we work to get more information. All right, continuing to watch live here right now, this feed that we're getting in out of Kansas City as police are saying they responded to shots fired around Union Station during the Chiefs parade. We do have another update from Kansas City Police saying that they're releasing everyone from inside Union Station. And so there are a couple of different messages that they've put out already saying that they are responding to reports of shots fired. They also said they were trying to determine the number of shooting victims. Of course, we don't know if that is the case, if there are any victims, but that is something that they said in their statement on X in that second tweet that was put out. And this is the most recent one, that they're releasing everyone from inside of Union Station. But take a look here at the crowd of people, the scene as we continue watching this. And of course, we also have a zoomed out shot as well. But here you can see that we have fire department officials. We have police members as well. And we also have a message here from an NFL Network reporter, James Palmer, putting this message out that we have been escorted away from Union Station after being told to get under the stage. We were hosting the parade. And then you can see a video there as well of this chaotic scene here. So we're still trying to figure out exactly the details of what's happening here. All of this very much developing, very active right now. We do know, for those just joining us, that shots were fired around Union Station during the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl celebration parade. That's happening right now, and it was really within the last 30 minutes that we were hearing from a bunch of the Kansas City Chiefs players and the very excited crowd as they were cheering for them. And now here we are with a breaking news scene situation of shots fired, reports of that inside of Union Station, right where and right near where this parade was happening. So police saying that they had initially kept everybody out away from Union Station. They were working to clear people out. They have since said that they are allowing people out of Union Station, but they're working to determine the number of shooting victims, if there are any. So we don't know how many there are, if there are any, but that is what Kansas City Police have said so far. And so take a look at this. So you can see that caution tape blocking off an area, ambulances, emergency responders, emergency personnel here as they work to get this scene under control. So a lot of this still very active, developing. We have another picture coming in right now of another ambulance here pulling up. So we're watching this with you all as we wait to see what we're going to uncover here. But a lot of people that are continuing to try to leave the area. All right, and it looks like they were trying to talk with people a moment ago, and they may have just walked away. We see someone on a stretcher here. As always, viewer discretion is advised anytime there's a breaking news situation and we're showing these feeds without knowledge of what is going to come next. So please be mindful of that. You can see media members as they try to do their jobs here, keeping everybody informed, as I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't even know what had been going on. So many people in attendance for this Super Bowl victory parade and celebration, and to try to spread that information to such a large amount of people is certainly a difficult task. But we have been seeing a lot of this, a lot of first responders, a lot of people that have been rushing into Union Station itself. And I want to pull up that video again just to show you, because we had been dipping in and out of this parade, that moment where we here in the studio saw this happen and thought that there could be something of concern happening here.
They said don't take
in Kansas City. So let's pull up this video again here as we show you that moment. Okay, so watch here. You see the first couple of police officers run into Union Station. You see a stretcher there as well. To the left, a lot of people concerned of what's going on, rushing towards the building as well. Maybe they knew someone inside. Maybe they're just curious of what's going on. And then you see other people running the other direction. So this was the initial video that we saw where things started to look a bit more chaotic. And even further through the coverage here, through the video, you saw more people rushing in, more police officers as they responded to, again, that initial report of shots fired around Union Station during the Kansas City Chiefs parade. And then you see this rush of people running out yet again. So Kansas City police right now saying that they are releasing people who were inside of Union Station when they were keeping them in there just before that. They are now releasing them, and they had said they're trying to determine the number of shooting victims, if there are any. So this was that video from before. We have a couple of live pictures from the scene right now. Let's pop those back up for you. And again, we have a lot of this situation here, ambulances, paramedics on scene. Certainly don't know if there are any victims right now. The only information that has been confirmed by Kansas City police is that they had responded to shots fired, that they are now letting people out of Union Station, and that they were trying to determine the number of shooting victims, although we don't know if there are any or how many there could be, or if there's any threat to the public right now. We just know that there's a very big law enforcement presence here as they work to get this situation under control. And take a look at this shot as well, zoomed out from our Earth Cam shot here. All right, and we apologize for that delay there. We're working behind the scenes here to get more information, and we do have a little bit more to share right now. Our Fox affiliate in Kansas City reporting here that 2 people have been detained and several people have been shot around Union Station. So that is the latest update that we're getting here. That is coming, they say, from a police spokesperson there in Kansas City. But wanted to show you this wide shot as well from our Earth Cam cameras as they showcase. This was a much crowded area moments ago, and now you're seeing more people kind of disperse from this where the parade was happening. We also have another message here from Kansas City police posting this on X. Shots were fired west of Union Station near the garage, and multiple people were struck. We took 2 armed people into custody for more in this investigation. All right, so the 2 armed people have been taken into custody here, and multiple people have been hit by gunfire, according to police. Let's pull up again these other shots that we are watching as we wait for more information. And I apologize that we do have some reporter shots that are continuing to come in here as we take all these feeds for you live in real time. Can see, though, just how large of an emergency response that they have here. A place that's crowded with people, a city that's been so excited to celebrate their Super Bowl champions yet again, interrupted here by gunfire near Union Station. So all of this still very much developing. 2 people have been detained, several have been shot around Union Station. And these are the different live pictures that we're getting in right now. So we have this shot for you. We also have another on the ground, that caution tape spread out pretty widely here as police likely were trying to get people out of the area. A lot of people, too, with that in a very scary scene here. And throughout this coverage, we've seen several different ambulances arrive, paramedics, stretchers on scene, as we work to get more information. Kansas City police, though, doing a really good job of consistently putting out updates here in a very active situation. A lot of people have questions. A lot of people are concerned if there is still any sort of threat, but we do know 2 people have been detained as several have been shot at Union Station. So certainly a lot more to come with this developing breaking news scene here. And for those viewers who are just joining in with us here, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We're on top of a breaking news scene out of Kansas City right now. This was the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl rally that was happening here today. So many people out and excited for this event. We had just, right before this all occurred here, we had just heard from many of the Chiefs players, including Patrick Mahomes, including Travis Kelce, and now this is what we're left to follow. A breaking news situation as shots were fired. We're learning that at the end of that rally, shots were fired west of Union Station near the garage, and several people were hit by gunfire. Kansas City police saying that 2 armed people have been detained, and they are continuing on with this investigation here. In the meantime, you can see all of the folks who are now leaving. We keep showing you a couple of different shots that we're getting in right now, including this image that we have from our Earth camera here of an area that was once crowded with people, and everyone now is leaving after the celebrations were cut short following shots fired here around Union Station. Police said that they're working to clear Union Station itself, and they have started to release everyone who is already inside of the building. They are instructing Super Bowl parade goers right now to leave the area as quickly and safely as possible. They're also telling people to avoid the Union Station parking garage. So all of this very active and developing here as we're continuing to monitor not only these different live pictures that we're getting in, but also the different messages that are being shared on social media from people who are in attendance, both Kansas City police and media members, and people who might just be spectators who are in the middle of all of this. But this, the energy here has definitely shifted a lot since this parade started, of course, when you hear of a shooting happening nearby where so many people have gathered this afternoon. A very scary scene there in Kansas City. And this is a live picture that we're getting in right now. We have a couple that we're following, but I do want to, again, just show some of our viewers who might have just started tuning in with us here. This is the moment that we started to notice things were escalating very quickly. We had been monitoring these live feeds. We had been dipping out in and out of coverage of the Super Bowl parade, showcasing some of the speakers and different events that were happening. And then all of a sudden we saw this. We saw people running. We saw police entering into Union Station as they were trying to respond to a scene here. And you can only imagine the panic that goes into a moment like this. But at this very moment, we knew something was likely happening, and we were going to have to get on it very quick. And so that is exactly what we did. We started to roll on this, wanted to play out that video for you as you keep seeing more and more law enforcement members run into Union Station. And anytime there's a big event like this, whether it be Super Bowl, whether it be a Super Bowl parade, another sporting event, a concert, you name it, a big weekend that people come in town for, of course, law enforcement typically adds more strength in numbers to assist with big events and big crowds. All right, so we're showing you some of this video that really caught our attention here. We're waiting for a guest to join us. Let's have you all stand by for just a moment as we work to get more information here. All right, so we've been showing you a couple of different shots that we're following right now out of Kansas City, and I believe that we have a guest here ready to join us on the phone. Lieutenant Randy Sutton, former lieutenant with the Las Vegas Police Department. Can you hear me, Randy?
Yes, I do. I hear you fine.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we have Randy on the line here as we're watching this live picture coming in out of Kansas City right now. Randy, as always, thanks so much for joining us here as we're watching this very developing scene in Kansas City. As you're probably aware, this was the Chiefs celebration parade that was happening. All of a sudden, we saw people running into Union Station. We've since learned that 2 people have been detained and several have been shot around the area. Hearing this news, what went through your mind as you heard this and watched it unfold?
Well, the first thing that came through my mind was I am not surprised. There has been so much attention being drawn from these mass events where so many people are congregated in a confined area that it is rife for active shooters with an agenda. The fact that there are 2 shooters that have been taken into custody is very troubling, which that means that this isn't some lone individual who made this attack, but it was 2 people who have conspired together. That indicates to me that this was something that was thought out and planned. And when you have multiple shooters in one particular location, that tells me that there is something afoot here that is not just a random shooting.
Yeah, Randy, I appreciate you explaining that too. I mean, we know that those 2 people have been detained and that several were shot. Knowing what we know right now, that this happened around Union Station, of course, during a very busy time when so many people had gathered to celebrate the Kansas City Chiefs. I know it's all so early on in the investigation, but to know that there were 2 people, for it to happen where it did, does this make you think that this could have been a premeditated event here?
There's two things that are a forefront in my mind. One is that it is either gang related, that when you have 2 people that they might have been related as far as some gang affiliation, and that when you have a mass event like this, then it draws from all parts of society. So it could have been a gang related issue, but what I find that is also on my mind is with 2 people in a area where there is this massive amount of humanity. Was it politically motivated? Was this a terrorist incident? And that's, of course, that's the most troubling question on our mind. If it was a gang-related issue, then there may have been personal some personal issues involved with this because of the 2 people involved that have been taken into custody. But of course, this is literally in its infancy, so there's going to have to be a very serious investigation into what's the victimology. Who are these people? Are they related to one another? Are they related in any way to the shooters as far as any type of relationship?
And to know, though, Randy, that they were able to detain these 2 individuals, it seemed like it was pretty quick. I mean, anytime there's a very scary situation like this, a shooting, shots fired that is happening, every second counts. But it seems like in a very large crowd of people, they were able to at least locate these 2 people pretty quickly, considering that.
Absolutely, and that tells you that there was a massive police presence at this event. And of course, when you have thousands and thousands of people in very close proximity to one another, and so this is a planned event. So law enforcement knew that this event was taking place, so they were going to be prepared for it with their surveillance units and their boots on the ground, both in uniform and in plain clothes.
And right now, I want to also warn our viewers who are watching here with us, viewer discretion is advised. We are always bringing you these feeds as they're happening. And so right now we're watching someone being rolled away in a stretcher here. We have a couple different angles, and we just always want to warn people that caution you of what might come up on the screen right now. But Randy, we have been seeing a lot of these stretchers being moved into Union Station. And of course, we don't know too if this means that these are actual victims or if people had, a panic attack or fainted. I mean, there could be a variety of reactions here right now, but seeing all the stretchers and ambulances and first responders, that's a lot of times, is that just, a safety precaution, or does that concern you that this could be worse?
Well, you hit it right on the head that you don't know what these are they shooting victims? Are they victims of being stampeded? Did they suffer medical emergencies because of the causes of what took place here? And so to conjecture about it is literally just guessing. So we really need to know more information about the victims, about their injuries, and what the culpability was of these two individuals who have been taken into custody.
Okay, and Randy, I want to bring in my colleague Andy Mack, who's here with us in studio as we continue with more of this coverage. And Andy, you've been following here with us too. What stands out to you, and what are you hoping that Randy can provide as we continue our coverage here and try to get a better understanding of what's happening?
Yeah, of course. We're trying to learn all this information as it slowly comes into our newsroom here in Live Now from Fox. Of course, 2 people detained. We're still trying to figure out, and I imagine police are also trying to figure this out. Randy, I do have a question for you because, of course, Kansas City hosted the NFL draft. They are familiar, I believe, as my IFB just went down, but they are familiar with covering all of these major events around the NFL. They hosted a Super Bowl parade last year. 1 million people attended it. How difficult is it from a law enforcement perspective to just make sure everyone is safe in this incident? Maybe how much law enforcement are there at events like this? And obviously, you can't screen everyone when there's 1 million people. How does law enforcement go about this when so many people are there?
Well, this is one of the major challenges of an event where there are massive amounts of people. Crowd control is not a simple prospect. It is something that is very, very dynamic, and each type of event like this has its own challenges. But when you have a mass of humanity, it is very, very difficult to police because, of course, people are in a celebratory mood. They don't want to be controlled per se. You have you without a doubt you have alcohol involved in this, which has its own set of challenges. And so law enforcement, of course, and remember this that law enforcement has diminished in size in the last couple of years. So in order to combat violence, you have to have the resources with which to do it. So we have seen the downsizing of law enforcement issues because of the current political climate, and I am very well aware that that the effective number of police officers has diminished.
Yeah, and I also want to ask you.
This adds to the. I'm sorry?
I was going to ask you one more question just about this, because obviously you're talking about, and you have a ton of experience with this, and obviously the size of the police force, very, very important. And this is after the parade, after the rally where Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid all speak. And of course, you being from Las Vegas, you serving on the force there, you've been around celebrities as well. This was after they spoke and they were kind of ushered away. There's a lot of security around those individuals to keep fans away from them as well. Can you talk about that? Because obviously this potentially just involving people that were at the parade, at the rally, but how much security is around the Kansas City Chiefs, and how much maybe is the force there going to making sure the fans stay away from them, keep the players and the coaches safe? Maybe is there maybe a little bit less resources put toward the fans when there's these celebrities, these players on hand?
Well, when it comes down to the protection of the celebrities that are there, the players, the coaches, et cetera, and so forth, the law enforcement will be supplemented by private security as well, and that's a very good thing because all these teams employ their own security personnel as well. Mostly, they are former law enforcement and military who are well schooled in dignitary protection. So they probably didn't take a whole lot of resources away from law enforcement because they, generally speaking, will have their own resources that are very, very capable. So I don't think that will really affect the law enforcement effectiveness.
Okay, and Randy, we're continuing to also follow social media posts as they come in. We have one from an NFL reporter saying that they were told to get under the stage after the parade, law enforcement everywhere. So even in that very moment when all of this is unfolding and there's so many people, how does law enforcement handle that? Spreading the word for people who are there, warning the public who might be coming towards the area, and just getting the situation under control when everything is developing so quickly.
Well, because this is such a fluid situation, it is very, very dynamic. It is also very, very difficult because communication is essential. Well, communication in these massive events is very, very difficult. So, they will use social media. They will geofence the area as far as putting out texts and communications. But still, you have a situation where there are shots being fired. There's massive amounts of people. There is panic in the streets. How do you control that with the number of officers that you have? And each one of these situations is exceedingly challenging. So you do the best with what you have, and then the fact that they took these two shooters into custody very, very quickly, that shows that there was a very, very effective response.
Yeah, a very effective response. And of course, we saw it just moments after the rally ended there. Police running toward potential gunfire as well. We're getting reports in from the Associated Press as fire officials say 8 to 10 people have been injured after the shooting near the Chiefs parade in Kansas City. I don't know if that's from gunfire, from stampede, from other potential incidents, but 8 to 10 people certainly concerning. And they also potentially mentioned just the aftermath of this, people potentially injured in that. How much is that a factor, just the chaotic scene around a event like this, something potential shooting happens and then a stampede happens, other people injured? Maybe how much is maybe the scene, maybe not just the shooting, but the scene around it a factor?
Oh, that's a major factor. We've seen, especially if you look at some of the incidences in Europe where, during the soccer games and other, sporting events, that there have been incidences of violence and people literally stampede, and there are oftentimes mass casualties, not from the violent offenders, but from the crowd stampeding and crushing people, and fences not being fencing people in where there's no outlet, there's no egress. So one of the things that is essential in the planning for these events is how do people get out? Mm-hmm. You don't want to fence people into the point where there's no place to go, and so it's very possible that people were injured during the panic that took place after the shootings. From the shots being fired to seeing people running and then other people just following. Seeing other people panic and then they panic, and so I'm very safe to say that there are injuries that were not incurred during the shooting itself that are probably taking place right now.
Yeah, and I do have another question for you just about that. You make a good point about people leaving the event. It's not necessarily just about being there, about being safe. It's all about leaving as well. And when there's 1 million people, you might imagine there's a lot of cell phone video, a lot of eyewitnesses. How do police sift through all of that information from this mass amount of people? How does that work?
Oh, that's going to be a massive challenge for law enforcement, and they're going to have to be asking the public assistance in this. You can bet that there's a tremendous amount of surveillance video that will be combed through. That from cameras, there's video surveillance that's been set up in the normal course of these things, but because of the number of people that were there, there will no doubt be just a ton of information that needs to be gathered from devices and also from witnesses. Remember, everybody that saw something here needs to come forward, especially in the following days, because this investigation is going to take a long time to unravel. But the information from the public is absolutely essential. That includes the video information.
Yeah, and right now we're taking a look at some video, Randy, of people that are crying and embracing each other. Just such a terrifying situation all around. We're also hearing from Kansas City police talking about reunification stations that are set up throughout the area. And in this particular tweet, Randy, they're saying that, remember, child reunification stations are in the area at 2301 Main and inside the main entrance of Union Station. We still have several that are needing reunification. Contact the officer nearest you for reunification information. So, there's one aspect of trying to contain the scene, making sure that everyone's okay and that they're able to keep people safe as they try to contain and find those two people that they ultimately were able to detain here. But then there's also families who probably got separated during the chaos of this. So how does that part play into this as law enforcement tries to, make sure that the scene is secure?
Yeah, that's a great question. And these reunification centers, or they're basically these are places that are made public, that are contained, that are guarded, that there are resources there from law enforcement that also, probably as this unfolds, there will be other resources there as well, such as the services for people who have experienced trauma. But to set something up like this in a very rapid time frame, it's very, very challenging. But law enforcement has now been practicing this. Law enforcement knows that a mass casualty event needs to be trained for, and so these major departments like Kansas City, they're no strangers to events that require a massive law enforcement response. And so they tabletop these things. They have training that where they do mock-up, and you prepare for this. There's an old saying in law enforcement: preparation, not paranoia, and that means that you prepare for these events, but you don't go crazy thinking about the possibilities. You don't get paranoid over them. You prepare for them, and when they occur, you have the resources available and the knowledge base for your officers, for the people that are responding.
Yeah, in terms of preparation, you mentioned that, and it must be difficult to prepare for it because you just can't get tens of thousands of people together just on a preparation, on a training standpoint. How does that preparation kind of look? How do they manage to kind of simulate an event like this when so many people are there?
Well, they tabletop them as far as looking at the resources that an agency has. They will practice in a limited way. They oftentimes will have, of course, with the resources that they have, they will actually create a mass casualty event for their first responders to be trained with. That's part of what law enforcement has to do, and especially with the major police department like Kansas City, they have to use the resources that are available to them. And this is one of the issues that when it comes down to training, budgeting for the training is always a challenge, because when you're talking about limited resources, very often when it comes down to the budgets, training is unfortunately often axed very quickly on when you're negotiating budgets, and yet it is so incredibly essential to performing optimally. And this is one of the challenges that law enforcement administrators face, is using the resources wisely and giving their personnel the proper amount of training.
And Randy, you know, when we were watching all this news come in, Kansas City police were doing a really good job of keeping the public informed on social media, particularly on X, where they were sharing pretty consistent updates, especially at the start of all of this coming down. And at one point, they started talking about how they were keeping everyone who was inside of Union Station in there. They weren't going to let anyone out for a period of time. And then shortly after, they said they're releasing everyone from inside. So can you walk us through their mindset there of why they wanted to keep everyone contained for a little bit before they release anyone? Were they unsure if there could have been maybe more than 2 people?
Absolutely. They don't want this mass of humanity spilling out into the streets because it creates more and more confusion. Especially, you can create more and more victims. So they wanted to be sure that the threat assessment that they were going through permitted people to be allowed to leave that enclosed structure, because that's easier to contain the people there. They're safer there because they can add units that can keep people safe in the confines of that building. They don't want to just say, hey, okay, everybody run the hell out of here, because that could create more victims, especially in a scene that has not been secured. So once they felt confident enough that the scene had been secured, that's when they would release the people.
Yeah, and of course, as we see this, and it's tough to do, and you talked about the training that goes into place by law enforcement around events like this, around large gatherings that are on short notice, because they just won the Super Bowl over the 49ers several days ago. They didn't really want to get ahead of themselves in preparation, but a lot of cities kind of anticipate something like this. And of course, you being in Las Vegas, covering a lot of big events, do you think potentially in the future that there will be events like this where there will be metal detectors, there will be screening for people to get into like this, and maybe is that a necessary precaution that maybe we should consider, maybe that at events in the future should consider, maybe not around the parade because that stretches several miles as well, but around something like this? Is that something that could have helped in this situation?
I don't know. I don't have enough information to make a valid judgment about that. I don't know the particulars about where the shooters were, so it would be just conjecture for me. So I can't even respond to that. But I can tell you this: that in mass events where there are points of entrance and egress that can be structured with security, as far as metal detectors, those kinds of things. Those are used very, very widely in order to screen for weapons. But when you have a very, very open area, it's impossible. It just can't be done, as far as checking hundreds of thousands of people for potential weapons. It is one of the issues that we deal with when we talk about the freedom that we cherish so much, and that is the freedom to gather and the freedom to to move about without having being searched and seized.
Yeah, that's
all part of the Constitution. The law enforcement has to work within the Constitution of the United States, and that Constitution protects the liberties of people. Well, unfortunately, when you have criminals who couldn't care less about establishing issues of public safety, we're all potential victims, and that's part of the issues of living in a free society.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what happened or what led up to this shooting as well. So, of course, we just know those 2 people detained. We're also learning some 8 to 10 people potentially injured, not necessarily from the shooting, but from what happened at this parade, at this incident there. Randy Sutton, again, thank you so much, the former Las Vegas police lieutenant. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And, of course, we talked a little bit about you, and I know people are just slowly joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and that's just kind of the information. Maybe what happens next? What happens over the next few hours after this shooting for police in their minds? Are they trying to get out to the public with information? Are they trying to determine the motive? What is kind of the protocols in place, and how much is the hierarchy of the police kind of trying to figure out that? Because people are curious, because we haven't really heard a ton of other information. What happens over the next couple hours?
Oh, this is such a dynamic situation. You've got all the pieces and parts of law enforcement, not only within the single agency that has the ultimate responsibility, which is the Kansas City Police Department. But you also have the FBI, you have the ATF, you have surrounding agencies that are all participating, that have all been brought in, to help out during this mass event. So the coordination that has to take place between the investigative unit of all of these agencies, this is where the rubber meets the road when it comes down to competent policing and law enforcement. And command and control is vital in these situations. Who's the ultimate commander? Who has the responsibilities? And then who meets out those responsibilities will be paramount when it comes down to investigating the shooting, determining who the suspects are, determining what their motives were. This is then don't forget that there's a prosecutorial component to this, right? Because the district attorneys or the federal officials, because this case could go federal depending on the firearms that were used and what is doled out to the different law enforcement agencies from the law enforcement agencies. Will this be a federal prosecution? Will it be a state prosecution? The case has to be made against these two shooters, right? So you have to have the evidence, you have to have the witnesses, you have to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the eventual prosecution. It is a ton of moving parts, and of course, you have so many dynamics at work here, considering the different units, the different investigative components that will be at play here, and organizing that into a fashion where the questions are answered and people are satisfied with the knowledge that they get. This is all part of the challenge of effective law enforcement.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now in these very active feeds, Randy, different people who are being interviewed here by media on the ground there. How critical is it to talk with potential bystanders in this investigation?
Oh, it's absolutely essential. There are potentially not hundreds of witnesses, but thousands of witnesses, right? You have the people that were leading up to this shooting, such as where were these two shooters before they got there? What were their movements? What's their relationship? What's their relationship to the victims who were actually shot, assuming there were some? So this investigation will not only will have to take place at the scene, but before the scene. So that's the investigative. That's all a part of the investigative prowess of the agencies involved here to put a case together that is understandable, prosecutable, and also giving the information to the public, which is thirsty for this information.
All right, Randy, thank you so much for your time as we continue to follow this very active scene. Any final thoughts here as we wait to see what we learn in the next couple of hours?
Well, the only thing I'd actually like to add is, I am the founder of an organization called the Wounded Blue, and the Wounded Blue helps injured and disabled officers, whether those injuries are physical or emotional and psychological. I can tell you from mass casualty scenes that law enforcement responds to, there are often victims that aren't known at the time. Those victims are the law enforcement officers who are part of these investigations and who see the violence and are traumatized by it. So this is another component that is rarely talked about, but the officers who are responding to this also can face serious trauma themselves. That's something to be considered.
Yeah, absolutely. Randy, thank you so much. As always, really appreciate all of your knowledge in a breaking news situation like this one. Former lieutenant with the Las Vegas Police Department, Randy Sutton, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Randy, thanks so much.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right, we are going to keep this shot up for viewers here as we work to bring in our next guest, as we also wait to see if we might be getting some new details that are coming in.
All right, so Lexi, while you work on the technical side, I'm just going to kind of regroup for everyone as we approach the top of the hour here, just about 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central there in Kansas City, as we're learning more information about this shooting taking place after the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. Of course, they beat the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday night in Las Vegas. They are back in Kansas City, hosted at Union Station. This is where the shooting took place. And of course, we're learning information from the Kansas City police saying the shots have been fired at Union Station. They're telling people to leave that area. Of course, they're talking shots were fired. 2 armed people in custody. We're also learning that 8 to 10 people have been injured during this incident. Not 8 to 10 people shot. It is 8 to 10 people potentially injured in this, revolving around this incident. So that could be from shots fired, that could be from other things just around the kind of chaos involved in this. We were speaking to experts there. Randy Sutton, he has been a valuable resource to us here on Live Now from Fox about all of this. Shots were fired west of Union Station. This, according to the Kansas City police, near the garage. Multiple people were struck. Of course, they wrapped up the ceremony. This happened probably 5 or 10 minutes after the rally taking place for the Kansas Chiefs. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes spoke. Tight end Travis Kelce spoke. Head coach Andy Reid on hand as well. It was certainly jubilation as they won back-to-back Super Bowl titles for Kansas City. They're chanting three-peat, and that very quickly turned to a little bit of a chaotic scene there at Union Station. And we were just talking about the amount of people. Last year, there were reports of about 1 million people on hand for that Super Bowl parade. And you imagine the numbers very, very similar to what happened today, as along a stretch, they kind of drive buses along it. They have all the players that are kind of on the buses, on the streets, thanking fans, partying with fans, having such a celebration there. And then they go to this podium at Union Station, which also hosted the NFL draft very recently. And after all these speakers spoke, they also, the shooting took place. So that's kind of where we leave this, and we're just trying to find more information, not a ton of information. We're expecting potentially an update from police. They might want to get information out to the public. That usually happens, but you imagine they're also trying to gather as much information quickly as possible, talking to bystanders, like you heard from Randy Sutton, looking at surveillance video, looking at cell phone video, trying to determine motive, trying to determine a relationship between these 2 armed individuals at this celebration that turned into chaos. So I think we're about time to bring in another guest here on Live Now from Fox. So that's just kind of where we are as we approach the top of the hour, Lexi.
Yeah, Andy, thanks so much. We appreciate that recap here as we continue to wait for new information to come in. And right now we have another guest that is standing by here. Let's bring in Scott Duffy, who is joining us here now. He's a former FBI agent, and he joins us now with more on this. Scott, you've been watching these feeds with us. Where do you think things stand right now with the information that we know, and what's standing out to you the most from what we're learning at this hour?
So chaos at any mass shooting. So obviously the motives, etc. Was this a mass attack? Was this an accidental shooting? Was this 2 people caught up in an argument and forget where they are? And so thereby a shooting takes place. Whatever the motive of the shooting, that's going to be determined. But right now, law enforcement is at an all-time high alert. Yeah. The good thing is that these type of mass events have lots of planning in place, and they have lots of protocols, and everything comes together. You already have every imaginable federal, state, and local SWAT team that's on standby on perimeters. And so thereby, this is a well-televised event. Everybody has a cell phone. They're taking pictures. As you said, they're celebrating. And so the likelihood that this could have been caught on some news feed or camera.
Hey, Scott, we're going to cut you off real quick, because we see in our feeds right now, and Lexi has a better view of it, but there might be something taking place as we speak. Lexi, kind of talk us through.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of shakiness here right now, and sometimes we'll get feeds that are being replayed for us here. However, this appears to be live right now. We're seeing a little more commotion yet again of people running. We saw law enforcement members running in this feed here. So if this is live, as it appears to be for us right here, does this leave you concerned? I mean, this is a scene that we saw when we first heard of those shots fired.
Yeah, so if we are watching this live, it looks like officers are running towards the threat, some sort of threat, whether it be another gunman, whether it be a noise that sounds like a gunshot. So, as I said, they are on high alert. And as your previous guest said, this is not a secure scene. So there's a lot of chaos, but within that chaos, you have a massive amount of law enforcement that are quick to respond to anything, whether it's connected or not. Right now, they are ensuring that no additional people are hurt, and if they can, get people out of the area, and then start to be able to secure that scene for evidence, to look for additional victims, etc. So this is a very chaotic scene unfolding, but at the same time, all the resources were already there. So it's a matter of ensuring that there are no other shooters outside of the potential shooters that might already be in custody if the reports are correct.
Okay, and it looks like that was a replay we're just getting in right now. It can be a bit confusing even for us up here, especially because we're live, raw, and unfiltered, showing viewers things as they happen in real time. So that video that was just up, it appeared to be live. It was a replay. So fortunately, that hopefully means that there isn't another threat that is currently in Kansas City at the moment. But Scott, speaking of how law enforcement officers were able to run and address the issue, address the threat right away, I want to pull up this video yet again for viewers who maybe missed it earlier, and this was a replay of that moment for us here in studio as we watch. Look at this, law enforcement rushing into Union Station, someone here grabbing their loved one, saying, let's get out of officers' way right now because of all of this that's happening. And so you could just see the moment of panic here when this all initially unfolded, Scott.
Yeah, everything that I'm seeing is training coming together. And you have officers who are running to the threat. It seems like anybody and everybody that is there is running towards the threat, or at least what they believe, whether it be they're hearing gunshots or they're simply responding to a witness or a victim, notifying where they are at. So this is every imaginable training of that run, hide, fight, that alert training that officers are trained every year. And so you are seeing that training come into effect. And then, of course, as I see your EMS, they're already present, right? So time is of the essence. And so you don't have officers responding in by car to find the location. They're within seconds on foot. And so it's from my side, it's amazing to see that training come into effect. And as you can see, they're leaving. They're not worried about witnesses at this point. They're worried about victims. And so everybody running out is a potential witness. And so thereby they are going to the fight, and then the outside perimeter of additional resources are then going to try to get individuals to say, have you seen anything? Is there anything that they could provide that would be evidentiary?
Yeah, that is obviously kind of what comes as the timeline progresses. And Scott, thanks again for joining us, because we talked to you about a variety of topics, and this one certainly a very unique one. After a Super Bowl parade, potentially 1 million people on hand for this. We did see people kind of going toward potentially the shots fired. How quickly does it transpire in someone's mind, a law enforcement's mind, as they're heading toward this scene? They hear potential shots fired, they're looking for a potential shooter or shooters, and then afterwards they're kind of trying to, how quickly does it happen in maybe the law enforcement's mind, where they're looking to kind of find the incident, trying to potentially take down any active shooters or detain any active shooters, and then kind of grasp the whole setting? How quickly does that happen in a law enforcement person's mind?
It's very quick, and this is why the training is essential. So SWAT officers, experts in that field, train, if not on a weekly basis, definitely a monthly basis. And so those are the ones that you call in to execute high dangerous search warrants, arrest warrants. But officers every day, yes, they're shooting, or they're practicing firearm on the range. But the specific, this alert training, this federally mandated training, where officers from all different departments who do not work with each other like a SWAT team are able to come together. And that's instant. That's a beautiful thing to watch training kick in, where all your nerves, your adrenaline takes a back seat, and you are simply going to the threat. It's amazing to see, and from watching through the news feeds, that's exactly what is happening. And you have officers just running to deal with the threat.
Yeah, it is kind of something to see, a sight to see that you don't usually get, is because all these media members were on hand for this ceremony, and then you kind of see just in the aftermath people filing out as they are kind of going to the exits, going to their cars, going home after this celebration. But obviously you are formerly with the FBI. We were speaking with someone with the Las Vegas Police Department, a lieutenant there. How much is there cohesion amongst different groups like this at a massive event? Maybe how much is the challenge with you coming together with the FBI, with different city and state officials as well?
So these planning events are rehearsed, and even though the Kansas City Chiefs win, and then you're having a parade within a few days of that win, I guarantee you that training and that preparation has taken place already a year in advance. And every team, like I can tell you that both teams were ready, right? Both departments in their respective cities were ready. So the 49ers had, San Francisco had a plan in place, ready for a parade, and that's federal, state, and local. Those are leaders of these departments. They are putting together every contingency plan possible. For example, your last guest talked about the lack of, or can you put in magnetometers? Yes, you can. And I've been to events where you are potentially have 1 million plus people, and you put in magnetometers because of whatever's going to take place. And so thereby that is planned for, where you're going to have people who are just frustrated, standing in line, etc., and then getting into what I would say a secure perimeter. That way nobody should be in there that hasn't been wanded or a magnetometer that's not law enforcement and already credentialed. In this case, I imagine they did not have, but you have protocols in place to cover cars, right? So if you have an errant car, whether it be somebody who's intentionally trying to harm somebody or somebody who's under the influence or having some medical episode, and you have a car coming at a group of people at a high rate of speed, those contingencies are in place on how to deal with that. For example, your trash trucks and your concrete barriers, trying to prevent that. And that's from previous attacks, incidents that are tweaked. And so thereby, on a national level, anybody who is planning such a large event, that they can go through this checklist. Do we have this? Do we have this? Do we have that? So I imagine that Kansas City had every imaginable contingency plan already in place. The worst case scenario, a mass attack, but definitely what we are seeing is that plan and that training coming to fruition.
Yeah, and Scott, typically when there's a situation like this where you hear of a mass number of people that potentially could be shot, again, we don't know if those 8 to 10 that the fire official said were injured in this were all a result of the shooting itself. There could have been other various injuries that came as a result of what unfolded here. But a lot of times you hear about clues on social media, hints that police wish that someone would have came forward with concerns that maybe a family or a friend may have had about an individual who is struggling with mental health or whatever the situation might be. And so when you look at something like this, do you think that there likely would have been clues leading up to today that something like this could have unfolded, or is it really just a case-by-case basis?
I would say more times than not, if this was an attack or somebody intending to do harm to a large group of people, as opposed to an unrelated argument where somebody takes out a gun and they forget their surroundings, where they're at, where they just came from, still going to send off the same alerts. But if somebody was intending to do harm, I would say more times than not, and I really can't think of a time where somebody, we call it leakage, where somebody hasn't posted their intent or their dismay, where somebody hasn't told a confidant, a friend, a family member, a counselor that I'm looking to do this. And so those often when you go back through the investigation, right now they're in secure mode. When you start the investigation and try to put all the pieces together, that's where you're going to go through all this. And if it comes down to where it is an event that somebody intended to do harm, that most likely there will be evidence through social media posts, texts, etc.
Yeah, and obviously we don't know a ton of information about what happened. They say they detained 2 people that were armed, and of course, just based on the proximity that this rally was at Union Station, you might imagine they were at the parade, but we don't know potentially the motive behind this, if it was just an argument that escalated or if it was something intentional. We don't know anything of that nature right now, as they will continue to piece it together. I do want to ask you though, Scott, because you mentioned just the preparation, the game plan in place. And Kansas City hosted a Super Bowl parade last year, so that preparation's in place. But in terms of the players, the coaches, the significant others of the players on some of these buses, how much does that change the dynamic of it? And we talked to Randy Sutton how there might be some private security on hand to make sure those individuals are kept safe from fans, from individuals. How much does that change the dynamic when there are these maybe celebrities, these players, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, fans want to get close to them? Security's police are keeping fans away from them. How much maybe does that change the dynamic when there's these celebrities at this event? They have security for themselves, not necessarily for the event. How does that maybe change the dynamic as well? And can you talk a little bit about the training for that?
Yeah, so all that comes into play. For example, let's say the Kansas City Chiefs, but let's say there is another event that's where it's ultimately some sort of celebrity or an individual, where there's going to be this tremendous amount of protection, and so thereby there's private security. All that is dealt with. So you may have individuals that are privately hired, and it comes down to the Kansas City Chiefs and the staff and everybody involved in that, who are talking with the professionals, the law enforcement professionals, the planning professionals, to say, we want these people in place. And so there's going to be maybe that tug of war, okay, but then they're plain clothes, so they're going to stand down, whatever, if the worst happens, and so that is normal. That's you have those plans in place, you have all those meetings, and ultimately, whatever the decision is made, yes, they want some bodyguards close to them. They will already know, because they will been part of the pre-planning, that in the event something happens, if you feel like your target, the person you're protecting, get them out of there. But you are not to engage, because you could be a victim of a patrol officer or a uniformed officer who does not know that you are now a person with a gun. So all those things are well rehearsed. And so, for example, I will say, as I'm looking at your screen, there are many undercover police officers in these events, detectives, agents, etc. And so they're looking for preemptive strikes. Hey, if somebody looks like they're getting out of line or whatever have you, they're going to quickly remove that problem from the crowd. Crowd may not even know it. But in the event that if like here, you have shots fired and everybody in a massive crowd, that's an active shooter. They have ways of, for example, law enforcement will carry on their belt these sashes. And so you simply take it out off your belt and you strap it on, and thereby, because your training is, I'm going for the threat, and law enforcement that's all they're trained to do. And so now all of a sudden they can say, uniform, person with a gun has what looks to be proper credentials, etc. So thereby I'm going to bypass that person. Otherwise, you would have massive chaos. So these are so rehearsed day in and day out, and all that comes from a training manual that every event planner, no matter what city, is following. So it is something to see, and I can tell those detectives, officers that may, like myself, just plain clothes, but I have a gun, I'm ready to go to the fight if necessary. They also have something to be able to strap on really quick that says law enforcement, as opposed to taking the time to put on, a raid jacket or something like that they just don't have at their disposal.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Something that I guess you don't typically think about, because you already know when there's a large event that they're going to bring in extra help, extra agencies. But I think sometimes we forget that there are probably a lot of what you just described there, undercover officials who are ready to help in a moment's notice.
Absolutely correct. And you don't want to have in this situation friendly fire. But they're trained to go after the threat, which is an active shooter, as opposed to somebody who's in law enforcement and does everything in their power to identify themselves now, to come out of that undercover role and still to be able to offer a hand. And officers are also trained, if you don't have that capability, and this is where all the training comes, your job is to go to the perimeter, to get out of the way, and then to assist in that regard, because they know they're putting themselves in danger for uniformed personnel who are coming in hot and looking for danger. So it's well rehearsed, and I would say this event, like any other, on this scale, the Super Bowl parade, that all those contingencies are taken into account, and any officer who is employed on scene as opposed to being a guest knows exactly what their job, their role is, to either get in or get out.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Very interesting and very good insight into just something that maybe a lot of people don't actually think about when you go to this parade, when you're trying to celebrate with your team that just won the Super Bowl. Not a lot of people think about this, but obviously on the mind of people like you. And let's just kind of regroup here. Is obviously Kansas City police saying 2 people have been detained. A shooting that happened just around 3 o'clock Eastern, so just around 2 o'clock Central Time. That's when the post came out about this shooting from the Kansas City police. And I do want to ask you, Scott, about maybe getting information to the public, because we have not really seen any podium set up from the Kansas City police. We imagine there's going to be one hopefully somewhat soon. How important is that, and how much of a factor is that for law enforcement to make sure the public is aware? Because they talk about reunification, they talk about making sure the area is secure, they talk about maybe the injuries and if people are in critical, stable, whatnot condition. Maybe what is and how much of a priority is holding this press conference, getting the information out to the public, and maybe what can we imagine from a press conference that hopefully happens soon?
So I can tell you that's also part of a contingency plan. In the event that something happens, at what point and who is going to be speaking on behalf of law enforcement. So that's part of the checklist. And from what I gather, from what I've seen and hearing, that because the scene is not secure, there's going to be no press conference. There may be analysts. So for example, in law enforcement, you have people behind the scenes, support personnel, analysts, etc., who are there constantly doing intelligence work behind the scenes. And so thereby you may have social media experts on the law enforcement side that may send out an alert. Hey, if you're looking to come here, don't. If you're going to the Union Station, don't. And so those are little things that they can put out to try to get rid of the crowd and minimize more casualties. But the press conference will come after the scene has been secured, and they already know what authority would be in charge of the investigation, and so the public information officer or some law enforcement leader with fellow leaders from the different agencies, federal, state, and local, will then set that up once they have some facts, because they don't want to go on without at least minimum facts. And they may not be providing a motive because they don't have one. They will not be providing any victims' names because they may not have them, but they'll be able to provide enough information to say to the public, the scene is secure, people are detained, victims are in hospitals, we have so many casualties, fatalities, injuries, whatever have you, which I hope is zero. and then be able to. They won't have the facts to say if this was on a stairwell, was one of the injured shot, or was one of the injured fall down the stairs out of panic. So it will just be we have, the basic information, and then you'll have a subsequent press conference once they have additional information. So this is part of the plan, and I guarantee a press conference and providing information is part of that checklist. But you have to get to the top priorities first, and that is secure your scene and ensure that who's ever a victim is receiving attention, and that your crime scene investigators are going to take over and then broaden that crime scene to where everything now will have that yellow tape. No one is allowed past it that doesn't have the proper authority for the investigation to continue.
Yeah, and Scott, I can't help but mention that today is the 6th anniversary of the Parkland shooting that happened back in 2018. 17 people killed in that. And unfortunately, in today's day and age, we've seen these shootings happen really at every event and every normal place that you could think of: grocery stores, schools, parades, you name it. And so, hearing news like this, I think regardless of what you learn, everyone goes into a panic. And that's what we saw when we showed viewers that initial video of people rushing out of the area, of police rushing into Union Station. I mean, it's an unfortunate time of where we are today, I think, just knowing our history, the history of our country, and these tragic events that we have to continue talking about here.
Yeah, and the days of a fire drill or just a fire drill are over. Every school from elementary to high school have active shooter training drills with their local police departments, et cetera. And you don't want to put undue fear, especially in the minds of young children who should be 100% feeling secure from whatever outside danger exists. But the reality is, we don't want you to be caught off guard, and we want you to train. So that training, just like law enforcement training to go after the threat, the training of individuals to recognize that something is happening that could potentially cause them danger, to resort to what they need to do. And that typically, in different variations, is run, hide, fight. Run is the absolute get out and keep going until you feel I am safe. And then, of course, if they're trapped, how these mechanisms are in place where teachers and students and staff members are able to keep that shooter out of their classroom or whatever room that they've locked themselves into as a resort. And so all this is unfortunately, but it is the age that we live in now.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate. We are just getting some news in here, Scott, that we are expecting a news conference with Kansas City Police in the next several minutes. That's expected to happen at 3:30 Central Time. So we keep talking about what we might hear, what we might learn. What's the biggest thing that you're looking for when this news conference starts?
So to confirm some of the reports that have already come out, right? 2 in custody or somebody at large. The victim count. And that victim count may be, we have X amount of fatalities, or we have no fatalities, but we have X amount of victims that have been transported one way or another to different area hospitals. And so there's going to be nothing on a motive. There, of course, that question is going to be asked, and they're going to say it's much too early in the start of that investigation to wear a motive, unless this is, for example, let's say the news reports are true. It's 2 individuals, whether it be 1 or 2 guns, shots were fired, and there are casualties from people who are just standing around. If those 2 people are in custody and they're able to make a quick assessment, 2 people drinking or 2 people rivalry or domestic, whatever it is, that has nothing to do with a mass attack, they might be able to, at that news conference, be able to say, this is not being investigated as a domestic terror, but as something else. Mass shooting still, because you have people at a massive event that that might have fallen injured to potential rounds. But you will get a little bit of tidbits of who's detained in custody and some idea of how many victims there are. And it may include, if you have fatalities, that if they were obviously known, that the deceased would remain on the scene during the course of the crime scene investigation.
Scott, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time as we work to get more information here. We're going to send our viewers out to another quick break as we await that news conference. But former FBI agent Scott Duffy joining us here with more as we wait to hear from police for the first time following this breaking news here. Scott, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so again, for those of you who are just joining us here, this is what we are waiting on, a news conference expected to take place here in the next couple of minutes at police headquarters. We have not seen a shot for this yet, no podium quite yet. We're keeping an eye on all of our feeds here, watching them very closely. Let's take you out to a quick break as we continue our coverage. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We've been continuing to take you through all of this breaking news coverage out of Kansas City. Let's give you a live picture there right now as we're waiting on a news conference. We don't have that shot quite yet of the podium, but that is expected to begin really right around now. 3:30 Central is what we have been told. So we've been following all of these different live images that have been coming in. We have two to show you at the moment here, but we want to kind of just reset and go through what we've learned here so far as we've been watching this investigation unfold. We had been taking you through coverage of the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade and celebration that had been happening throughout downtown, and mostly was just to show you the joyous occasion of so many people coming together to celebrate these back-to-back Chiefs Super Bowl victories. And then things shifted very quickly. It was right as I actually took over the feed here. We were going through some other live events, taking you through some other news, when all of a sudden one of my colleagues here, Andy Mack, had pointed out that this feed that we were watching showcased people running. And I want to play that out again right now. This is what we had initially scene that really sparked our attention here. We saw a ton of officers rushing into Union Station here, people rushing out as well, confused as to what's going on. You see someone here grab their loved one's hand as they saw police run inside of Union Station. So there was a lot that was happening. People were really confused as to what was going on, and we quickly learned right after that shots had been fired around Union Station, and it was right after the Chiefs Parade had wrapped up. And so since then, we've been waiting for updates from officials as they've been posting different things on social media. Kansas City Police doing a pretty good job of that on X, being able to share some details with us. Initially, they were saying anyone who was inside of Union Station, that they were going to keep them in there until it was safe to release them. And shortly after, they were able to release whoever else happened to be inside Union Station while this was all unfolding. And then from there, they were able to share that 2 people had been detained. They said both of those individuals were armed, and then they were able to clear the scene in there, saying that several people had been shot. So we're hoping with this upcoming news conference that we'll get some clarity there on the numbers. However, we have heard from a fire official and our team at Fox 4 in Kansas City saying that 8 to 10 people are said to be injured in this shooting after the Chiefs Parade. And again, that to clarify, that doesn't mean that 8 to 10 people were necessarily shot. That was just what the number was that we were told. It could have been a variety of different medical issues, emergency issues that occurred that led to that number 8 to 10. And again, that could be less or more once this news conference comes around and we get some clarity from officials here. But all of this very developing, all of it very fluid as we keep watching these different feeds that come in. Let's take you back out live right now to Kansas City as we watch this happening here. You can see an ambulance driving through there, and that's a lot of what we saw too. We saw a lot of that rush of people, rush of law enforcement running through the area, but we also saw a lot of emergency response, ambulances, stretchers, and we do want to warn you too, for any viewers who might just be joining us here for this coverage, that all of this is live and it's unfiltered, and so with that, we want to issue a caution here. Viewer discretion advised. Anytime we're taking shots like this, we've had a couple different shots where we've seen people on stretchers coming through, and so we always want to warn you of that, as that can occur at any moment. But this has been a very, very developing situation, a scary scene too, as they work to not only contain Union Station, where we're hearing this all unfolded, but also try to warn the public, people who were at the parade, people who were at the celebration, people who were hanging out in this area of Kansas City when all of this happened, trying to make sure that the area where this all started was secure, but then also try to ensure that the other public, the other general public who is in the surrounding areas, would also be safe as they continued to respond to this. So a lot that has been happening, a ton of moving parts here. And so we've been watching all of these different shots come in. It looks like we also have a quick clip here to play out for you. It looks like it was a person who may have been in attendance at the parade. We want to play out his reaction here right now.
So we were just, enjoying the celebration, collecting some confetti right next to the stadium, and moments as we were collecting it, we just heard this big, loud bang, and everyone was just told to get down on the ground and get close. So I grabbed my son and we got close to the fence, and we just kind of held tight until we were able to kind of move away from the situation.
Did you know what was going on immediately?
I did not. So I thought it was kind of like a firework or something, but I just started noticing everyone getting down, so I just kind of followed suit and just got down with them.
Yeah, witness.
All right, so that was a quick reaction that we had there of someone who was in attendance at the parade. I want to bring in my colleague Andy Mack now, who's been with me as we've continued on with more of this coverage. Andy, you and I have been following this together, and you were the first person, I think, who laid eyes on that video of police rushing into Union Station. So, I mean, there's just been a lot that has been unfolding this afternoon.
Correct, and yeah, usually we don't have a vantage point on something so early in an incident like this. There were just so many media members on hand covering covering the parade, covering the rally as the Chiefs celebrating their back-to-back Super Bowl wins, showing the Lombardi to so many people. And of course, last year when they won the Super Bowl as well, there was an estimated 1 million people at their parade. And you can imagine it's a similar amount of people as the crowds gathered along that stretch of the road leading to Union Station. Of course, Union Station, also the host of an NFL draft. So they are very familiar with major events in Kansas City as they claim this one, their third title in 5 years. And of course, we're going to take you out to that press conference as soon as it happens. I know Alexei Petrovich is monitoring that, and I will be quiet as soon as that happens. But let's just give you continued some context to what's happening, because if you don't know about Super Bowl parades, and obviously the Las Vegas Super Bowl was one of the most highly secure events. We saw DHS Secretary Mayorkas there talking about the level 1 security in place for that. So it's certainly a major event going on through the Super Bowl. This just several days later as well. Now the parade happens early this morning, takes an hour or two to get to the event, and then the rally with different players, different coaches speaking to them. So that's kind of what happened earlier. And then this was happened as people were leaving. They were exiting the rally at this Union Station. The shots were fired. We do know 2 people are detained and upwards of 10 people injured in the shooting. We're hearing some interesting comments from Randy Sutton, the former lieutenant with the Las Vegas Police Department, talking about security in place, talking about preparations as different law enforcement groups, FBI, Kansas City Police, other state officials on the ground there. And you might imagine both from Kansas and Missouri, as Kansas City right there on the border between the 2 states. So a lot of different coordinations. And I thought one of the most interesting comments came in from Scott Duffy, a former retired FBI agent, saying there's quite a few undercover officers on the ground just mixed in with this mass amount of crowds at this event. So hundreds of thousands, almost 1 million people probably there, but inside there might be some undercover officials just to keep an eye on everything going on. We don't know the motive or what happened leading up to this, or what the involved with the 2 people that are detained, 2 armed people that were detained. That's what police are looking into, and hopefully we'll get information on that at that press conference that was supposed to start about 5 or 10 minutes ago, but you imagine they're running a little bit behind. They're trying to gather as much information quickly as possible, as they're also trying to gather information on some of these victims and maybe what the victims' injuries were. 8 to 10 people injured, of course, not necessarily all from gunshot wounds. So that is a little bit of everything that we're monitoring here. As it was a very fluid situation, a shot that we generally don't see, but of course it is all too familiar here in the LiveNOW newsroom of incidents like this, as we just kind of bring it to you as we can, piece by piece and detail by detail here out of Kansas City. They're celebrating, turned into chaos. Of course, the mayor there out of Kansas City, Quentin Lucas, talking about law enforcement addressing it there for the president. They are asking people to please remain calm, but also depart the area. Obviously, that will help law enforcement as well, as they're trying to get some of those hundreds of thousands of people away from this area. But there are also some barricades in place as they are kind of setting up the perimeter of the parade as the buses go down. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, very, very popular in some of these places. 2 of the best players, both for Kansas City, but also the NFL, as there's protocols, special private security for Kansas City and the Chiefs, but also different officials there as well. So, of course, that's basically all we know. We've been speaking with a lot of people. I believe this is a shot outside of the police department. Hopefully they'll be walking down these steps. You can see a podium there set up. Momentarily, we're expecting to hear a little bit of an update. Lexi, I'm gonna give it back over to you, but that's just kind of an update as she's working on the technical side. I'm trying to give you an update because obviously this happened some 90 minutes ago or so, and we are piecing it together as we go. But hopefully we'll have more information in the coming minutes there with Kansas City Police.
Yeah, Andy, thanks so much. A good summary there from some excellent sources we've been talking to throughout our coverage here. So you're taking a look right now at the setup for the news conference that's expected to start any moment now, running about 10 minutes late from the initial time we were told. You can see the podium there off to the right of your screen. We also have another shot that we're keeping an eye on here, another angle of this news conference that should be getting started here very, very soon. While we watch for this, though, we're also keeping an eye on other feeds that are coming in right now. It looks like we have some more witness reaction. We want to play that out for you here.
Is this on?
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Taking them live.
And Hunter, is it confirmed that... Okay. What are your guys' names?
Nicole.
Peter.
And you guys were near the fountains. Nicole and Peter.
And
Okay.
if you want
Do you guys want to scoot that way a little bit? Oh. Hi, guys. Yeah, we're here.
Okay, so you can see a reporter here getting ready to talk with some folks at Fox 4 in Kansas City. She's just addressing them, talking with them for their newscast. We're going to wait for them to start talking here to play that out for you as we wait for this news conference to start.
All of a sudden, this guy came running through the crowd, and he's like, "Get out of my way." And we were like, okay. And then this family came up to us, mom, dad, and like a 9-year-old and like a 5-year-old, and they were bawling. And they said, "We just saw somebody get shot in the lawn." And I said, "Okay, we need to find the police. Like, let's like rally up. Let's find the police." And then all of a sudden, the crowd started just rushing us and like trampling everybody. And so we kind of moved about, and then we heard gunshots. And then he was like, "Dive into the fountain. Like, just dive into the fountain. Like, go into the fountain, keep your head down," and that kind of stuff. Like dove face first. No
You can
water.
see the mud
Yeah.
stain on your leggings here.
Yes.
Is this ever something that you imagine that you guys would have to go through?
Ever. No, not ever.
Not on a day like
It's
today.
supposed
We're all
to be like
celebrating. I mean, everybody we talk to is all friendly. Doesn't matter who you are.
We met so many nice families and so many nice humans today, and it was just like a celebratory day. And then all of a sudden, like, this happens, and now it's like, I don't want our city to like be tarnished because of this, because we have a great city. Like, Kansas City is the #1 like nicest city in the world. Like, it's really sad.
What's going through your
really
mind
sad.
right now when this emotion comes up? What's your message?
When I saw those kids' faces about somebody getting hurt, like, they were tarnished and they were like scared. Like, and I don't know.
An incredibly emotional day. No worries. It's an incredibly emotional day. And this is when Kansas City can really come together and be there for each other. It was such a special moment when Kansas City...
Okay, so you've been listening in here to more of this reaction from people who were in attendance. Very scary to hear what they just described there. Of course, we're waiting for more of this information to be confirmed very soon as we wait for this news conference to get started. In the meantime, we're, as I mentioned, continuing to follow social media here. And I want to bring back in my colleague, Andy Mack, who has been following this very closely as well. Andy, we're seeing some response now from members of the Kansas City Chiefs.
And you mentioned just the jubilation that turns into chaos, and of course all these players kind of on the parade, in the bus, on the rally, up on the stage, speaking to this crowd of fans that are so excited. And I do, Lexi, I believe you have a tweet from Drew Tranquil. I want to put up a Chiefs linebacker. He says, "Please join me in prayers for all the victims in this heinous act. Pray that doctors, first responders would have steady hands and that all would experience full healing." Of course, he's a linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs. He was on hand. He was speaking to fans, signing autographs, meeting and greeting with fans. But that certainly turned very, very quickly here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, Andy, thank you. Well, it looks like we have folks walking up to the podium right now. Let's take you out to this, as it looks like this news conference, and it may be a false alarm. It may have been people that were walking over to get set up. We just saw some, and it looks like we do have more people coming down right now. Kansas City officials getting ready to give us this update on a shooting that happened at the Super Bowl parade. Let's listen in here live.
Hi, everyone. I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City. I'm joined today by Police Chief Stacey Graves, our Fire Chief Ross Grendison. After I'm done speaking, Police Chief Graves will give details on the incident that happened earlier today. A few things that I want to make sure we note at the outset. First today, we had 600 Kansas City, Missouri Police Department officers, 250 from outside agencies. We went out today, like everyone in Kansas City, looking to have a celebration. that celebration was marred by a shooting today. And we recognize that there are some who are injured. We are praying for the safety of everyone. I've talked to a few different folks so far. One, we have spoken to the Kansas City Chiefs, who made clear that their prayers are with everyone who was at the parade today, everyone in Kansas City, and everyone who was touched by this incident. They also noted that their players, coaches, and staff are all accounted for at this point and safe. We, however, note that this is a fluid situation, so all that we are sharing now may change as the hours go ahead. We've also received a call from the White House that offered all federal assistance in the investigation. We had federal agencies present today. We appreciate that, and certainly in the days ahead and the hours ahead, we will make sure we continue to do this work. I will say personally, first, a thank you to the women and men of law enforcement, to the women and men who work with the Kansas City Fire Department and our other agencies. When the shooting started, I, like many others, ran for safety. I saw a number of agencies, including the Kansas City Police Department, officers with guns drawn who were running towards danger. We thank them for that. As I was leaving the scene, I saw members of our Kansas City Fire Department administering aid to folks who are seriously injured without concern for the shootings and the challenges that were near them. This is absolutely a tragedy, the likes of which we would have never expected in Kansas City, and the likes of which we will remember for some time. However, I want to say thank you to those who are making sure that we are safe today, those who are investigating this incident, and those who will continue to make sure that those who committed these acts today are brought to justice. We'll come back for some questions at the end of the Chief's comments, but now the Police Chief, Stacey Graves.
Chief Stacey Graves, Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. At the conclusion of the Chiefs rally today, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Immediately, officers responded to the area, took 2 people into custody, and also immediately rendered life-sustaining aid to those victims. We're still gathering information on the number and the status of victims. But like I said, we know that one of the victims is deceased. We also know that officers ran towards danger. Officers were there to keep everyone safe. I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. We had over 800 law enforcement officers, Kansas City and other agencies, at the location to keep everyone safe. Because of bad actors, which were very few, this tragedy occurred, even in the presence of uniformed law enforcement officers, who again ran towards them and took them into custody. To the people who were injured in this tragedy, our hearts go out to you and your families. This investigation is just beginning, and we are working safely to clear all surrounding areas and businesses. This is still an active investigation. We will continue to keep you updated. We will keep you updated on Twitter and most likely a follow-up press availability. Did you have anything?
Are you saying one of the shooters is dead?
No. One of our victims has been declared deceased. We have right now we have up to 10 to 15 injured.
Can you say that again?
Yes. Right now, we do not have an exact number of people who were victims of a gunshot wound. It could be upwards from 10 to 15 with one deceased.
Do you know how many are in critical condition at this point?
I do not have conditions on our victims just yet.
Any believed to be children?
I do not believe that any of them were children.
Any law enforcement injured in this? First responders?
Nothing of note.
Chief, what do you guys believe now prompted the shooting?
That is still under investigation. I myself was outside when I heard the shots fired. It is an ongoing investigation. It's going to take us a little bit to determine exactly what led up to the shooting. I will say, though, we do have 2 suspects in custody.
There are rumors circulating on social media that some fans may have helped to detain one of those.
I have I have heard that as well. I have heard that fans got involved in the apprehension or the pursuit of one of the suspects. I cannot confirm that right now, but that is something that I have heard myself.
Yes. Talk about the response time, because you say 10 to 15 possibly injured in the shooting. There's 800 officers there. This happened pretty quickly. So can you talk about when this started, sort of a timeline from there to the point where your officers responded to the point where you had KCFD helping to
Absolutely.
render first aid?
As soon as the rally concluded, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Officers were on scene in the area. I know one of the suspects was immediately pursued on foot. Like I said, there's 2 suspects in custody. I have heard the information that was just requested. I will confirm or deny that. But after that, immediately officers began rendering life-sustaining aid, calling in fire, which is the fire department, to also assist those victims.
Do you know if there were more than 2 people taken into custody? Because we had 2 people, after you guys had made your announcement, there were 2 people in custody, 2 people live on our air being taken, handcuffed, put into vans. So can you tell us about that and the process as this investigation continues?
I don't know exactly the 2 that you're talking about that your camera caught on video being loaded into a wagon. I don't know that, but I can tell you that in and around that scene, it is still active. Not active in necessarily threats, but it's a very active scene. We're still investigating. This is still early on. We still have parties that are walking into hospitals.
Chief Graves, do you know anything about the suspects in terms of where they're from? Are they from Kansas City?
I do not know that, but that's something that I also will be finding out.
2 questions. We were hearing upwards of maybe 20 shots. Can you talk about the number that you heard while you were
I'm hearing 10 to 15, possibly 15, with the one that is deceased.
And do you know anything about the timing? It seems odd that this waited to the very end of the rally.
I don't have anything about, I can't give you an answer on the timing. I can just say that that's when it occurred, and we are investigating what led up to that. Maybe once we get some of those details, we'll know why that happened at that time, but right now it's still too new.
Chief, was it just one incident or multiple incidents that injured multiple?
That is something that is under investigation.
Mayor Quinton Lucas, you talked about how you were on the ground and you yourself had to run for safety. I understand we're still waiting on a timeline and trying to understand what exactly happened. But we were having a Super Bowl parade, and this is what the country is talking about now. What is your message to this city at a time like this? I second the comments by the chief of police. I'm heartbroken. First of all, I'm praying for the victims and the families impacted. I start with them. I'm incredibly upset, disappointed. I was there with my wife. I was there with my mother. We never would have thought that we, along with Chiefs players, along with fans, hundreds of thousands of people, would be forced to run for our safety today. I think that I'll let the investigation shake out before coming to any further conclusions, but I think the initial response absolutely is anger. You know, we have done a number of these now, and this is a day that a lot of people look forward to, something they remember for a lifetime. And what they shouldn't have to remember is the threat of gun violence, marring a day like this, injuring them and their families. This morning, I was actually thinking about bringing my child, as many people in Kansas City did. And I don't want us to have to, in our country, for every big event, think about a concern of being shot. As the chief noted, we had a lot of law enforcement officers there today. They did exceptional and outstanding work, and I will second that again. Because on your timeline point, I was inside of Union Station. We heard something. A number of us start running, and I see a stream of officers going the exact other direction. In, with guns drawn, ready to address danger. And that was the situation throughout. People who responded absolutely immediately. But I wish that we lived in a world where they wouldn't have to do that. I wish we live in a world where we wouldn't have to see incidents like that. But I'm as heartbroken as anybody. We will do a full and thorough investigation. I hope that we bring whoever this is to justice, and we will continue to try to make sure that we can be as safe as possible. However, when you have people who decide to bring guns to events, when you have people who are deciding to try to mar events, celebratory ones like this one, all of us start to become members of this club that none of us want to be a part of, which is those who have experienced mass shootings. I hope for Kansas City this is one of the last times we experience that.
Were the players in any danger at any point?
What's that? Sorry, I'm going.
In danger at any point?
Was I in danger?
No, were any of the players, the Chiefs players?
You know what? I think we'll let the investigation take a look at that. The police department responded effectively, I think incredibly quickly, to make sure that people would be out of harm's way. That being said, a number of us had to flee from a situation because we heard a sound of gunshots. So I'll let you answer your own question in terms of whether you think that's something that puts you in danger or not. In my view, anytime shots are nearby, you don't know where they're coming from, you don't know who's firing them and all of that, then perhaps there is a situation of danger.
This is a question for fire.
Thank you guys.
Can
Get back inside.
Can I ask a fire question?
Of the 10 to 15 injured that you say, are all of those gunshots, I want to know, and do you have a sense of how many, or are some of those also critical in injury?
We've covered that. We don't have that information.
I just have a fire question about how it's
10 to 15 is what we have, potentially 15. One deceased. I don't have a condition on the other gunshot victims.
Those are all gunshots, though.
Correct.
So
correct.
We don't know how many are critical.
One fire question,
I do not.
because Chief Graves said there
We're
were
going to
no
have a lot of
children
updates later, guys.
Okay.
We got to go inside and gather this information.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Where are the updates, Jake, later?
Well, just look on Twitter.
I just have one. I just have one. I just have one.
Sure. You
I
guys
just
keep
have.
us updated on Twitter.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I just have one thing to say. This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims. We were here for a safe celebration, and because of 2 bad actors or more, it is why we're standing here today. We will recover as a city. My heart goes out to our victim who is deceased, but your police department stands ready, and we are invested in the safety and betterment of Kansas City. Thank
so
you.
there may be possibly more than 2 actors?
We'll send you guys more updates on Twitter, okay? Follow the Twitter account, and we'll put the updates that we have on Twitter. We'll update you guys if there's going to be more news releases, okay?
Officer Gonzalez, is the victim a male or female?
We don't know. We'll get you updated.
You don't know?
All right, reporter squeezing in one last question there at this news conference. We've learned that 1 person is dead and between 10 to 15 are injured in this shooting that happened after the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade here. We have another live picture from one of the scenes that we're following, a much quieter scene now. What was a lively, fun morning turned into a very tragic afternoon. And so we want to go through a couple of the key takeaways here, but that final question at the end was regarding the 1 person killed, to which they asked police if it was a male or female, and one of the officers responded saying they don't know. So they likely cannot disclose that information yet. But they also said here between 10 to 15 people injured, no children among the victims in this or law enforcement. And they're still working to learn more about what led up to the shooting. They're also working to clear the surrounding businesses. We've also learned that all the Kansas City players are accounted for and safe, as well as the staff as well. And we're hearing from some of the players now speaking out on social media. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes saying, praying for Kansas City. We heard from Drew Tranquil just moments ago as well before this news conference. So all of this still very much active and developing. 2 people have been taken into custody, but this all unfolded on the west side of Union Station, outside of Union Station. There's reports here that someone may have tackled one of the people that they ultimately ended up taking into custody here. So some preliminary information, certainly a much better understanding of what we know at this moment here. But this is the governor of Missouri, Mike Parson, saying that the governor and first lady were in attendance when shots were fired near Union Station in Kansas City. They are safe and secure. State law enforcement personnel are assisting local authorities in response efforts. As we wait to learn more, our hearts go out to the victims. And Governor Parson went on to say here that they want to thank the Missouri Highway Patrol, Kansas City Police, and their security officers for their quick and professional actions. So all of this response continuing to pour in here. What a tragic way for this afternoon to unfold. We've also learned that the White House has been briefed. Fox's Mike Emanuel saying that the president has been briefed on the shooting in Kansas City. and will continue to receive updates. White House officials have been in touch with state and local leaders, and federal law enforcement is on the scene supporting local law enforcement. So we're continuing to monitor all of this right now, but one person killed and between 10 to 15 people believed to be injured in this shooting that broke out right after the Super Bowl parade. We want to bring in our next guest here as we continue talking about the latest developments. Dr. Alex Del Carmen, who is a criminologist, he joins us live right now. Thank you so much for coming on this afternoon. And I know you were watching with us that news conference. What were the things that stood out to you the most?
Well, thanks for having me, Lexi. I think, first of all, what we heard is that the information is very fluid. Right now, we don't know what we don't know. And that's typical in these kinds of cases, right? You see that, things are happening right away. Information is still coming in to police headquarters. There's a lot of video, audio, witnesses to talk to. So I expect that there will be periodic updates. And I also expect that those updates are going to have a lot more information and perhaps at times even contradictory from what we've been told just a few minutes ago.
And we heard police say there one person killed, between 10 to 15 injured. And I think some people might wonder, how do they not know the number of victims? How would you describe what they have to do in this investigation to determine that?
So the first thing that law enforcement does when something like this happens is to neutralize the source of the threat, right? In this case, it appears that they made an arrest or two. So that would be the first thing, right, to contain the threat. The second thing that happens is that you try to go to the victims and try to call EMS, as it appears that they did. Luckily for the people that were there, ambulances were already on site and law enforcement was already on site. So that must have helped a great deal and likely prevented other people from getting hurt and perhaps even getting killed. And then thirdly, they're going to process the crime scene like everything that we do in the law enforcement industry. And it's likely going to take days, perhaps even weeks, to figure out exactly what the motive was, what was behind all this. There's going to be forensic analysis of computers and cell phones, and to try to figure out if this was part of a bigger event or if it was simply, several people having arguments and they happen to be carry guns, and then, it goes off from there.
And of course, we've also been seeing all of this video that has been pouring in, and many of our viewers, we're seeing a lot more of them join us now as we continue following this very developing story here. But many of them were with us too when we pulled up this video that first showed that moment of panic when we saw officers rushing towards Union Station. I want to play that out for some of our viewers here now, showing the response to this. Take a look in the back of your screen here. Officers rushing into Union Station as the first reports of shots fired rang out. So we saw this, and then we also heard at the news conference that there could have been potentially someone who was at the parade that possibly may have tackled one of the two people that they took into custody. And so I want to ask you too, just the significance of video, the amount of media members who were at this celebration that could potentially have a lot of key pieces of evidence.
There's no question, right? This reminds me a lot of the Boston Marathon shootings that took place some years back, in the sense that, everyone's got a camera. It's likely being televised live, as you guys were showing it. And there are going to be some different angles of exactly what happened. But clearly what you see here and the video that you're showing clearly shows that law enforcement, were called to the scene, and it wasn't just, multiple entities that showed up. It was everyone that could actually, show up to that building inside, this particular entity. And you see uniform officers, you see individuals that are also in plain clothes, which likely shows that there were undercover officers that were there. So, this was a massive response, right? It's very likely that the threat was contained within minutes of this happening. And I'm not surprised that citizens were also involved. It typically does happen where you have somebody that was either former military or former law enforcement that was on the scene that decided to simply respond to the threat right away.
Sure, and we also heard them say over 800 law enforcement members helped in taking care of security and making sure that things were safe at the celebration today. I want to bring in also right now my colleague Andy Mack, who's been joining us for more of this coverage. Andy, what were your biggest takeaways and what questions do you still have?
I think it's kind of interesting, Alex, you bring up the Boston Marathon bombing, and certainly that was a very disturbing event, obviously domestic terrorism, and obviously we're still gathering information on this. Only one person dead in this this incident, according to police. So hopefully the links there end between these two incidents, between Boston Marathon and this Kansas City Super Bowl parade. We were talking, me and you, on Super Bowl Sunday about just the amount of security in place for Super Bowl. DHS Secretary Mayorkas on hand in Las Vegas, Nevada for that, just talking about the national security aspect of it. But this is very similar. Last year, there were 1 million people attending a parade like this in Kansas City, so they're very familiar with it, but also managing so many people about that. Just break it down for me a little bit. In comparison to the Super Bowl, there are going to be 1 million people potentially in Kansas City for this. Maybe how much heightened security is there and how much preparation is in place? Because unlike the Super Bowl, which we know happens months in advance, this just came together in several days. Talk a little about the security and that aspect of it going into today.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned our conversation just a few days ago, Andy, because I was thinking the same thing when I saw this live, that you and I were talking about the security at the Super Bowl, and I was making the prediction that things were going to go very well because of the amount of security that actually took place and was in place at the time. This is different, right? So imagine that this is more localized as an event, even though you do have the help of sister and brother, cities that are close by to Kansas City that are going to be helping out with manpower, and they're likely going to have had some ambulances on site. Kansas City is big enough, and the police department is strong enough to be able to supply its own security for an event like this, although it is likely that they had other entities like state troopers and whatnot involved. But it doesn't have the security protocol that the Super Bowl would have, right? Because it is not a national security event. You don't have the benefit of the millions of dollars that go into the security component of the Super Bowl. That's not to say, however, that this was not secure enough. And I want to make that clear, right? Anytime you have 1 million people in one setting, law enforcement understands that they're going to have to do social media sweeps, that they're going to have to do some of the very similar tactics and techniques that they employed this past Sunday.
Yeah, and some of the images you're watching right now, obviously viewer discretion is advised because it's very tough to watch. For some of this, as like you mentioned, other incidents in the past that kind of bring you back to other moments, some disturbing ones. And I appreciate you bringing up our conversation because I think I also took a lot of what we were talking about on Sunday into today when I saw this happen. And obviously I was watching the parade, watching Patrick Mahomes speak, watching Travis Kelce speak at the podium there to so many people, so many adoring fans, and then a little bit of chaos ensues as well. We saw the mayor talk about how he was in attendance and he was actually running to safety himself. The governor of Missouri saying that as it's on the border there between Kansas City and Missouri as well. And I asked several other experts earlier about magnetometers and maybe other protocols that could have been in place. You mentioned maybe prevention tactics, and you can only be so safe if you put all these measures in place. Is there more that potentially an incident like this will lead to other events in the future having even more safety protocols in place?
Yeah, I am absolutely certain that there will be many conversations in the law enforcement community post this event as to what could have been done in order to prevent something like this happening. I've been a criminologist, as you know, for 27 years. And this is my field of work, and I can tell you that it's almost impossible to prevent, something like this happening when you have 1 million people next to each other, lots of emotions, perhaps even some alcohol involved, and also we have foreign actors that don't like us, right? So I cannot exclude that until the FBI does. And so I will say to you that it's an impossibility to achieve security 100% of the time, but I am fairly certain that law enforcement will have serious conversations going into next year to ensure that wherever this happens again, in terms of what parade, what city will be celebrating a Super Bowl win, will be fortified, and some of these issues will be addressed. But look, from what I can see, the law enforcement presence was heavy. The visual effects of having eyes and ears on the ground was there. They had undercover officers. They were doing all the right things. And so this is probably not the time to second guess that, but rather to try to learn what the motive was and if this was something part of something bigger, or perhaps just people arguing and it got out of hand.
Yeah, all very good points here. And I want to go back to just that initial information that police have been able to confirm. 2 people in custody, 10 to 15 injured, no children or law enforcement believed to be among the victims, and a 1 person killed in this. And so knowing what we know right now, I want to ask you too, because every time there's a tragic situation like this that unfolds, everyone is like, why? Why did this happen? What could the motive be? This is supposed to be a great celebration day for the city of Kansas City, and here we are talking about a deadly event that happened. And so when they look at the motive here, knowing that there's 2 people, how does that play a role in the investigation?
Well, it plays a significant role because when you have 2 people, it either means that you have a couple of individuals that are highly skilled that showed up to shoot and kill people, or you simply have the likelihood that it was an argument that took place between 2 individuals that happened to be armed towards the end of the event. And then, innocent people were bystanders that simply got shot and in some cases killed. Again, we don't know what we don't know, but what I can tell you, though, is anytime you have 2 individuals, law enforcement begins to look at it from both the domestic and the foreign type of threat. And once again, there will be more information coming out likely today, if not tomorrow, that will either, the FBI will likely come out and say, look, this was not a terrorist attack, or this was a domestic terrorist attack, and then they'll go from there. But that's the first determinant about, what took place. And then the second question to answer, as you noted, Lexi, was, why were people, involved in this, and why would people harm each other on such a great day to celebrate, what was a great Super Bowl game? And that's the story of us criminologists and why we study what we study, which is to try to explain the why and sometimes try to use rational responses to irrational behavior.
That is a very good way to put it in there. And obviously motives, they're looking into it right now. Is they didn't really give a ton of information about that, but those 2 armed individuals, and sometimes your kind of mind goes to the worst, but it potentially could just be an argument between 2 individuals that were also carrying weapons. I do want to ask you, because obviously we're learning 1 person has died, a very tragic day, and of course no victims appear to be children or law enforcement. There are potentially 10 to 15 victims, shooting victims with gunshot wounds potentially. We thought potentially those victims could also be just around the chaos of stampede of people trying to get out, trying to flee to safety. Maybe are we surprised that more people weren't injured in that regard? Obviously you don't want people injured, but just around the chaos, is that something that we typically see people potentially get injured just around the periphery of an incident like this?
Definitely. And I will tell you, Andy, that one of the things that we see often too is that not only are people intentionally injured as a result of whatever, the bad guys are doing, but then the others that are fleeing from the scene. I mean, people do irrational things when they're running away from danger, right? And sometimes they're jumping other people. Sometimes you have individuals that are handicapped that cannot move as quickly. And so all of those things take effect. But I also want to underscore the importance of the mental aspect of this, right? There are going to be folks that were part of this, that witnessed some of these things, that are going to be scarred for life. And that's something that we seldom talk about. But, there are going to be a lot of folks that are going to carry this the rest of their lives. They're going to have nightmares on this. They're going to have, life-changing decisions that they're going to be making sooner or later. And it's really unfortunate that, the scars are perhaps invisible, but the legacy of harm is left among many people that were not even close to the shooters.
Yeah, you bring up a lot of really good points there, and that is so important to talk about, too. The people who may have witnessed this, the law enforcement officers who also may have seen that. I mean, you think about everyone who's been impacted, and then you take into account, too, that today is the anniversary of the Parkland shooting. And, I mean, for viewers who have to hear this news, for us reporting on it, it never gets easier, yet here we are again today talking about another tragic event.
Yeah, and not only that, you also hear people, talk about this for years. And imagine, for instance, if you're, young kids were at the parade and you're a parent and you're working and you're trying to get a hold of them, but the cell phone is not ringing on the other side, or perhaps they're not answering the call because they're seeking, refuge somewhere. Those minutes, those hours that pass before you know that your kids are safe are going to be enduring moments of pain for the rest of your life. Those people that actually, even the children that may have been around that saw these 2 bad guys pull out their weapons and shoot, at innocent people. I mean, those scars are there for life. And then on top of that, you also have the physical scars that some people will never report, even those that are close by to the incident that perhaps fell and they just went home and never reported that. So these are tragic moments, right? And unfortunately, these are happening more often than not. And it's really part of our national daily conversation now, it seems. But what is tragic about all of this is the fact that, oftentimes people point fingers and accusing law enforcement of not doing a good job or of not doing, engaging in the security protocol that they should have. And I will say that there are a lot of really good, talented people in the law enforcement community that have worked really, really hard to make sure that these incidents go, without any injuries. And I will bet to guess, without knowing the details of what happened today, that there were heroes out there in the law enforcement community that likely made these arrests and responded to the incident right away, as to the reason as to why Andy was asking earlier that there are not more injured people and perhaps additional people that may have died.
Yeah, really, that is very true. And I do want to also show viewers, we're getting some news in right now from police here saying that we're expecting yet another update. That's expected at 5 o'clock Central Time, so about 45 minutes from now at the very same place where we got that last update. Dr. Alex Del Carmen, criminologist, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for your time as we continue to monitor a very active breaking news scene.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we're going to take another quick commercial break as we continue to watch all of our feeds here and wait for that other update that's expected to come here in about 45 minutes or so. So stick with us as we bring you the latest developments here. We're continuing to keep an eye on all of that. Let's give you a live picture right now out of the police headquarters as we wait for that second update this afternoon. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A live look there in Kansas City. We're going to take you out to this press conference out of this incident revolving around the shooting after that Chiefs parade in just about 40 or so minutes. Of course, you're on Live Now from Fox. We were diving very closely into that. I want to take you out to another incident. We're following breaking news incident, this one out of Atlanta. A live picture right now out of Southwest Atlanta as we're following a potential another shooting outside of that high school, Benjamin E. Mays High School in Southwest Atlanta. So two very big stories we're following. It appears some sort of incident occurred shortly after 4 p.m. as Atlanta Public Schools, they tell Fox 5 they received a report of shots were fired on or near the campus. They have a spokesman on the way to the school and will give an update. Of course, you can see our Sky Fox 5 there on the high above. Of course, not much more than this here on Live Now from Fox of this incident in Southwest Atlanta. We do have a update from the Atlanta Public Schools that I want to put up here on Live Now from Fox, as well as shortly after dismissal, shots were fired from an unknown vehicle, striking 4 students in the lower campus parking lot. Atlanta Public Schools Police Department and Atlanta Fire Rescue immediately responded to the situation, and all victims were transported to the hospital and confirmed to have non-life-threatening injuries. No other students, faculty, or staff were injured. This is a matter continues to be under investigation. You can see some crime tape, some officers at this high school in the parking lot, but a shooting outside of the high school from a vehicle striking 4 students, a very tough scene that don't want to get overlooked, but we're going to watch this here on Live Now from Fox High atop our Fox 5 team on the ground, trying to get more information. We'll take you out to that if there's a press conference in Atlanta coming up in just a little bit. All right, right now, let's get you right back out to Kansas City as we're awaiting another press conference there from officials on the ground in just about 40 minutes or so. I do want to put up just this image one more time out of, I believe, Kansas City, as well as the police going to give an update. But let's take you right back out to this. If you just are diving in here on Live Now from Fox and you might have missed the update from officials, including the mayor who was on hand for this incident, the update going to be coming momentarily here as well. But 1 person has died, some 10 to 15 injured. Let's listen into this from earlier, just a little bit ago on Live Now.
100 Kansas City, Missouri Police Department officers, 250 from outside agencies. We went out today, like everyone in Kansas City, looking to have a celebration. That celebration was marred by a shooting today. And we recognize that there are some who are injured. We are praying for the safety of everyone. I've talked to a few different folks so far. One, we have spoken to the Kansas City Chiefs, who made clear that their prayers are with everyone who was at the parade today, everyone in Kansas City, and everyone who was touched by this incident. They also noted that their players, coaches, and staff are all accounted for at this point and safe. We, however, note that this is a fluid situation, so all that we are sharing now may change as the hours go ahead. We've also received a call from the White House that offered all federal assistance in the investigation. We had federal agencies present today. We appreciate that, and certainly in the days ahead and the hours ahead, we will make sure we continue to do this work. I will say personally, first, a thank you to the women and men of law enforcement, to the women and men who work with the Kansas City Fire Department and our other agencies. When the shooting started, I, like many others, ran for safety. I saw a number of agencies, including the Kansas City Police Department, officers with guns drawn who were running towards danger. We thank them for that. As I was leaving the scene, I saw members of our Kansas City Fire Department administering aid to folks who were seriously injured without concern for the shootings and the challenges that were near them. This is absolutely a tragedy, the likes of which we would have never expected in Kansas City, and the likes of which we will remember for some time. However, I want to say thank you to those who are making sure that we are safe today, those who are investigating this incident, and those who will continue to make sure that those who committed these acts today are brought to justice. We'll come back for some questions at the end of the Chief's comments, but now the Police Chief, Stacey Graves.
Chief Stacey Graves, Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. At the conclusion of the Chiefs rally today, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Immediately, officers responded to the area, took 2 people into custody, and also immediately rendered life-sustaining aid to those victims. We're still gathering information on the number and the status of victims. But like I said, we know that one of the victims is deceased. We also know that officers ran towards danger. Officers were there to keep everyone safe. I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. We had over 800 law enforcement officers, Kansas City and other agencies, at the location to keep everyone safe. Because of bad actors, which were very few, this tragedy occurred, even in the presence of uniformed law enforcement officers who again ran towards them and took them into custody. To the people who were injured in this tragedy, our hearts go out to you and your families. This investigation is just beginning, and we are working safely to clear all surrounding areas and businesses. This is still an active investigation. We will continue to keep you updated. We will keep you updated on Twitter and most likely a follow-up press availability. Did you have anything? No. One of our victims has been declared deceased. We have. Right now, we have up to 10 to 15 injured by. Yes. Right now, we do not have an exact number of people who were victims of a gunshot wound. It could be upwards from 10 to 15, with one deceased.
Do you know how many are in critical condition at this point?
I do not have conditions on our victims just yet.
Any believed to be children?
I do not believe that any of them were children.
Any law enforcement injured in this? First responders?
Nothing of note.
Chief, what do you guys believe now prompted the shooting?
That is still under investigation. I myself was outside when I heard the shots fired. It is an ongoing investigation. It's going to take us a little bit to determine exactly what led up to the shooting. I will say, though, we do have 2 suspects in custody.
There are circulating on social media that some cans may have helped detain one of those.
I have heard that as well. I have heard that fans got involved in the apprehension or the pursuit of one of the suspects. I cannot confirm that right now, but that is something that I have heard myself. Yes?
What the response time, because you say 10 to 15 officers injured in the shooting, but there was 800 officers there. This happened pretty quickly. So can you talk about when this started, sort of a timeline from there to the point where your officers responded to the point where you had KCFD helping to
Absolutely.
Your first aid?
As soon as the rally concluded, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Officers were on scene in the area. I know one of the suspects was immediately pursued on foot. Like I said, there's 2 suspects in custody. I have heard the information that was just requested. I will confirm or deny that. But after that, immediately officers began rendering life-sustaining aid, calling in fire, which is the fire department, to also assist those victims.
Do you know if there were more than 2 people taken into custody? Because we had 2 people, after you guys had made your announcement, there were 2 people in custody, 2 people live on our air being taken, handcuffed, put into vans. So can you talk about that and the process as this investigation continues?
I don't know exactly the 2 that you're talking about that your camera caught on video being loaded into a wagon. I don't know that, but I can tell you that in and around that scene, it is still active. Not active in necessarily threats, but it's a very active scene. We're still investigating. This is still early on. We still have parties that are walking into hospitals.
Do you know anything about the suspects in terms of where they're from? Are they from?
I do not know that, but that's something that I also will be finding out.
2 questions. We are hearing upwards of maybe 20 shots. Can you talk about the number that you heard?
I'm hearing 10 to 15, possibly 15, with the one that is deceased.
And do you know anything about the timing? It seems odd that it's waited to the very end of the rally.
I don't have anything about, I can't give you an answer on the timing. I can just say that that's when it occurred, and we are investigating what led up to that. Maybe once we get some of those details, we'll know why that happened at that time, but right now it's still too new.
Chief, was it just one incident or multiple incidents that injured point?
That is something that is under investigation.
Mayor Lucas, you talked about how you were on the ground and you yourself had to run for safety. I understand we're still waiting on a timeline and trying to understand what exactly happened. But we were having a Super Bowl parade, and this is what the country is talking about now. What is your message to this city at a time like this?
I second the comments about the chief of police. I'm heartbroken. First of all, I'm praying for the victims and the families impacted. I start with them. I'm incredibly upset, disappointed. I was there with my wife. I was there with my mother. We never would have thought that we, along with Chiefs players, along with fans, hundreds of thousands of people, would be forced to run for our safety today.
All right, you're just listening in there to the mayor of Kansas City as they were detailing a very harrowing experience for so many people there in that city, celebrating a Super Bowl championship, the second in 2 years, the third in a 5-year span. So certainly they're accustomed to parades, but of course, nothing like this before. So that was just a little bit ago from police, including the mayor, talking about how one person has died, some 10 to 15 potentially others injured as well. And of course, we're awaiting potentially another press conference coming out of Kansas City in just about half an hour. I do want to put up some tweets as well from players. And of course, all the players are accounted for. Of course, this coming in from Donovan Smith, praying for everyone in Kansas City. We're also hearing from other players. Mike Pennell praying for Kansas City, defensive lineman there for the Chiefs. Trent McDuffie, the slot corner, a all-pro member. Get the hate out, y'all hearts, praying for the kingdom. Reference to Chiefs Kingdom. Justin Reed, also a member of the defense, praying for everyone in Kansas City at the parade. We also heard from Patrick Mahomes, the MVP of the Super Bowl, as well as Drew Tranquil, thinking and praying for so many people at this parade. We are awaiting a press conference coming up in just a little bit. I do want to, though, bring into the conversation one more time, as we're hearing from different experts, law enforcement that have spent decades of service working in various areas around the country. But, of course, this we're going to bring in right now, Ken Gray, retired FBI special. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time. As always, of course, it's a very difficult scene right now in Kansas City. Just take me back through what we saw over the last few hours. What's the biggest takeaway for you?
Hi, Andy. Glad to be with you. So this shows that when you have a major event like this here and you plan for that major event, you can't be ready for every situation that occurs. When they were having this celebration here, this parade to celebrate the victory of the Kansas City Chiefs, no one going to that parade imagined they were going to be going there for a mass shooting taking place here. Law enforcement, however, had plans. They were running this event with an incident command where they were planning for contingencies like this. And you notice that when the event occurred, you had lots of law enforcement there, and they ran towards the sound of gunfire. They ran towards the threat. And they immediately got to the threat, and they arrested the shooters in this case. So again, this was an unexpected event. However, by planning for this kind of situation, law enforcement is prepared to surge towards the threat and to handle the threat.
Yeah, and certainly that's exactly what we watched, because the parade kind of goes through Kansas City. They're on buses, they're on the street, all these players and coaches, and then they get to this kind of central localized area, which was the Union Square area where they held this rally. The players making speeches, the mascot, the band, the cheerleaders on the stage, and this was happening several minutes after. And I do want to put up just this image that you were, these images that you were talking about. And of course, we want to make sure viewer discretion is advised, because this could be very difficult for some people to watch. But as you watch this, Ken, maybe what's going through your mind, and maybe what's going through the law enforcement's minds as they kind of rush toward this Union Square area?
So you notice that law enforcement is going towards the sound of gunfire. They're going towards the threat here. With an active shooter, you wait until you have enough personnel to be able to handle the situation. In this case, there was plenty of law enforcement there, and so they immediately respond towards the active shooter itself. You have people who are not law enforcement who are trying to flee from the situation, get away from the threat here. But you see here a large surge of law enforcement here going towards the threat. This is the way that law enforcement is supposed to respond to an active shooter like this. You had a lot of personnel there that were able to surge into the area to handle the threat. Now, at this point, we do not know if this shooting was a shooting that occurred due to events around the Kansas City Chiefs celebration, or if this just happened to be a shooting that occurred on the periphery of this celebration, and that it may very well have nothing to do with the celebration itself at all. That's what the investigation will show. You've got the arrest of the individuals who were engaged in the shooting. You've got the victims being taken to hospitals. You've got a crime scene, and you have people that have to be interviewed that were in the vicinity that can give information about what they saw. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but what we're seeing on the screen right now is the initial surge to handle the threat. Then after that happens, a lot of other things happen, and these will continue happening throughout the night and into tomorrow. So there's a lot of different moving parts to this investigation.
Yeah, and you see a lot of different various law enforcement entities there kind of on hand, including some people potentially in civilian, just wearing different clothes there, potentially undercover there, making sure everyone is safe. I do have to ask you, because last year there was a parade as well for the Chiefs. They had 1 million people, and you imagine there's probably going to be about similar people, and there's people trying to leave Union Square as well as people running. How much of a training is that to kind of discern who is a threat and who is not a threat? Because there are just so many people also hearing gunfire, and they potentially try to get out. How much is the training focused on analyzing who's a threat and who's not a threat?
So there's a lot of chaos in an event like this here, and when you're moving into an area rapidly like this, you have to look for what the threat could be. You look towards hands, you look towards movement. You are trying to find out who might be armed, who might be a threat at the time. So the initial search here by law enforcement, they have to have their heads on swivels, looking and trying to discern who are the active shooters and who are the victims. And so when a situation like this occurs, there's always the possibility that you might have blue-on-blue type events where law enforcement might be engaging law enforcement. That didn't happen in this situation, by the way. In this situation, they immediately got to the threat, and they identified the shooters, and the shooters were arrested. Now, during the press conference, the chief said that she had heard that some of the fans took part in the capture of one of the shooters. And so you had other people there in the vicinity that saw what was going on, that directed law enforcement towards the threat, but also got involved in the arrest itself. And so, again, this is a very, very fluid situation, a very situation that a lot of things could happen. And fortunately, it was quickly gotten under control.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, blue on blue, potentially police on police. And of course, that also in the press conference, that they don't believe any law enforcement are amongst those injured, nor any children. And I do want to ask you about that. And of course, there may be video circulating on social media. We don't know if it's accurate or not, but someone did ask the police about potentially people helping detain one of those suspects. Have you ever heard of that before? And obviously, with an individual that is potentially armed and dangerous, you don't really want civilians stepping in to try to assist police as well. But maybe have you heard of anything like that before happening?
Yes, there have been situations in the past where the public has rendered assistance to law enforcement to help capture a person fleeing from the area. It does happen, but it is a dangerous situation to do because these are armed individuals who have just gotten done shooting a number of people and are fleeing from the situation there. And so there is risk involved, but nonetheless, in this case, it sounds like the public assisted law enforcement in rendering the capture of at least one of the shooters.
Yeah, that is very true. And this is just some scene video after the fact as they're trying to get people out of it. And you can imagine there's a lot of different entities there on hand. Ken Gray, former FBI Special Agent. Thanks again for joining us. Of course, I want to continue, maybe take us back a little bit, because like you mentioned, millions of people, over 1 million last year, likely again this year. How much and how many challenges are there around this? Because obviously you're trying to prevent an incident similar to this as well. What are the challenges to put together an event like this and the safety protocols from various different entities, from state to federal officials?
So whenever you have a major event like this, a parade, a celebration, or a disaster, you use what's called the incident command system to coordinate the activities of all the different responders. In a planned event like this here, this is something that law enforcement and the fire department and first responders had sat down before the event happened and put together the plans. There was an incident command post set up. Unified command, because there's a number of different agencies that were going to be involved in the safety and security of this event. Who is in charge was determined ahead of time. This is a local event. Kansas City Police Department was more than likely the designated incident command post and incident commander for the incident itself. But all the different agencies would have who was going to be there, what their different roles were, and it was all predetermined ahead of time. But that predetermined plan had built into it contingencies about something like a shooting, but that was not the main focus. The main focus was handling the large crowds and handling the parade itself. And so the fact that you had law enforcement there to handle the crowds and also to handle the security of the event, they were on hand when the event happened. But that was not the main focus of the planning. The main focus of the planning was handling the parade itself and handling the celebration itself. And so law enforcement was on hand, and that's why they were able to be immediately on the scene after the shooting.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, there were hundreds of law enforcement officials there on hand, and of course there are various contingency plans. I do have to ask you, because obviously we saw various people go into this area, including some EMT pretending to provide some life-saving potential aid, and of course you're not there, those people aren't there to potentially for an incident like this, but how much helpful are they, and maybe how many medical personnel are in hand for something like this?
So you heard that the chief said that there was 600 Kansas City Police Department personnel on hand, plus 250 other law enforcement agencies there. So you had lots and lots of law enforcement presence here. But in addition to that, you have the possibility of people being injured, or people, finding themselves overcome by the heat, or people having small difficulties. So you need to have medical personnel there to be able to render assistance to people that might be injured just in the course of everyday life during an event like this. So they are also present there, available to respond, and by being there present, they're able to render assistance during that critical time that immediately after an injury occurs, that there's the golden hour that you have to be able to get there, render assistance, and get that person to a hospital, to a level 1 trauma center if possible, to be able to guarantee that they are going to be able to have every available assistance medical-wise to be able to survive such an incident. And so those things are all important to have ready for any type of major planned event like this. But again, this is a planned event. So you have a plan in place, and you have contingency plans about, if this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we're going to do that. So they were planning for an event, but I'm sure that a mass shooting was not one of their major planned contingencies. But nonetheless, law enforcement is ready to surge towards this type of event and be able to render assistance and to take control. Again, going back to the fact that this incident occurs, that there are a lot of different moving parts now to what is going to happen next, is that you have the investigation. You have people that have to be interviewed. You have evidence that has to be collected. You have, people have to be notified that are families of victims. A lot of different things that have to occur. So we're going to see this continue on throughout the evening, overnight, and into tomorrow. So this is not something that's going to be over in the next hour or two.
Yeah, it's going to be continuing on. They said they're going to provide updates various times throughout the night. We already heard one just about an hour or so ago. We're expecting another one coming up in about 15 or so minutes. Of course, this is a tweet there from the Kansas City Police. They're going to have another update at 5 p.m., which is Central Time, so 6 p.m. Eastern Time there at police headquarters. We saw the mayor, the last one, and different police entities as well. And I do want to ask you just about information, because obviously they're posting this on social media, and we saw various posts from them about the incident, about making sure you clear the area at Union Square, that you remain calm as well. How integral is the communication to the public in a moment like this when they're also trying to gather information and figure things out? How pivotal is it?
So social media is very, very important in an event like this. You get out information, and you also request information from the public. There may have been people who know who the shooters are. There may be people who heard the conversations beforehand. And so social media is useful for an investigative tool to appeal to the public for information, and a lot of people have cell phones with cameras. They may have been recording what transpired, and so that is another thing that may soon show up on social media, or may be provided to the police as a result of their appeal for information from the public. So social media is definitely crucial towards an investigation like this. Additionally, in an event like this, law enforcement often monitors social media in the area of an event like this to see if they can pick up threat information, to see whether or not there is information about things going on that might be of importance to law enforcement, that might give them a heads up that an event like this is happening, or that it may be clues that something like this is about to happen. So social media is becoming more and more important in being able to deal with a threat before it happens and dealing with an incident after it happens.
Yeah, and that was going to lead kind of to my next question, because you mentioned just all this cell phone video, and when there's hundreds of thousands of people, there's going to be a lot of different metadata, different video, different images, different surveillance from Union Square, which is very popular. It hosted the NFL draft, so you imagine there's going to be some security cameras. Maybe how much of a challenge is that to sift through all of that information? How difficult is it? Maybe how much does it slow down a little bit of an investigation knowing you have so much information coming in?
Well, the shooters have been captured. The shooters are in custody. Okay. So this is different than, say, the Boston bombing, where the identities of the bombers were unknown. And so you had a lot of different footage from different surveillance cameras that had to be sifted through to try to identify who the shooter or who the bombers were in that case. In this particular matter, since they have the shooters in custody, it's a different matter now that you have the time to be able to obtain this from the public and to be able to go through it and look at it for investigative purposes as possible evidence about what transpired. So a different type of situation. The fact that we know who did it, we know who the shooters are, makes this into a different matter.
Yeah, and of course, I think our last expert also mentioned the Boston Marathon bombing, and of course, that one linked to domestic terrorism, which I think a lot of people remember watching that unfold, and of course, still the capture of that, and of course, another law enforcement sadly losing their life during the search of those two individuals, and hopefully that is where the links between the Boston Marathon bombing and potentially today ends. Of course, we don't know a ton of information around that. I do want to ask you about this, because obviously all the fans are showing up for a reason, to celebrate the Super Bowl championship for the Kansas City Chiefs. You have the Super Bowl MVP, Patrick Mahomes, posting this, saying he's praying for Kansas City. And also we have a post from the Kansas City Chiefs. So let's put this one up. This is the first time I'm seeing this as well, Ken, as we're following here on LiveNOW from Fox, saying from the Chiefs, "We are truly saddened by this senseless act that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We are in close communication with the the mayor's office as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we confirmed that all our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement officers and first responders who are on the scene to assist. So that's just coming in a little bit. The first time I have eyes on that statement as well from the Kansas City Chiefs. But of course, there are so many people that are trying to potentially get autographs, take pictures with guys like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, as well as Andy Reid, the cheerleaders, the mascot, as well as their security there to keep those players safe from maybe the outside fans, the fans that are just so excited to see them. How does that change the dynamic as well when you have maybe private security mixed in with different law enforcement to keep the Patrick Mahomes, the Travis Kelce safe, but also the larger group, the people safe as well? How does that change the dynamic?
So this is something that should have been just a happy day there, celebration of the Kansas City Chiefs and their excellent win there in the Super Bowl. And so we don't know at this point if this incident, this shooting incident, was connected to anything at all to do with the Super Bowl, or if this is just some peripheral type event that happened and it just happened to happen close to this celebration that was going on. We need to see the result of an investigation to determine if there's a connection here or not, or if it could be just shooters who happened to be there when they got involved in the shooting that might have been there to also be celebrating the victory. Or they may have been there purposely trying to target someone. We don't know. This is early on in the investigation. But nonetheless, this is this marred what should have been a celebration, marred what should have been a happy day for the city of Kansas City and for the Kansas City Chief fans. And certainly is something that will affect those who were there for this celebration.
Yeah, it's potentially a traumatic event, like you mentioned there, about this with people that are going to this event, celebrating, and it turns into chaos. I do want to ask you, as obviously law enforcement, they learn from things. They have events happen. They learn from it to try to make it prevent from happening again. And we're talking to several other experts about maybe magnetometers and other things on hand for that. Do you think that will maybe potentially change something after this, that there will be even more security potential in place to try to prevent something like this in the future?
So, you got to keep in mind the event was outside. It was a parade that ended up there with speeches given there at Union Station. And consequently, this is a difficult environment to be able to screen everyone who was present. They said 1 million people were present there for this celebration. And so that makes it a very difficult situation. You will recall that a year ago that there was a Christmas parade where a person drove through that Christmas parade, killing people that were marching in the parade itself. So events like this that are outdoors, that things happen at those events, and it's very hard to protect against those type of events from occurring. But nonetheless, it brings up the fact that you have to protect against attacks on public celebrations, against public events. And so the possibility that you have to add in things like magnetometers, that's something that might be taken into account for future events. But again, an outdoor event like this, what was supposed to be a parade and a celebration, that's a very difficult environment to protect against shooters like this.
Yeah, and it's so fun to see these parades there go through downtowns of various cities across the country for various championships, and it would be a sad day to potentially lose that just based on the safety and the actions of a few individuals. All right, coming up in about 7 minutes, we do have a update, hopefully from police. Ken, before I let you go, I want to ask about this update. Maybe what information, as a former FBI special agent, are you looking into? What information do you hope to get out of this press conference, just so people like I can maybe learn a little bit more from this?
So remember, this is an active, ongoing investigation. They have had time now to interview a few people. They've possibly gotten statements from the shooters themselves. There is information about victims that is coming in. So the chief did not even know the total number of victims at the time of the first press conference. So that number may have been solidified by now. So there's a lot of key pieces of information that may start be collecting up and be able to be shared with the public. I don't know if we'll hear everything that the law enforcement is learning, because this is an active investigation, but nonetheless, some of these basic facts, like the total number of victims, like who the shooters are, like maybe a motive, maybe not. These are basic questions that we might start hearing the answers to, but I'm not expecting to hear a lot of more details other than just some basic facts that there should be time to start gathering this information up.
Yeah, and identities might be tough, especially for the victims, as they kind of try to notify families and make sure everyone in those inner circles are informed before it becomes public knowledge, because that is a very difficult thing for families as well. You mentioned a potentially interesting thing about police talking to the people that were detained, the two armed individuals. Does that happen this quickly after it, and is that common as well?
So when you arrest a person, you inform them of their Miranda rights, and they have the possibility of providing a statement at that time. But most people say, I'm not going to talk to law enforcement, and I want a lawyer. And once they get a lawyer, the lawyer is going to tell them not to talk to police. So it is possible that somebody might say something accusing the other person or providing information in the very initial contact with police, but usually that's something that does not occur. And certainly once they are represented, it's not going to occur. So law enforcement might luck out and get a statement from them, but it's a fairly rare event to get details like that in the immediate aftermath of a shooting like this.
All right, definitely as we continue to follow this. Ken, great, thank you so much. We're approaching the top of the hour. I'm going to leave you kind of with the final word, as hopefully they step up to the podium in just a little bit. We don't really have a shot yet, but our different cameras there are on the ground in Kansas City. Anything else that maybe we didn't touch on that you want to kind of emphasize here about today?
So I would like to point out once again that as soon as the shooting occurred, you saw the law enforcement, the police department, and other law enforcement members running towards the sound of gunfire, running towards the threat, dealing with this as an active shooter. That is what law enforcement is trained to do. That is how law enforcement is supposed to act. And so we saw law enforcement acting at its finest in this particular matter, protecting the public and responding to the threat. So I'd say well done on the part of law enforcement in this case, well done on the part of Kansas City Police and their immediate response to this event.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. And I think we might have, it's obviously a very sad, tragic day, but it's also a glimpse into some of these incidents, because there are so many cameras on hand just kind of up there at this podium for this rally, that you see all of those individuals. I'm going to put this as we continue on here. But Ken, great, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this was the scene you were talking about as this shooting occurred, as police responding, running to gunfire there to potentially alleviate this situation, solve this problem as well. All right, Ken, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I appreciate your insight as always.
Thank you, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great insight as well out of Kansas City. I do have just a couple shots that I want to put up here on this out of Kansas City. And of course, you can see kind of from some distance there, the Union Squares. They're stepping in front of a reporter starting their newscast in just a little bit. We also have a reporter outside of the headquarters. He's also in front of his camera, so I'm not going to put it up right now, but that other camera, we do have a feed coming in from where they will be speaking to the media as they pan over as well, and there's the reporter there and the microphones off to his side. So of course we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you back to some tweets and posts as just to kind of regroup here as we hit the top of the hour, 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central Time. Here is some posts from different people there that have ties to Kansas City. Is a variety of posts coming in, courtesy X, courtesy Twitter as well. I want to read just some of these as well. Mitchell Schwartz, sad day. Mike Pennell, the defensive lineman, saying praying for Kansas City. Jamal Charles, the former Kansas City Chiefs running back, saying pray for Kansas City, pray for the victims and families involved in this senseless act of violence. They also had Jalen Watson praying for all the victims and families that just wanted to come to show support for the kingdom. Drew Tranquil, the linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs, a key free agent pickup there in the middle of that defense, saying join me for the prayer for all the victims in this heinous attack. Trent McDuffie on the defensive side, the representative, saying Hank Johnson, on the 6th anniversary of the deadliest high school attack in American history, we witnessed another deadly shooting in Kansas City. They are introducing gun violence prevention and community safe acts to address that problem. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Hawley, also out of Kansas City, the representative, the congressman there, saying thank you to the police for their quick and courageous action this afternoon at the Chiefs parade. The criminals who did the most must be brought to swift justice. So I think I hit pretty much all of those, but those are just a variety of topics coming in. Also, Senator Eric Schmidt, a day that was supposed to be filled with triumphant celebration is now a sad one. Mike Parsons, the governor of Missouri, obviously Kansas City there on the Kansas-Missouri border, saying the First Lady, they were in attendance when the shots were fired near Union Station in Kansas City. They are safe. But certainly a very difficult scene for so many people. So those are just a variety of tweets that are coming in here on Live Now from Fox as we're monitoring all the various feeds from different people that were on the stage, people that were in attendance, people that have significant ties to Kansas City and both Kansas and Missouri as a whole. As you can imagine, Chiefs Kingdom, a very exciting day turned deadly. Very sad one as well. All right, let's take you out to some other video, some other sound. We had some emotional testimony from Chiefs fans on the ground there as one person is dead, some 10 to 15 injured in this shooting. Let's listen into what they had to say, some eyewitnesses from Kansas City.
So it was actually like all of a sudden this guy came running through the crowd and he's like, get out of my way. And we were like, okay. And then this family came up to us, mom, dad, and like a 9-year-old and like a 5-year-old, and they were bawling, and they said, we just saw somebody get shot in the lawn. And I said, okay, we need to find the police, like let's like rally up, let's find the police. And then all of a sudden the crowd started just rushing us and like trampling everybody, and so we kind of moved about, and then we heard gunshots, and then he was like, dive into the fountain. Like, just dive into the fountain. Like, go into the fountain, keep your head down, and that kind of stuff. Like dove, face first, no
You can
water.
see the mud stain on your leggings here.
Yes.
Is this ever something that you imagine that you guys would have to go through?
Ever. No, not ever.
Not on a day like today.
supposed
We're all
to be like
celebrating. I mean, everybody we talk to is all friendly. Doesn't matter who you are.
We met so many nice families and so many nice humans today, and it was just like a celebratory day. And then all of a sudden, like, this happens, and now it's like, I don't want our city to like be tarnished because of this, because we have a great city. Like, Kansas City is the #1 like nicest city in the world. Like, it's really sad.
What's going through your
really
mind
sad.
right now when this emotion comes up? What's your message?
When I saw those kids' faces about somebody getting hurt, like, they were tarnished and they were like scared. Like, and I don't know.
An incredibly emotional day.
All right,
Who
you're
heard
just
that
watching
sound?
there as that was some incredibly emotional testimony for some Kansas City fans that were there to have fun, to celebrate, and it turned emotional, turned tragic for several people as one person has died in this incident as well. We're still awaiting it as we pass the top of the hour, a press conference there from police as well as potentially the mayor, other people on hand. The governor of Missouri was in Kansas City for the parade. Potentially he could be at the press conference coming up in just a little bit. We do have a shot, but they're in the top of their newscast, so we won't put that up here on Live Now from Fox. The Chiefs also putting out a statement as well, saying, "We are truly saddened by the senseless act of violence that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City." We are in close communication with the mayor's office as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we have confirmed that all of our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the law enforcement officers and the first responders who are on scene to assist. So that coming in from the Chiefs as they say that all players, coaches, staffs, and their families, and you might imagine there are quite a few of them, 53 active players per NFL game, but a lot of people on hand, a lot of coaching staff there as well. So they're all taken care of, but they're in communication with Kansas City. We also heard from President Biden saying he is in communication with officials in Kansas City as well. As we watch this here, let's take you out to another bit of emotional testimony from eyewitness there on the ground in Kansas City.
We were just, enjoying the celebration, collecting some confetti right next to the stadium, and moments as we were collecting it, we just heard this big, loud bang, and everyone was just told to get down on the ground and get close. So I grabbed my son and we got close to the fence, and we just kind of held tight until we were able to kind of move away from the situation.
Did you know what was going on immediately?
I did not. I thought it was kind of like a firework or something, but I just started noticing everyone getting down, so I just kind of followed suit and just got down with them.
All right, that was from the ground there in Kansas City. Of course, they said they heard the incident. They didn't necessarily know it was a gunshot initially. So we're awaiting a press conference as well. I do want to put up this tweet here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to gather all of these different feeds, the different sound bites, different video on the ground. We will share updated information at their next press conference, 5 p.m., which just passed, so 5 minutes. They're running just a little bit behind in Kansas City, but you imagine they're trying to piece together some information. This is about 90 minutes or so since their last press conference that included the mayor. So we'll take you out to this here on Live Now from Fox. All right, as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we're still awaiting that podium, that press conference here a little bit. I'm going to put up this shot here on Live Now from Fox as we're getting new video into our newsroom of potential tackle of an alleged shooter. I'm going to work on this real quick here on Live Now from Fox and stick with us as we await the update from police. All right, you're continuing to watch this here on Live Now from Fox of this, as you can see, potentially giving a cue to the newsroom, their control room, about a potential update coming momentarily here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you out to it. Hopefully it gets going. Maybe that was a 5-minute queue. It could be shorter. It could be a standby queue as well. So we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I do have some images from this, from a different cell phone video, and that was one of the main points that we're talking to different experts about. Just all of that cell phone video that police are trying to take in, trying to go through, sift through as well. This I want to put up here on Live Now from Fox, another piece of video as well. As you can see, this coming courtesy of Alyssa Marsh Contreras there via Storyful of a police potentially tackling a shooter potentially here in Kansas City after this parade and rally. You can see just this vertical video, some fans there, plenty of police on hand. You can see quite a few potentially trying to detain this individual. I don't know, 5, 6 people on top of them, also keeping people back. You can see barricades in the background as that is also part of the parade as they're closing down streets around Union Square. So you can see this and potentially fans there not knowing what's going on because this happened moments after the parade, the rally ended. So we are watching this, and this just coming in This is about a 90-second video or so, 45-second video, excuse me, as it just continues to replay. But 1 dead, possibly 10 to 15 injured as well. All right, and we're anticipating the stream coming up very soon. But let's listen into this video a little bit, because potentially they tackle this alleged shooter and they also find the gun. So let's listen in here a little bit on Live Now from Fox of this from social media.
Joke has it all. The gun is over here. I got it. Oh, okay. You got it? No, we tackled him. We tackled him. Yeah. When we tackled him, the gun came out. You're good. Who's the other guy? Back up. Hey, I got the gun. Hey, I got the gun. You filming this? Yeah. Who was the other guy that helped me? I don't know. I think he took off already. Joke has it all. The gun is over here. I got it. Oh, okay. You got it?
All right, you can hear some of those people saying the gun went flying after they tackled him, saying, quote, "We tackled him." So potentially reports of people, fans on the ground tackling an alleged shooter appear to be potentially accurate. We'll see if police confirm that coming up at this press conference momentarily, but they're talking about the gun. You can kind of see them pan over, potentially see them. You see police potentially gather around this, as that is now very much evidence in this case for this investigation. This coming in from Melissa Marsh Contreras via Storyful. So we're following it here on Live Now from Fox. And this is also the picture we're continuing to monitor, as 1 dead, 15 or more injured in this shooting in Kansas City. We're going to hear from officials coming up here momentarily. There was expected to be a press conference at the top of the hour. And this all transpired there at the end of this Super Bowl championship parade, the second in 2 years for this franchise, for this community. It transpired very quickly. Last year there were 1 million people, and it looked like a similar estimate to this year's crowd. We do have some more video coming in just of what happened earlier, a little bit of time-lapse video of this from earlier. As you can see, they're giving a cue potentially coming up momentarily. But this time-lapse video of the parade, of the celebration, people there on hand. And as it wraps up there, you can see no one on the stage as people were egressing out of this, exiting out of this. It slowly filters out, people celebrating with fans, with new friends, with different exciting people. But to the west of Union Square is where the shooting occurred. You can see potentially people moving now rather quickly. This is obviously a time lapse, but it looks like they're moving faster than they were. People running away from gunfire, but you can see it's kind of looping now here of this incident. So a very scary moment in Kansas City. And let's take it back out, as this is just a replay of what was going on. Here is another image, another shot of what we saw earlier, as officers running toward gunfire, running toward potentially shooting this incident there. This coming in just a little bit after the shooting occurred. You can see the cameras there in Kansas City watching as officers run into this building, trying to potentially apprehend, as they did apprehend 2 armed individuals. You can see different people in different uniforms running in there with weapons and whatnot. You can see there in bulletproof vests, in different outfits, as well as EMT on hand for this. So this was just a little bit after the shooting that transpired. So we're still awaiting an update here from police here on Live Now from Fox. This a live picture right now here of what is set to come as the second update in as many hours following the shooting here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just stick with this shot a little bit as we catch our breath, and we'll take you out to it as soon as it happens. All right, we're continuing on here all live and now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. If you just started to tune in, this happened this afternoon in Kansas City following the conclusion of the parade and the rally celebrating that second Lombardi Trophy coming back to Kansas City in 2 years. It's their third title in 5 years. A lot of people calling this the dynasty, but today's parade turned deadly as well. And some information about what we learned from the first press conference from officials saying that officers responded to gunshots when 2 people into custody. Some 10 to 15 people were injured. They said those were gunshot wound victims. We don't know the conditions of anyone at this point, but we do know one person tragically losing their lives. They're saying that no children, no law enforcement, no blue on blue activity believed to be involved in this. They're still determining potentially what led up to this, if this was a motivated attack or if it was just an incident there that escalated between 2 people with guns. Don't know about this. They didn't really allude to either of that moments as well. They cleared the surroundings as quickly as they could, and you saw via the story full potentially some fans, some civilians assisting in the apprehension of one of those individuals. They're also talking about as this was a celebration for that Kansas City franchise. The players, the coaches, they're all accounted for and safe. President Biden also been in touch with the city, the Kansas City mayor as well, asking and telling them that they will provide any assistance. I do believe we have comments from President Biden about this incident, and I'm going to put this up here on tagboard momentarily, but of course, President Biden very fully aware. He's talked about how he's going to welcome the Kansas City Chiefs back into the White House. It's already happened one time during his tenure as well. Here's a tweet from Mike Emanuel as he was talking about this statement from the White House, saying the president has been briefed on the shooting in Kansas City and will continue to receive updates from the White House. They will be in touch with state and local leaders, federal law enforcement on the scene, supporting local law enforcement as well. So certainly a tragic day as Kansas City will likely be heading back to the White House very, very soon to celebrate it, as that's kind of what championships do. Championship teams are welcomed into the White House. President Biden welcoming them likely back one more time. Patrick Mahomes, the MVP, one more time there with Kansas City. And let's just continue on. We're going to put up some more tweets. I think we have quite a few tweets from different individuals, just so we can read through just the support here on Live Now from Fox, from all those people, from players, from representatives that were both on hand and also not able to be there. I want to put some of these up here on Live Now from Fox, and we're going to keep this shot up, and I'm going to read some of these tweets here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to await this update from officials. You can see them getting their microphones ready, the white balance ready. Let's read some tweets here. Let's go full tweets on all these tweets that are coming in, the variety of ones. This one from Patrick Mahomes saying, praying for Kansas City. Let's see all of the tweets here, just of all the people that are posting it here. This different waterfall, as they call it, courtesy of Tagboard. Jamal Charles there saying, praying for Kansas City. He's a legend in Kansas City for the Chiefs, obviously, before, not currently on the team, praying for the victims, the families involved, the senseless act of violence. Trenton McDuffie, Donovan Smith, Mitchell Schwartz, the governor, Mike Parsons, saying he was in attendance when shots were fired. They are safe and secure. State and law enforcement personnel assisting. Senator Eric Schmidt saying that a day that was supposed to be triumphant has turned to tragedy. My prayers go out to the victims, and a huge thank you to the brave police officers and first responders there on hand. Creed Humphrey, Drew Tranquil, a linebacker for the Chiefs. Justin Reed on the secondary, the defensive secondary, was such a crucial part of this Super Bowl championship run. Usually it's the offense, usually it's Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and the offense that leads the charge, but this time it was likely a large part to the defense. We heard Patrick Mahomes thank the defense so much for their contribution to this championship. Josh Hawley as well saying thank you to the Kansas City Police for their quick and courageous action this afternoon at the parade. The criminals who did this must be brought swiftly to justice. So those are just a bunch of tweets here on Live Now from Fox as we're awaiting a press conference coming up in just moments here. We're just going to stick with this. That's kind of what we do. We're going to go live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to take a deep breath, but hopefully they'll step up to the podium soon. All right, we continue to await this update from police on this shooting outside of that Union Square in Kansas City, Missouri. And I believe potentially stepping up to the podium right here, you can see them walking down the steps as this be taking place there in Missouri. We'll see if this is a reporter, a PIO, someone not affiliated. He's not walking directly to the microphones as of yet, but you can see could be a public information officer that will kind of field the questions and make sure the media is answered and ask the questions that are necessary here. So that is a good sign that we're going to be starting this very, very soon here on LiveNOW from Fox's Kansas City, Missouri, the site of a very exciting Super Bowl parade this morning. It turned tragic after this deadly shooting there. Hopefully we'll have the mayor, potentially the governor of Missouri, as Kansas City sits right on the border between Kansas and Missouri, Arrowhead Stadium, the site of that. Of course, they had to go on the road to earn that right to play in the Super Bowl, winning in Buffalo, winning in Baltimore, then eventually taking the championship in Las Vegas, Nevada over the San Francisco 49ers. And it was supposed to be another celebration, their third parade in 5 years. More than 1 million people were on hand last year for that parade. Similar crowds in attendance this time as the fandom for Chiefs Kingdom continues to be very wide and large. And you can see police now walking out of this these doors. That is the mayor as well. He is on hand. He's going to make some comments. So let's listen in here to this on LiveNOW from Fox.
Grandison. One thing that we want to note at the outset, the situation continues to have updates. Things will continue to change throughout the night. It's why we are here to give you an update right now. The chief, both chiefs, will be giving more information both on the numbers of victims, the status of victims. The chief of police will give more updates on the investigation. A few things to note that we talked about earlier. In terms of who was in danger, what existed, it is my view, as someone who did have to run at the sound of shooting, that there were a number of people who were, in the very least, caught up in the incident in some way. Myself, my wife, lots of families, players, chief staff, and others, their spouses, their families, a number of people who were in or near Union Station. So many people have been touched by this incident, and we recognize that. We also pray not only for the victims, including the decedent that was discussed earlier and their family, but also the victims of the shootings right now, who we hope are recovering inside our hospitals. We'll continue to give you updated information. At this point, we've talked to our federal partners. We have also talked to the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be talking to the National Football League and others. More so just to hear that all are safe who are with those institutions, and we continue to hope that all of those who were impacted are safe. To the extent you have information about suspects or others, we do encourage you to call the police. However, if for whatever other reasons you have information about the incident, we will be looking to share that through different methods. So if you have information about the incident, suspects and others, please call the police. If you're looking for other information, we'll try to continue to give you regular updates. I'll say this final thing and then we'll come back for questions at the end. Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country. With that, I turn it over to the Chief of Police, Stacey Graves.
Thank you. I just want to echo the mayor's thoughts and his prayers, and also to acknowledge that not only the victims who were actually hit by gunfire, but there are a lot more people who are going to be forever impacted by what happened here today. You know, as people were running, you know, a lot of us law enforcement who are running towards the danger also guided those who were in fear of their lives, and that's something to be said of how impactful today's event truly was. Again, we have confirmed there is one deceased person. Our gunshot wound total has went up to 22, and Chief Grundison will provide a little bit more context to that. Right now, we're still working on a total of number of victims. This is still an active investigation. I do want to comment on the question that I got earlier about a video of some fans tackling someone. We do have 3 persons detained and under investigation for today's incident. We are working to determine if one of the 3 are the one that was in that video where fans assisted police. Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. This centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today. Again, we are continuously receiving information minute by minute, which is part of the delay of us coming down here. But I do want to pass this on to Chief Grundison to give a little bit more context to some of the status of our victims.
Just want to say that all of KCFD's thoughts and prayers are with those families that were affected by this tragedy today. And while we were not expecting it, we were ready and prepared for an event such like this. Our KCFD units, along with our mutual aid partners that were working to assist us at this event, touched a total of 22 gunshot victims. One of those was a fatality. We had 8 what we considered immediately life-threatening patients. We had 7 with life-threatening injuries, and we had 6 that had minor injuries. Of the most serious, the immediately life-threatening injuries, we had 8 of those. Those were all transported and off the scene en route to hospitals within 10 minutes. So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate, and I commend all our staff working there today, along with PD, that did an excellent job under difficult circumstances. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
Questions?
Yeah, so we're getting...
Who are you asking?
Anyone that can answer the question. So we've heard people talk about gunshots that they've heard near the west side of Union Station, and then also gunfire in situations that happen near the fountain and the stoplight over there near the intersection of Hershey. Was there 2 separate scenes? Was there one big scene? Do you know the answer to that question?
That is still an active scene. That is a large ground to cover, as you know, the size of the Union Station. I will tell you, we have located that crime scene on the west side of Union Station. As far as in the front of, that is still under investigation. We have crime scene investigators as well as the detectives. We had a lot of our assault squad detectives and our homicide detectives that were actually in uniform today working the assignment. So not only did you have uniformed presence immediately responding to the scene, rendering aid, going towards danger, but you also had detectives that were immediately on the scene that are still there and actively working.
Are you investigating any sort of connection with the earlier shooting of the day at 27th and McGee?
We are, at this time, we don't know if that's connected, but that is something that we are looking at.
Children's Mercy says that they want parents to contact them if they don't know where their children are. Do you know that there may be, like, are there kids there who have a parent?
I can tell you we have detectives at all of the local hospitals that are investigating, like I said earlier, trying to connect our victims to their loved ones. Should that be the case and it's a child, someone can either contact police, or if that is what Children's Mercy is requesting, of course they can contact them as well. Is there anything you can say about motive? Right now we do not have a motive, but we are asking those who may potentially have any kind of information, a witness or video, to contact police. That's one of that, what I talked about, that phone number that we're setting up that's going to be centralized for victims, witnesses, and potential video evidence.
Any age range on the person?
I do not have that yet.
We learned of a second gunshot victim who has died from family. Has that developed?
I have not been able to confirm another death.
We mentioned that there were some victims taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. I understood from staff at Children's Mercy Hospital that they received, they have 9 shooting victims, and it's possible that one of them was an adult. Do you know how many children were shot, if it was 8 or 9? And when we're talking children, are we talking about little ones or 17-year-olds? Do you know, Chief?
Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old. Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old, and but we do not have that information currently on the exact ages of the patients that were transported. Yeah, I mean, Children's confirming we did transport to Children's Mercy, but we do not have the ages of those patients.
Mayor, how scared? You had over 800 officers deployed to work this parade, to work outside of Union Station, and still in a matter of moments, 22 people were shot.
I mean, that's what happens with guns. I won't get in a big debate right now. I think we're still doing an investigation, but I mean, what you saw happen was why people talk about guns a lot. We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station today. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. And I think that's something that all of us who are parents, who are just regular people living each day, have to decide what we wish to do about it. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe. And we had hundreds of law enforcement there working hard today. And I do want to echo what the chief said, who are running towards danger. But in a matter of seconds, someone who wants to disrupt anything, someone who wants to create any type of situation, or someone who is very simply reckless, can change not just one life or 2 lives, but almost 24. And that to me is absolutely devastating. And it makes me feel vastly more concerned as a parent just in the world today thinking about that.
Chief Graves, can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those 2 individuals?
I'll get you in just a second.
Clearly caused so much harm.
What was the question?
Can you tell us more about how you were able to take those 2 suspects into custody?
Officers, uniformed officers were on scene. I don't have all the information of exactly what they witnessed, but there was a pursuit, apprehension, slight injuries by our officers taking someone into custody. But as far as you're directly answering your question, I don't have that information right now.
Chief Graves, you have 2 gunmen in custody.
You were talking about weapons earlier. Can you tell me how many and what type of weapons were involved?
I don't have the exact on the weapons, but we have recovered firearms. I don't have a number for you or a caliber. We have recovered firearms, at least 1.
Chief Graves, you have 2 gunmen in custody. Do you believe there are any others still unaccounted for?
We have 3 people that we have detained, and that is what we are asking for, is if anyone has any information, as a witness or has any kind of video that may provide us if there's anybody else that was involved in this.
So is there a risk to the community at this point?
No, at this time, the scene has been cleared. It's being held, and when I say cleared, I say the scene has been made safe, and it's been cleared. Right now, we are in the investigative portion of that, collecting evidence. whether that be digital evidence or physical evidence. That is what we are doing right now, and we're also conducting interviews. Obviously, we have several victims that we need to have a conversation with, to ask questions, also witnesses. So there's a lot of work ahead in this. This is just the beginning stages, but we are moving as fast as we can.
Can you explain that there was like a 5 minutes between the first shots and the second?
All of that has not been determined just yet. The number of shots, the time in between them, the motive, all of that is still actively being investigated.
So we don't know if there were 2 separate scenes. We don't know the answer to that at this point.
I cannot confirm that yet.
And just, did I miss this?
Last one here, guys.
Inside or outside Union Station?
This was all outside Union Station.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Might have just been somebody who was helping release. I just want to make sure I'm right with my facts. You said you have 3 people in custody.
We have 3 people that are detained for investigation.
I didn't want to yell it out.
All right, you're just listening in there to officials provide an update, including the Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves, as you can see them panning over to their reporter there on the ground. But just a run through of what we learned there. Not a ton more information, but certainly more information about the victims. As now we learn there are 21 victims after this tragic shooting there in Kansas City, Missouri. And of course, 1 person has been killed, 1 person confirmed dead there, 21 injured. Of course, they're telling just the breakdown is there are 8 life-threatening immediately injuries, of course, taken to hospitals, 7 life-threatening injuries, and then 6 more injuries as well. They're talking about just how they were taken to 3 different hospitals, and there are some questions about children involved in this. And let's just give you a little bit more rundown of what was going on about this. And of course, no motive as of yet, no age provided, but also they did say they have kind of upped the amount of people detained. There were 2 armed individuals detained. That was what we knew at first. Now there were 3 there as well. So we're also potentially going to hear an update out of the hospital. You can see a shot right here on Live Now from Fox, potentially officials from the hospital providing an update as well. But this is a very happy day turned sad day, as potentially they're going to provide an update. So right here on Live Now from Fox, let's just continue to listen in as I guess hospital officials are going to provide an update on this shooting.
Tell me when you're ready.
Oh wait, hold on. So hold on.
I'm Charlie Shields. I'm the president and CEO of the University Health. Obviously, a very challenging day for the city, very traumatic, not only for the city, but also for our staff. So we are a level 1 trauma center. This is what we're trained for. We implemented our mass casualty protocols. We saw 8 shooting victims in the hospital as a result of that. But we also had a significant number of staff on the scene who were manning the aid stations. So they were able to render aid very quickly to the patients that were injured on the scene. So Mark Steele is our Executive Chief Clinical Officer. He can answer any questions, talk about the condition of the patients that we saw and what's going on there. So, Dr. Steele?
Yes, so as Charlie said, we actually had a total of 12 patients, 8 that were gunshot victims. Otherwise, the other 4 had other sorts of problems. And 2 of the people who were shot were in critical condition. The others were all in stable condition.
I just want to make sure I heard the numbers correctly. So it's 8 gunshot victims or
8 gunshot victims in total.
Of those 8 gunshot victims, are they over the age of 18?
I don't know the exact figures. All I can tell you is that 6 are stable and the other 2 are in condition.
It's also your staff. We also saw some of your staff at the station here. What type of protocol you train for and then you had to implement?
Yeah, as a level 1 trauma center, we train for this kind of thing.
right, this is very, very difficult to hear because you can see potentially helicopters, flight for life overhead, but we're just going to continue to listen in because this is very important. So many people trying to listen. Let's listen in.
We didn't have anyone die in the hospital.
What are your takeaways from today? Obviously, a wonderful day here, and it's turned into a tragedy.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it's a big tragedy. It's such a big celebration. Everybody having a lot of fun, and basically it's wrapping up, and people are going to head home, and all of a sudden this happens. So, as Charlie said, it's very dramatic. It's traumatic for anybody who was there in the area, not only our staff, but all the people who were around and saw this. So it's really very unfortunate.
One more question. When you say critical condition, can you explain to our viewers, give them a scope of what that means?
Well, that means they're very, very sick, and certainly we hope that they're going to survive, but when somebody's in critical condition, certainly things could turn south, but we hope that doesn't happen with these two individuals.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that was very difficult to hear, but we did get some pieces of information from that. That was, of course, officials and doctors from University Health there near Kansas City, near the Union Square, where they said they sent to 3 different hospitals. Of course, they said 8 victims, 6 in stable, 2 in critical condition. Of course, that is very, very concerning. One person already confirmed to have died from the shooting after this Super Bowl parade for the Kansas City Chiefs. And it's a very difficult day for so many people. We also want to put up a post right now from the NFL as they're putting this out, talking about this, saying we are deeply saddened by the senseless shooting that occurred today near the end of the rally in the Kansas City for the Chiefs. Our thoughts are with the victims and everyone affected. We are grateful for the quick and thorough process, the law enforcement and emergency personnel. All right, we're going to continue on because I think we've talked to several experts about all of the protocols for law enforcement, but we may not get into, and we certainly probably don't get into enough, the impact on people's mental health. We're going to be joined right now by Dr. Terry Lyles. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I know you were listening into the press conference there with police, with doctors as well. Take me out to what's going through your mind as you see this shooting take place in Kansas City. 1 person died, 21 others injured. Talk a little bit about the mental health impact of so many people that are on hand, because there were hundreds of thousands of people there in Kansas City.
Yeah, I think it's really, the troubling thing is, you know, we go to these public events and we assume we're going to be safe, which is great. But, you know, we can't stop going to public events. And terrorism is basically just that. It's terrorism. Like, we want to have a threat, whatever that is. Now, I'm not saying they were terrorists. It could have been a domestic, you know, relationship situation, gang related. We don't really know. This is evolving as we see it. However, we have to live our lives, be vigilant, be protectant, and go out and continue to live our lives. And these things, unfortunately, are going to continue to happen. And my biggest concerns from the mental health side is I don't want to stop living my life. You know, I don't want my family to stop living their lives. If something happens, be prepared, know what the responses can be. And as this situation happened, I mean, it's tragic. But, you know, people still need to go out and live their lives. And we just need to prepare better, I think, as communities, as families, and negotiate this process of how do we live our lives, you know, but yet be safe, but yet not stop living our lives so we don't become sequestered in our homes every day.
That is very true. And I think throughout the day as we're showing video, and of course we've said it time and time again, viewer discretion is advised, because obviously this is a traumatic moment for a lot of people, but they've already had potentially traumatic moments before. I do want to put up just some of this video from Kansas City as you see people potentially running to safety. The mayor even said that he was on hand and he had to run away from this gunfire. This was there as police officers trained to run toward gunfire and try to protect people, but people like you can see there in the Travis Kelce 87 jersey with their significant other running away from it. Maybe how can this moment impact so many, and maybe what's your advice to someone if they feel some sort of way that they're trying to negotiate what's going on, what happened today? What's maybe your advice to people about this?
You know, it's interesting. I mean, we just had a mall shooting here in South Florida just a few hours ago. I was talking to you off camera just for a moment. And I mean, shootings take place all the time. It's senseless. But, you know, training helps people move toward danger to eliminate the threat, where others move away to create a different challenge. So it's all about training. And I spend my life training with military, you know, police ops, special forces, individuals that are in harm's way every day. But the average person that doesn't have that training, of course you're going to run away. And you probably should, because if you don't have the training, you're the next person that's in front that could be harmed. But people with training running toward that evidence, like the people that were tackling them, there's people around us that are military, police ops that are retired. They're in these places. Thank God these people exist around us, because there's a lot of community service heroes that are standing right next to us every day. And I think that's the mindset of us and our security is there's someone in this store, there's someone in this theater, there's someone, you know, in this event that is trained to support and protect me. I just want to do the best I can do with the training that I have.
Yeah,
So don't feel, I mean, the mayor is supposed to run away. He has people risking him away because it's dangerous. But there's also other people that will stand in harm's way. And, you know, thank God for these people that are trained to do that. Military, police, unarmed people that are there that have been through training. And that's what it really comes down to. Stop doing that crazy. Don't stop living your life. Crazy is going to happen every day. Live your life. Depend on your own training and the people around you to protect you. But these people cannot stop us from living our lives.
Yeah, that is a good comparison. Obviously, police training compared to just making sure you train your mind and you're prepared for something like this. I do want to put up some video, Dr. Terry Lai, so stick with me. This is just about a minute and a half of a woman talking there, an eyewitness outside of this rally. And of course, I want to get maybe a little bit of your reaction. But let's listen into this here from a little bit ago on Live Now.
So it was actually like all of a sudden this guy came running through the crowd. And he's like, get out of my way. And we were like, okay. And then this family came up to us, mom, dad, and like a 9-year-old and like a 5-year-old. And they were bawling. And they said, we just saw somebody get shot in the lawn. And I said, okay, we need to find the police. Like, let's like rally up. Let's find the police. And then all of a sudden, the crowd started just rushing us and like trampling everybody. And so we kind of moved about, and then we heard gunshots, and then he was like, dive into the fountain, like just dive into the fountain, like go into the fountain, keep your head down, and that kind of stuff. Like dove face first. No
you can
water.
see the mud stain on your leggings here.
Yes.
Is this ever something that you imagine that you guys would have to go through?
Ever? No, not ever.
Not on a day like today. We're all celebrating. I mean, everybody we talk to is all friendly. Doesn't matter who you are.
We met so many nice families and so many nice humans today, and it was just like a celebratory day. And then all of a sudden, like, this happens, and now it's like, I don't want our city to like be tarnished because of this, because we have a great city. Like, Kansas City is the #1 like nicest city in the world. Like, it's really sad.
What's going through your mind right now when this emotion comes up? What's your message?
When I saw those kids' faces about somebody getting hurt, like, they were tarnished and they were like scared. Like, and I don't know.
So that was a very difficult thing to watch. And Dr. Terry Lyles, I want to bring you back in, but she talked about it because there are so many kids, so many people that are football fans that are growing up and they see something like this happen, and potentially a child seeing someone get shot, that could certainly impact you. Maybe how much can trauma impact a young individual, especially when their mind is still developing?
Trauma is energy in and hopefully energy out, which is negative response, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, or physically. So trauma is not really necessarily the issue. It's can we transition it, and how quickly can we transition it? So she said something really interesting from the person next to her who said, just jump in the water, protect yourself. That individual has training. Seek and evade, so just seek shelter, evade harm. And as a result of that, these things happen. Listen, today is the Parkland shooting anniversary, unfortunately, 6 years ago, today. And I live here, and, we have too many of these conversations on media groups where there's shootings and there's tragedy. However, preparedness is what makes the difference between threat and challenge.
That is,
in other words, as long as we're ready and prepared, you don't know what's going to happen. Just make sure that your head's on a swivel. We live in this society where we have to do this now, where we didn't have 2 years ago. Now we do. It's our new reality. Accept it. We still live in a great country. There's other countries that have bigger issues than we do with tragedy, but we have to actually accept the fact that we live in a society that can be volatile. Just know what to do if something happens, and that becomes preparedness.
Yeah, that is a good point. I do want to put up this tweet before I let you go, Dr. Terry Lyles, because this is from Children's Mercy saying, the active shooter update, we are actively caring for patients. If you believe your child may be in our care or injured, contact them. It's 816-648-2590. And of course, having children involved is very difficult to hear in this incident. Any parting words, any more thoughts before I let you go?
I do this all too much. This is several times this week with different, news groups that are doing this because of the tragedies that are going on. My website, terrylyles.com, I have a free PDF download that's called Caught in the Crossfire. And it's how do you recover from a situation just like this. It's free. They can download it, send it to anybody that's involved. And it's basically a 30-page manual on how to recover from a tragedy or an event just like this.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. I know this is one of the main aspects because so many people at this parade, hundreds of thousands of people also impacted for just beyond today. So thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. A live picture there back in Kansas City. You can see a hospital. We just heard an update from hospital officials about this tragic shooting. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and we're gathering details seemingly by the minute of this tragedy there in Kansas City. It was a dynasty building, and it turned deadly at the parade today in Kansas City. And we want to put up this tweet. Of course, this coming in, reporting there from the Kansas City Star, the newspaper of record there in Kansas City, is they are saying that a Johnson County mom has died in the Kansas City Chiefs parade shooting. The second victim has died. This, of course, reporting by the Kansas City Star. That has not been confirmed by the police as of yet. At their latest press conference, they only said one person had died. They did mention the amount of life-threatening injuries. They said 8 people were life-threatening there, taken immediately to the hospital. 7 others were also life-threatening, but that's just information. Then 6 minor injuries. And of course, we're also trying to work on different identities and ages of the victims. And that is going to be a big component because, as you imagine, hundreds of thousands of people that were in this square, just outside of Union Square, watching the parade, watching the rally there with Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, so many people celebrating their back-to-back Super Bowl championships. And of course, they were taken to 3 hospitals. These victims were, including a children's hospital. This coming in from a reporter from our Fox 4 team in Kansas City, saying Children's Mercy is treating 12 patients from the Chiefs Victory Parade, including 11 kids. And they did say during the press conference that kids references people that are 17 and younger. We do not know the exact age of those, but of course that is a very sad and large number. 9 of those victims have gunshot wounds. So some very, very difficult. Another tweet that we're getting in from our on the ground in Kansas City, of course, this coming in, Janet Calkins saying our Fox 4 Kansas City crew have confirmed there's a prayer request circulating through St. Agnes community asking for prayer. Several members of the same family who attended the parade together, both adult and children, are impacted. So this is a very difficult scene, as they're also talking about reunification, is potentially families getting separated amongst the chaos after the shooting immediately following this rally at Union Square on the west side. Police have detained 3 individuals. At first, they said 2 armed individuals. Now they're saying a 3rd person has been detained. And we're going to continue to follow all the latest details and developments here on Live Now from Fox. We already saw 2 press conferences from the mayor of Kansas City, as well as the police and the police chief. Potentially coming up another one later on tonight. We'll take you out to that as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, let's take you right back out to these comments from the mayor and the police. The latest update within the last hour of what we know here on Live Now from Fox.
Again, I'm Mayor Quentin Lucas. I'm joined by Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves, the Kansas City Fire Chief Ross Grundyson. One thing that we want to note at the outset: the situation continues to have updates. Things will continue to change throughout the night. It's why we are here to give you an update right now. The chief, both chiefs, will be giving more information both on the numbers of victims, the status of victims. The chief of police will give more updates on the investigation. A few things to note that we talked about earlier. In terms of who was in danger, what existed, it is my view, as someone who did have to run at the sound of shooting, that there were a number of people who were, in the very least, caught up in the incident in some way. Myself, my wife, lots of families, players, chief staff, and others, their spouses, their families, a number of people who were in or near Union Station. So many people have been touched by this incident, and we recognize that. We also pray not only for the victims, including the decedent that was discussed earlier and their family, but also the victims of the shootings right now, who we hope are recovering inside our hospitals. We'll continue to give you updated information. At this point, we've talked to our federal partners. We have also talked to the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be talking to the National Football League and others. More so just to hear that all are safe who are with those institutions. And we continue to hope that all of those who were impacted are safe. To the extent you have information about suspects or others, we do encourage you to call the police. However, if for whatever other reasons you have information about the incident, we will be looking to share that through different methods. So if you have information about the incident, suspects and others, please call the police. If you're looking for other information, we'll try to continue to give you regular updates. I'll say this final thing and then we'll come back for questions at the end. Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country. With that, I turn it over to the Chief of Police, Stacey Graves.
Thank you. I just want to echo the mayor's thoughts and his prayers, and also to acknowledge that not only the victims who were actually hit by gunfire, but there are a lot more people who are going to be forever impacted by what happened here today. You know, as people were running, you know, a lot of us law enforcement who are running towards the danger also guided those who were in fear of their lives, and that's something to be said of how impactful today's event truly was. Again, we have confirmed there is one deceased person. Our gunshot wound total has went up to 22, and Chief Grundyson will provide a little bit more context to that. Right now, we're still working on a total of number of victims. This is still an active investigation. I do want to comment on the question that I got earlier about a video of some fans tackling someone. We do have 3 persons detained and under investigation for today's incident. We are working to determine if one of the 3 are the one that was in that video where fans assisted police. Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. This centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today. Again, we are continuously receiving information minute by minute, which is part of the delay of us coming down here. But I do want to pass this on to Chief Grundyson to give a little bit more context to some of the status of our victims.
Just want to say that all of KCFD's thoughts and prayers are with those families that were affected by this tragedy today. And while we were not expecting it, we were ready and prepared for an event such like this. Our KCFD units, along with our mutual aid partners that were working to assist us at this event, touched a total of 22 gunshot victims. One of those was a fatality. We had 8 what we considered immediately life-threatening patients. We had 7 with life-threatening injuries, and we had 6 that had minor injuries. Of the most serious, the immediately life-threatening injuries, we had 8 of those. Those were all transported and off the scene en route to hospitals within 10 minutes. So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate, and I commend all our staff working there today, along with PD, that did an excellent job under difficult circumstances. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
Questions?
Yeah, so we're getting...
Who are you asking?
Anyone that can answer the question. So we've heard people talk about gunshots that they heard near the west side of Union Station, and then also gunfire and situations that happened near the fountain and the stoplight over there near the intersection. Was there 2 separate scenes? Was there one big scene? Do you know the answer to that question?
That is still an active scene. That is a large ground to cover. As you know, the size of the Union Station. I will tell you we have located that crime scene on the west side of Union Station. As far as in the front of, that is still under investigation. We have crime scene investigators as well as the detectives. We had a lot of our assault squad detectives and our homicide detectives that were actually in uniform today working the assignment. So not only did you have uniformed presence immediately responding to the scene, rendering aid, going towards danger, but you also had detectives that were immediately on the scene that are still there and actively working.
Are you investigating any sort of connection with the earlier shooting of the day at 27th and Vicki?
We are, at this time, we don't know if that's connected, but that is something that we are looking at.
Children's Mercy says that they want parents to contact them if they don't know where their children are. Do you know that there may be, like, are there kids there who have a parent?
I can tell you we have detectives at all of the local hospitals that are investigating, like I said earlier, trying to connect our victims to their loved ones. Should that be the case and it's a child, someone can either contact police, or if that is what Children's Mercy is requesting, of course they can contact them as well.
Is there anything you can say about motive?
Right now we do not have a motive, but we are asking those who may potentially have any kind of information, a witness or video, to contact police. That's one of that, what I talked about, that phone number that we're setting up that's going to be centralized for victims, witnesses, and potential video evidence.
Any age range on the person?
I do not have that yet.
You learned of a second gunshot victim who has died from family. Has that developed?
I have not been able to confirm another death.
We mentioned that there were some victims taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. I understood from staff at Children's Mercy Hospital that they received, they have 9 shooting victims, and it's possible that one of them was an adult. Do you know how many children were shot, if it was 8 or 9? And when we're talking children, are we talking about little ones or 17-year-olds? Do you know, Chief?
Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old. Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old, and but we do not have that information currently on the exact ages of the patients that were transported. Yeah, I mean, Children's confirming we did transport to Children's Mercy, but we do not have the ages of those patients.
Mayor, how scared? You had over 800 officers deployed to work this parade, to work outside of Union Station, and still in a matter of moments, 22 people were shot.
I mean, that's what happens with guns. I won't get in a big debate right now. I think we're still doing an investigation, but I mean, what you saw happen was why people talk about guns a lot. We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station today. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. And I think that's something that all of us who are parents, who are just regular people living each day, have to decide what we wish to do about it. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe. And we had hundreds of law enforcement there working hard today. And I do want to echo what the chief said, who are running towards danger. But in a matter of seconds, someone who wants to disrupt anything, someone who wants to create any type of situation, or someone who is very simply reckless, can change not just one life or 2 lives, but almost 24. And that to me is absolutely devastating. And it makes me feel vastly more concerned as a parent just in the world today thinking about that.
Chief Graves, can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those 2 individuals?
I'll get you in just a second.
Clearly caused so much harm.
What was the question?
Can you tell us more about how you were able to take those 2 suspects into custody?
Officers, uniformed officers were on scene. I don't have all the information of exactly what they witnessed, but there was a pursuit, apprehension, slight injuries by our officers taking someone into custody. But as far as directly answering your question, I don't have that information right now.
Chief Graves, you have 2 gunmen in custody.
You were talking about weapons earlier. Can you tell me how many and what type of weapons were involved?
I don't have the exact on the weapons, but we have recovered firearms. I don't have a number for you or a caliber. We have recovered firearms, at least one.
Chief Graves, you have 2 gunmen in custody. Do you believe there are any others still unaccounted for?
We have 3 people that we have detained, and that is what we are asking for, is if anyone has any information, is a witness or has any kind of video that may provide us if there's anybody else that was involved in this.
So is there a risk to the community at this point?
No, at this time, the scene has been cleared. It's being held, and when I say cleared, I say the scene has been made safe, and it's been cleared. Right now, we are in the investigative portion of that, collecting evidence, whether that be digital evidence or physical evidence. That is what we are doing right now, and we're also conducting interviews. Obviously, we have several victims that we need to have a conversation with, to ask questions, also witnesses. So there's a lot of work ahead in this. This is just the beginning stages, but we are moving as fast as we can.
Can you explain that there was like a 5 minutes between the first shots and the second?
All of that has not been determined just yet. The number of shots, the time in between them, the motive, all of that is still actively being investigated.
So we don't know if there were 2 separate scenes. We don't know the answer to that at this point.
I cannot confirm that yet.
And just, did I miss this? Was this inside or outside Union Station?
This was all outside Union Station.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Might have just been somebody who was helping. I just want to make sure I'm right with my facts. You said you have 3 people in custody.
We have 3 people that are detained.
All right, and I'm Andrew Kraft here on Live Now from Fox at this hour, about 10 minutes past the 5 o'clock hour here, past 6 o'clock there in Kansas City, as so many Chiefs fans there coming out today for the Super Bowl victory parade, and then it turning deadly at the very tail end of the parade. Shots rang out there outside of Union Station, one of the really key landmarks and destinations of this great Midwestern city that is Kansas City. And now we know it did turn deadly. We just heard there from the police chief and the mayor, Quinton Lucas of Kansas City, Missouri. And now we know this, that at least 21 people have been injured in this shooting. We also know that there have been 1 fatality. There are other reports out there, including by the paper of record there in Kansas City, that they have confirmed that a second person has died. Law enforcement and the Associated Press have not confirmed that. That's kind of what we rely on here. But the paper of record there in the city, the Kansas City Star, confirming that there is a possible second fatality as well. Now, in the first press conference since the shooting, we were told that no children were among the injured. We now know that is not the case. And if we could put that tweet back, we now know that at least several children are being treated for gunshot wounds as well. Let me put this tweet up here, and you can see that. This is from Shannon Russo, one of the reporters there at Fox 4 in Kansas City, saying this: Children's Mercy Hospital is treating 12 patients from the Chiefs victory parade, including 11 kids. 9 of those have gunshot wounds. And so that is just a startling development to this horrible story that every year, whoever wins the Super Bowl, the team has a victory parade. This time, though, this year, it turning deadly. I just want to shout out there my colleagues Lexi Petrovich and Andy Mack, who have been guiding you throughout the afternoon when all of this was unfolding, as we were getting very kind of piecemeal bits of information as well here. I want to put up this tweet from our own Chad Pergram there on Capitol Hill, because earlier this afternoon, a moment of silence was held there for the shooting on the House floor. It was led by Congressman Emanuel Cleaver, the Democrat who represents Kansas City. He was also its mayor at one point in time. He's a big Chiefs fan as well here. And so I want to also just set the stage as well. Kansas City has a very large, prominent Catholic community. Today is Ash Wednesday, the beginning of Lent. Today also coincides with the 6th anniversary of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting, the Parkland, Florida school shooting that killed 17 people. And now, unfortunately, and you have heard me here report on countless shootings like this, none other than this one that happened today there
in Kansas City. I want to put up this tweet as well there from Caleb Rowden. He says this: "Our hearts go out to the victims of today's heinous act of cowardice in Kansas City. Thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement, as well as parade onlookers who apprehended the shooters." He says, "Aubrey and I are praying for the families of those impacted and for Kansas City." We've also heard from the Republican governor, Governor Parson, as well. President Biden saying there, according to the White House press pool, he has been briefed on the shooting as well. He also made a call in to the mayor, Quinton Lucas. So before we get into more of our expert analysis, we're going to be bringing in guests to talk about the response to this and what exactly happened, what went wrong here. I want to take you all back to the moment where we kind of found out and figured out what was happening, because this was stunning video that we were recording on at the very time, at the very tail end of the parade. Once everyone was dispersing, we saw this on our feeds and we got going reporting this story. Take a look at what we saw at the very outset of this story. So you can see there, law enforcement running into Union Station. And remember, we heard from law enforcement, 800 officers from several different agencies and jurisdictions. They were on hand for the parade itself, for the security. Now, they were going into Union Station itself. We were then told, we were then notified the shooting took place outside the station building itself on the west side of the station. But look at that. All of those law enforcement officers running to the sound of shots ringing out. And so this is what got the ball rolling. This is how we started covering this story. Of course, very preliminary information. Then we now know so much more. In the meantime here, we do want to continue with our coverage of this story. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's bring into the conversation right now a safety and security expert, Stuart Haskin, who has trained so many on situations like we have seen today, and he joins me. Stuart, thanks for being with us here. I know you've been following our coverage all day, and you've been kind of tracking all of this kind of initially conflicting information. We're getting a better sense, though, of what has gone on here. Still no motivation. We still do not know what led to the beginning of this shooting. And so hopefully we'll get a better sense of that as the night goes on. Hopefully we'll get a better sense of who these suspects in custody are. 3 individuals have been detained, 3 suspects. And so you have to wonder, you know, what are these 3 suspects' involvement in the shooting itself here? But I want to ask you first, 800 law enforcement officers on the scene at the outset of this parade today there in Kansas City, and this shooting still happened. To viewers watching, are they right to feel like this could happen anywhere, no matter how secure you feel or prepare it is? What say you?
You know, first, thank you for having me. Second, thank you for all the first responders. The law enforcement ran to the gunfire. Now you have to remember the medics are in there, the fire's there, the doctors are bringing them into the ER, and they're having to see the trauma. And then when you talk about children, it just cuts right to the heart. But you have an unsecured facility, correct? So there is no wanding, there's no pat downs, so people are free to bring in whatever they want. So that's the hard part. And it takes a bold person, right? 800 officers around. There was a lot of security, but in the mix of things, it's very difficult. You know, in the arena, when you go to the arenas, it's very strict. Everyone's pat down, they're metal detected, they're scanned. I just did an event for security and it had facial recognition. Everything was going on. These are very, very difficult, really difficult to see. I mean, it's really just head on a swivel, you know, for officers just watching the crowd, and that's what they're doing. And I'm sure besides the 800 uniformed officers, there was undercover in there, but it's still such a large facility. It's so hard to secure.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about this was happening at the very end of the parade. I mean, the parade had largely dispersed. People were leaving the area. Obviously, thousands of Kansas City Chiefs fans, they want to come out, they want to experience this. This is, for them, and even for the players and the team and the coaches and the managers and assistants, this is like one of the highlights of their lives. And then this happens, something like this happens, and you talk about how massive the area is. Stuart, I want to put up this. This was a kind of time lapse in the morning as so many of the crowd dispersed. Thousands of people
Yes.
And so how in those initial moments can you even maintain order?
Yes, as you can see, when they start moving, order is very difficult to have. The biggest thing is, law enforcement, they are surrounding, they ran to what they hear, they ran to the gunshots, and to try and secure that is super difficult because it's a mass crowd. So you said we have 800 officers. How many, Andrew, how many is it 10,000 people there? I mean, the guess, and, they outnumber the officers, 20 to 1. The thing is that, we want to go and enjoy those, right? And, I have 2 kids. I want to be able to watch a parade and feel safe, and it's, as you see these things, last year, I believe at, another celebration, there was more gunfire. And you think about it, 2 to 3 suspects right now, correct? Firing weapons out of the tens of thousands of people who wanted to enjoy the event. So those are the things that are difficult. And maybe in the future, there's a little more security around with, like I said, wanting people to get in. And right now, everything's unfolding, so we don't know what's going on. But, it may have to be a different security environment because, I want to go enjoy that. I want to say, go Chiefs, and not fear for my child's safety and my own and my family's. It's, it's very difficult at that time.
Yeah, Stuart, this is so different from a Super Bowl every year. A Super Bowl is like a designated event by the Department of Homeland Security that requires so much more security and infrastructure to make sure it goes off without a hitch. These parades are largely at, not the teams doing, but the city itself. And they don't get that really special designation where, there's going to be a beefed up presence. They kind of put all their forces in, and that's what you got. It's not like this special designation where, threats are assessed. It's a very organic thing. Yes, there are some planning involved, but it just happens and fans show up. And to your point, no one is, going through magnetometers. No one is wanted. You just arrive and you bask in the glory of your team's win, and then it goes awry like this. And so do you think that will be somewhat of a deterrent for, municipalities and police departments? Might they discourage this in the future after what we saw today?
Yeah, I've been doing safety for over 30 years. I've worked every event you can think of in a security capacity. I've worked law enforcement events as well as a law enforcement officer or deputy. So, yeah, I think if we're going to do these things, we have to figure out a plan, a better plan. I'm in Los Angeles and we had the cars burnt up during the Lakers celebration. You see a high level of violence almost after every celebration. And it's not the majority of the individuals that want to cheer on their teams. It's just individuals trying, either we don't know what happened here, but if there's a conflict between individuals or if it was someone just getting in there and going, I'm going to be on TV and this is going to happen. We don't know, but I think it's the obligation of the city to really secure everything. Like you said, that Super Bowl, I can't even imagine how many individual law enforcement were out there, undercover snipers. It's a full-blown security issue, detail. And that's what, if we're going to be doing these and these things keep happening, we have to figure out. Either you bring it into an arena and you let everyone come in and then have a high security force on the outside when the area is let go, or figure out something. But yes, it's something that cities have to take into account. We just can't have this big parade.
Yeah,
it's
Stuart,
dangerous.
I wanted to ask too, because, and I want to, kind of correct the record here, because always in these situations, you hear the term active shooter situation. You didn't hear it with this. This was not that. Why was it not that? And people might think, well, there's a shooting taking place in a public setting. Yes, it was kind of neutralized very quickly. Arrests were made very quickly. And the scene is now clear, although it's cordoned off. But what does it take to get to that designation? Because it wasn't there in Kansas City today.
Well, it wasn't because they didn't state it. But, listen, an active shooter is an active. Trying to find out how many rounds were fired. Whether they were 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 10 rounds, and it just drove through people. But, to say it's not active, the reason why I think
we don't know how many rounds were fired. The police chief, Graves, there said at least 1 weapon has been recovered. And so we just don't know kind of the provenance of the weapon, what type of weapon it was, how many shots were fired. And so there's still so many more questions. We got to go. I'm just going to leave you with this. What still do you want to know about this particular incident? What are your questions still?
Well, like all of us, we want to know why, first of all. What was the reasoning? Two, we look back at that situation. How do we make it better for the next event? Where were they located? What were they bringing in? What can we see that was on them? So we have to learn from these tragic incidents so we be better in the next event that we have. That's what I'd like to see. I mean, it is with law enforcement, everything's videotaped. They watch everything. They review it. How can we do better? How can we be stronger? How can we secure it more? I mean, all of us have these answers, these questions right now. Everything's so much in the unknown. But that's what I'd like to see. It's like just to detail it out. How can we be better for the next event?
Stuart Haskin, we do appreciate your time, your expertise, your insight here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me, Andrew.
Okay, in the meantime here, we want to take just a quick commercial break. I want to put this tweet up here. We're going to stay with this story throughout the night, but this is Governor Mike Parson. He tweeting this out today. The governor and First Lady Parson were in attendance when shots were fired near Union Station in Kansas City. They are safe and secure. State law enforcement personnel are assisting local authorities in response efforts. As we wait to learn more, our hearts go out to the victims. Now remember, many of these local and state leaders, they were there to take in the parade, like Governor Parson and the First Lady of Missouri, also like the mayor of Kansas City and his family as well, telling the press that he was running with everyone else as well, scared. You can't really imagine what it is like to be in a crowd like this when gunshots ring out. And so we're going to stay with this story. Like I said, before we go to a quick commercial break, we have to hear from former President Donald Trump. Of course, he is the leader in the Republican nomination right now. He is the front runner. And so we want to just see if he comments on this Kansas City shooting today. He's at a rally in South Carolina. Let's listen.
Well, thank you very much, South Carolina, and happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Your great state is getting a lot of news lately. We're doing very well. We're up about 65 points. Is that enough? 65. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of hardworking, God-fearing American patriots. And thanks to proud citizens like you, last month we won Iowa by the largest margin in GOP history. That's a long time. And then we won New Hampshire with more votes, listen to this one, than any candidate has ever gotten in either party. Other than that, we didn't do very well there, right? We got more votes than any candidate. Think of that. What an honor. So many years it's been going on. What an honor. Last week we won the Virgin Islands in a landslide, and then we won over 99% in the Nevada caucuses with more votes than anyone has ever gotten in the Nevada caucus. So there's something going on, and now we're going to win a gigantic victory in just a few days, if you think about it. Next week, sort of. I guess you could say sort of next week. In South Carolina. Thank you. The primary is Saturday, February 24th, but in person. Early voting is underway right now, so go and vote. I think we're going to have a big victory. It's looking very good, looking very strong. In fact, a lot of people are saying, what the hell is she wasting her time for? And I agree with that. It ends on February 22nd, and it's closed this Sunday, the 18th, and Monday, the 19th, for President's Day. But you just go vote early or get there. It doesn't, frankly, from my standpoint, just vote. Whether you do it then or whether you do it early, just go and vote. Nikki Haley is pushing Democrats to vote, so if you don't want liberals and Marxists to meddle in your primary, which they shouldn't be able to do, then you have to get out and get every patriot you know, come out this week and vote for our campaign. It's going to be over very quickly, very, very quickly. With your help, we're going to win this state, and this November, we're going to win the White House, and we're going to take back our country. Right, Henry? One of the most important issues in this race is which candidate can rescue the American economy and save the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream for quite a while. It's the American nightmare right now. Under the Trump administration, you were far better off. Your family was better off. Your neighbors were better off. Your communities were better off. And our country was a lot better off than it is today. Today, our country is going to hell. It's going to hell. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Millions and millions of people pouring in from places unknown. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident than ever when I was sitting behind that beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office. Together, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world with record tax cuts, record regulation cuts, record energy production. We were doing a lot of records, and rising wages for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. That's why Hispanic Americans, African Americans, Asian Americans, women, men, young students with a brilliant education, young students with no diploma, no education to speak of. Every single group was doing better. There wasn't a group that was not doing as well. But then crooked Joe Biden came in and began waging an all-out economic war on our great middle class. That's what's happened, by the way. That's what's happened. Let's compare the smoldering records of Bidenomics. How about that name, Bidenomics? With the incredible success we had just 3 years ago under President Trump on Maganomics. You ever hear that term? I just heard it. I just heard it. And I like it. I said, let's use it every once in a while. Let's use it in South Carolina. Under Biden, we've had a 3-year inflation rate of over 30%, and inflation was higher than expected. Yet again, you see, they just announced the numbers 2 days ago. It's back. 60% of Americans are now struggling to pay for their groceries. You didn't have that. And as Crooked Joe himself foolishly pointed out on Sunday, it's not just that prices are getting higher, it's that packages are getting smaller. Thank you for telling that, Crooked Joe. Worst president in the history of our country, by far. In fact, Jimmy Carter is a very happy man because his administration is brilliant by comparison. Under my leadership, you had virtually no inflation, and there was no such thing as Joe Biden's shrinkflation. You ever hear that one? Shrink. That's his new name he comes up with. Under Crooked Joe, energy prices have reached the highest in history, and gas prices have reached $5, $6, and even $7 a gallon. And now it seems like they're going up again. They're doing everything they can. They'll use anybody, send it around. They want to do anything they can. But after the election, they can't. We can't let them win. We're not going to have a country. But after the election, if a tragedy happened, like happened 3 years ago, that was a tragedy, what happened. That was a tragedy. Look what's happened to our country. Our country's gone to hell. But if a tragedy happened, you'd see prices, energy prices go up double and triple. 3 years ago, under my leadership, we had energy independence and soon would have had energy dominance. We're going to be dominant all over the world. We were behind Saudi Arabia, Russia. Within the first year, we were way beyond them in terms, we have more liquid gold under our feet, just think of it, than any other nation. And we don't want to use it. They want to go all electric cars. Isn't that a great idea? They don't go far. They don't go far. I had gas, think of the gasoline, gas prices, and we had some times where it was below this number, $1.87 per gallon. Think of that. Doesn't that sound good? You could buy those big, beautiful trucks. Now you say, let's get a little one. Thanks to Bidenomics, a 30-year mortgage rate has hit a 22-year high, the highest in over 22 years. Average mortgage payments now a brutal $3,322 a month. When I was president, the average monthly mortgage payment was $1,700 a month, nearly 50% less than what you're doing right now. You had a savings with me of $19,000 a year. That's a lot. And this is an affordability crisis. Remember, under Crooked Joe Biden, credit card debt is the highest in history. Never been higher. That's a tragic number. Over $1 trillion for the first time ever. It's never been even close to that. 62% of Americans now report living paycheck to paycheck. Under President Trump, Americans liberated themselves from debt by paying off roughly $150 billion from their credit cards, the only major decline in decades, the first time in decades that it was happening. And while Crooked Joe likes to brag about the stock market, the truth is his record is horrendous when you correct for inflation, which is an amazing number after adjusting for all that has taken place over the last couple of years. But think of it, with all of the inflation and everything else, the stock market is up just 8% total for the entire period. By contrast, under my leadership, the stock market was up by an astounding 62% with inflation almost at zero, 62%. In short, Crooked Joe Biden did our economy exactly what he did to our border. He's done it to our economy and our border. Have you ever seen anything? Look, forget about speeches. Have you ever seen anything where millions of people are allowed to pour in? Millions and millions? He inherited an amazing success from me. He wrecked it almost immediately, turned it into something resembling much worse, actually, not resembling, much worse than a third world nation, a banana republic. There's never been a border in the history of the world that's looked anything like this tragedy. It's a tragedy. And he can shut it down. All he has to do is say, close the border. We got to get our country straightened out. And he doesn't want, he wants to have some phony legislation passed, which actually makes it worse. But with your vote, we're going to save our economy and we're going to bring our country back from hell.
Okay, so we've been listening there to former President Donald Trump. We were kind of listening, waiting to see whether or not he would comment on the shooting that took place there outside of Union Station in Kansas City, Missouri, right after the Super Bowl victory parade. And if you were watching this morning, you saw the parade in its entirety. You heard from Coach Reed, you heard from Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes and so many other team officials and city and state officials, and then this just horribly turning into deadly chaos there on the grounds right outside of Union Station, Kansas City. If you haven't been, such a marvel, such a jewel of the Midwest. And so people just wanted to celebrate their football team today, and it turned so tragic. In the meantime here, you just saw their former president, Donald Trump. The Republican primary campaign for president is alive and well. Of course, he is far and away the front runner for the Republican nomination. South Carolina is the next contest, February the 24th. That's a Saturday. Here on Live Now from Fox, will be in special coverage. As you know, Nikki Haley also vying for somewhat of a victory in her campaign's view. Of course, they want to come in first, but she has not come in first in any of these contests so far. It'll be interesting to see if she doesn't come in first, what the margin between her and Trump will be if and when she comes in second place. Remember, this is her home state, and many have kind of likened and characterized this as her last stand. So depending on how she does in South Carolina in about 10 days' time, we'll just have to see whether or not she sticks it out to Super Tuesday. Remember, Super Tuesday, March 5th, several other states holding their primaries simultaneously. So a lot of politics news tonight, but let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we want to kind of dive into the emergency management response there by law enforcement in Kansas City. We'll also have more updates for you on the shooting investigation itself. We're getting more images. We're getting a better sense as well of the weapons these suspects used, and also the injuries that so many of these people have suffered. Remember, 21 people suffering from gunshot wounds, and now we know many of those are children. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. And we are going to keep you up to speed on all the developments concerning this deadly shooting there in Kansas City, Missouri, right after the Super Bowl victory parade. So many thousands of Chiefs fans coming out to celebrate their team's back-to-back Super Bowl titles, and then it turned so deadly after this shooting began. In the meantime here, we're getting more of a clear picture about the nature of the victims. Remember, police have told us that 21 people were injured in this, plus an additional fatality. We know one person has died. There are other outlets reporting there in the Kansas City area that a second person has died. We're going to wait for official sources and law enforcement to confirm that for us right now. But many of these injuries, and remember, they are all gunshot wounds, many of them were suffered by children under the age of 17. I want to put up this tweet here. This is from Jana Calkins. She says this, that Stephanie Meyer of Children's Mercy Hospital updates to say that all 12 of their patients, 11 minors, are expected to recover. That's good news. She says ages between 6 and 15 years old. Not a lot of good news in these circumstances, but this news represents a brighter spot in the day. So Jana Calkins also says 9 of the 12 had gunshot wounds. She described the other injuries as incidental injuries. None are critical, and all are expected to recover. She is the assistant news director, Jana Calkins, at Fox 4 WDAF. We're told that a news conference is happening right now with hospital officials. Once we get that in, we will play that for you as well. I would imagine that much of that information was relayed in that press conference that's happening, I believe, as we speak there. But this is somewhat of a silver lining that these 12 victims that were transported to Children's Hospital there in Kansas City, they were all expected to recover there as well. We also have a tweet in from Republican Governor Mike Parson in Missouri. Take a look at this. He says the governor and the First Lady Parson were in attendance when shots were fired near Union Station in Kansas City. They're safe and secure. State law enforcement personnel are assisting local authorities in response efforts. As we wait to learn more, our hearts go out to the victims. Remember, not only was the governor there, the mayor was there, team officials, the team owner, the coaches, the players. Of course, they were all there basking in the glory of their win, and then it turned so tragic as well. I believe we have a statement in from the Kansas City Chiefs. If we could put that up as well. They issued a lengthy statement offering their thoughts, their condolences. Let's put this up here. I want to read this. They say this: "We are truly saddened by the senseless act of violence that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We're in close communication with the mayor's office, as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we have confirmed that all of our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement officers and first responders who are on scene to assist." In the meantime here, we also have a statement and a tweet from Governor Laura Kelly, the Democrat. She says, "Today, a day that should have been a celebration of the Chiefs' remarkable skill and success has turned into a day of mourning. The senseless act of violence goes against everything Kansas City and the Chiefs Kingdom stands for." That's Governor Laura Kelly, the Democrat, the governor of Kansas. So the governor of both Kansas and Missouri responding to this news today. In the meantime here, we want to bring into the conversation our longtime friend, Hal Kempfer. You know him. We talked to him about all of these international stories. Hal, though, has a stable of knowledge when it comes to many of these emergency management responses that we have seen there in Kansas City today, and he joins me. Hal, good to see you. Thanks for being with us on this very somber occasion. Such a, joyous revelry there, a parade that's supposed to be fun, and it turned so tragic so quickly. I just want to get your thoughts, Hal, before we start. We heard from law enforcement, 800 officers. They were on the scene for a parade with thousands of people, and still a shooting. Yes, at the very tail end of the parade was largely over. People had dispersed. Shots ringing out. You saw that video. I want to put this video up again. You saw, Hal, I don't know if you've seen this yet. so many of the officers running into Kansas City's Union Station, presumably the origin of where that sound was coming from. We now know this shooting took place outside the station, Hal. But that's a quick law enforcement response. My point is how hundreds of police officers can be on the scene of a very large parade and something like this can still happen. How?
Andrew, I think we'll know more when we find out what type of weapon was used. Obviously, with the number of casualties, I think we're up to 23 now. At least one, maybe two are deceased. You get an idea that there was a lot of rounds fired in a very short period of time. Even with hundreds of officers on the scene, that is not a secured area. There is no security screening that people have to go through to get into it. It's a parade. It's an open situation. There is an area as you get closer around the grandstand, if you will, where the chiefs are and the governors are. Obviously, there's a hardened cordon, if you will, a hardened area where it's tougher for people to get in without being more scrutinized or screened getting into that. But for something like this, where you're far away from the main event, if you will, this is just people show up. And in Missouri, they have some interesting gun laws. So open carry is very common. So it's not unusual to see weapons. They have a rather permissive CCW program, concealed weapons permit program. So having weapons in that crowd would not be unusual. But what you saw here was that a shooter or shooters, and we don't know how many were involved. 3 have been detained. We know there was definitely one that the crowd jumped on and took down, which I thought was rather commendable. But you do see that they were able to get off rounds in a very short period of time. We don't know the motive, although local law enforcement has been putting out they don't think it was terrorism. That doesn't mean they've completely ruled it out, but they don't think it was terrorism. Could have been something else. It doesn't really sound like a gang thing, although I would say, again, I'll wait till they rule that out as well. But it's not entirely clear what happened.
Hal, why do you say that? A lot of speculation has been about that particular fact there. And you could argue, and maybe we can go on and on about this, but the fact that it happened after the parade was over. I'm just kind of spitballing here, and this is pure rank speculation. But if it was targeted terrorism of the like, wouldn't anyone trying to cause and inflict the most damage want to do whatever they were going to do during the parade itself? I mean, take a look at how many people were there for the parade. This is from Kansas City Police. They posted this today before the shooting. Obviously, take a look. Thousands of people lining the route there. And so you have these kind of competing theories of the motivation. Hal, let's kind of tease them out.
Well, if you look there, obviously, if you're a terrorist, what do you want to do? Well, you want to inflict terror. How do you do that? You find mass casualties. That, during the parade, is where you see the most mass casualties. If you go back to the Boston Marathon bombing, they also stayed away from the harder cordon area, and they set their bombs in an area that was open access, kind of like where we saw the shooting today, and they inflicted a lot of casualties. Although they didn't take full advantage, thank goodness, of the density of the crowd at certain peak periods. They waited, this thing happened afterwards. So that does tend to lead one to think it wasn't a highly planned terrorist event. I will wait till they rule that out entirely, but that's what local law enforcement is saying. Could it have been a gang shooting? I have heard speculation from law enforcement sources that they didn't think it was a gang shooting. It hasn't been completely ruled out. Could have been a criminal event of some sort, but it's not ruled out. And then you're going to go into other motivations, which could be personal motivations, could be mental illness, could be a lot of other things. If it's mental illness, and then that kind of rules out the collaborative thing, because very uncommon that you'd have multiply mentally ill people deciding to do a shooting like that. That's usually a lone wolf scenario when it is that. So we're going to find out exactly what it is. But looking at the number of rounds that were shot, somebody went in there with probably some sort of high capacity magazine, was able to get out a lot of rounds very quickly and cause a lot of damage. And the other thing that kind of got my attention was how many children were shot. That's rather strange. And that's one that, again, leads me to think that they're going to look very hard at mental illness as a possible motive.
Yeah, and Hal, what about the fact that 3 people have been taken into custody, of which we don't know who they are, what their profiles are? You know, we don't even know, they were described as suspects, but we don't know, that's all we know about the particular possible involvement in the shooting itself. I mean, you can make the argument that, you know, people are detained after these types of incidents and then they're released because they weren't directly involved here. So all we know are 3 people are in custody right now. The Kansas City police have taken them into custody. And when you talk about the weapons used, all we were told that at least one of the weapons has been retrieved. We still don't know the kind of the provenance of the weapon, what type of weapon it is. There are kind of pictures circulating with local Kansas City reporters about the weapons used, photos of the weapons. So speak to that if you could. Those are a lot of unknowns, aren't they?
It's a lot of unknowns. Now, if it was 3 different shooters, then that would lend to if it's not terrorism, that would lend to some sort of criminal action. And that would put credence on maybe it was some sort of organized crime or gang thing. And if all 3 turn out to be actual suspects, if they were fully involved, that would be the case. I could tell you that initially it was coming back and forth. And what was basically coming out was they said, look, in these situations, you would have, certainly in Missouri, a certain amount of citizenry would probably have weapons on them for personal protection. And it could have been when all law enforcement was rushing in that you had some citizens there that pulled their personal weapons out because there was a shooting taking place. And law enforcement would typically, in that situation, you know, have them, you know, basically disarm them or have them put their weapons down, and then they would hold them and they would detain them until they could ascertain who they were, why they had a weapon, why they were there at the time. And they want to go through the whole thing to rule out any complicity in the criminal action that took place. And that would make sense. That would be something. So you may have 3 detained. I think it'll be telling if any of these suspects are released in the coming hours as to whether they were actually directly involved in the shooting. If all 3 turn out to have been involved, then I would lean towards thinking it was either a gang or organized crime related thing. And I have to tell you, if it's an organized crime, it's not very well organized crime, because why would you do a shooting? Nobody would ever plan to do a shooting in that situation. It's just simply, it's too crowded. It doesn't make sense. And I can't imagine any criminal event where they would do a shooting in that situation where it makes sense for any well-organized criminal activity. So then it tends to lean toward less well-organized crime, which tends to get it more into the gang sort of thing.
I see.
Where you might see some sort of spontaneous situation where they came across somebody or something like that. So we're going to find out more about that. But what I will say is you got a lot of weapons being fired. I mean, a lot of rounds being fired.
And we don't know the number of rounds. I mean, you can make that presumption there, but, you know, that was asked at the latest press conference. You know, how many rounds were fired? How many weapons were retrieved? At least 1 weapon was retrieved, and they couldn't speak to how many rounds were fired. But to your point, Hal, the number of injuries, the number of gunshot injuries, the number of people struck by gunfire, you can make that logical leap that there must have been a lot of rounds fired. But the missing question is, you know, the motive. We still don't know anything that, you know, what got this all started. If it was random, if it was targeted, if there was some type of altercation or fight involved amongst fans or people in the vicinity. We just don't know those answers yet. Hal, let's talk about the weapons themselves. They won't go into what the type of weapon they had obtained, at least one, they said. But I want to put up this tweet here. We've been relying on Fox 4 WDAF in the market there in Kansas City. They've been bringing us all of these live pictures throughout the course of the day. One of their reporters just put this on X, and I want to get you to comment here. The viewer discretion is advised because this is a photo of a weapon. If we can, you can see there a crime scene investigator, Hal. This is by Dave DeMarco. He's a reporter at Fox 4 in Kansas City. He got this photo from a source. He put it on social media. A crime scene investigator taking a photo of what appears to be 2 backpacks and a weapon leaned up against this kind of concrete balustrade there. So, you know, I don't want to ask what type of weapon it is if you can't see it, but that is plain as day. That is one of the weapons, I'm going to say, recovered at the scene. I don't want to jump to the conclusions that it was the weapon that was used or one of the weapons that was used. Crime scene investigators are taking a photo of it on the scene itself. It was recovered by law enforcement. What kind of weapon is it? Can you tell?
Well, what I can tell you, it's an assault rifle. I could guess at what type of assault rifle, but because the way it's situated upside down, I would be guessing between a number of types that would fit the profile I'm looking at right now. But it is a military-style assault rifle, and you look at that magazine. That is a high-capacity magazine, probably at least 30 rounds. I don't know. It could be actually more than 30 rounds. You can get magazines that will carry more than 30 rounds. They're kind of a specialty thing. You don't normally find them, but possible. Now, looking at the assault rifle, what does that do? That explains to me why the shooter was able to get off so many rounds in such a short period of time. If it was fully automatic, then obviously they could have literally sprayed down the area, if you will, with automatic fire. But even if it was semi-automatic, basically you shoot as fast as your finger can move. And it was a very crowded area where the shooter was shooting. That shows to me also, if it was a weapon of that type, that the shooter, more likely than not, intended to do a shooting at that location.
Okay.
That's a premeditated thing. That's not where someone pulled out a sidearm or somebody, a gang thing where they would just have, you know, pistols stuck in the back of their trousers or something. Right. And they see another gang and they open up, which, again, there's a lot of reasons why that seems less probable. But when I look at an assault rifle like that, that has me thinking a lot of things. And I got to tell you, it could be mental illness or something like that. Could be a personal motive. But I would look long and hard, and I'd look really hard at the social media feeds of who's ever being looked at to see what they're saying, because it does have the hallmarks of a very premeditated event, which is similar to what I would expect with a terrorist attack.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that that photo of that weapon, we don't know if that was used in the shooting itself. All we know is a reporter there in Fox 4 in Kansas City posted that. It's part of the crime scene investigation. It was being photographed by one of these law enforcement investigators. But to your point, Hal, I've covered a lot of mass shootings, unfortunately, and that is the weapon du jour, so to speak, a type of assault-style weapon, assault-style rifle, and you're saying that is what we're seeing in that photo, and you're saying if it's going to be some type of gang-style altercation, you don't just whip that out, flash that out in some type of spontaneous shootout. That's your point, Hal? That's the point you're making?
No, my point is that's not an easily concealable weapon.
I see. Okay.
That's something that you know, you'd have to have a lot of thought. That's a weapon that you would go in with. I'm not saying you can't conceal that weapon. It's just very difficult to conceal a weapon like that. So that's not a weapon that someone would just have on them. That would be a weapon that they brought in with them for a purpose, if you will. Now, we're going to find out what that purpose was, but that obviously, to have that weapon. Now, I will, if I could back off a little bit, it's a crime scene investigation. Could that have been a weapon that maybe when the shooting took place, a citizen pulled that out of their vehicle to respond to help fellow citizens with an active shooter? Could that be a weapon that was a law enforcement weapon that was used, and for whatever reason, that they decided to put it there and take a picture of it? I don't know why they do that in that setting, but I'm not an expert on the CSI protocols that they use in Missouri, so there may be some reasons why they might want to do that at that time. I don't know. So there could be other reasons why that weapon's there. But if it's a perpetrator's weapon, just the choice of weapon, and certainly when you look at the size of the magazine, that tells me a lot as to what the possible intent was. And it helps me look at things as being more probable or less probable just looking at that weapon.
All right, Hal, we're just taking a look at some of the video from earlier this afternoon there on the scene. It was quite chaotic. I mean, all the debris from the parade on the ground, And then you have fire trucks and ambulances and police vehicles all in the mix, police tape everywhere, sirens everywhere. I can't imagine just how chaotic this was for so many who just wanted to, celebrate and congratulate the Kansas City Chiefs for their back-to-back Super Bowl victories. Hal Kempfer, we're going to take a quick commercial break. It's the top of the hour. When we come back, though, just for the viewers, we're talking about national security threats on Capitol Hill. That's what we initially invited Hal Kempfer on to discuss today. This is getting a lot of attention. The House Intelligence Committee Chairman, Mike Turner, putting out a statement about something that was pretty alarming, and we're getting more details on it. We're going to dive into all of that when we come back. We also have this live picture. Former President Donald Trump still speaking there to his rally of supporters, this in North Charleston, South Carolina. And so he's been going for about an hour now, speaking there. Of course, the primary for Republicans in 10 days' time. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're in a new hour. Thanks for being with us here. Let's get into more of these top headlines. Yes, we are still bringing you the latest updates and developments there out of Kansas City, Missouri. But for now, we want to go to Capitol Hill. Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. We got a pretty alarming report today that really sent a lot of people on Capitol Hill in a tizzy, also in national security circles as well. It all started with this statement today. I'm putting this up. It was posted on the account on social media of Chairman Mike Turner of the House Intelligence Committee. He is the chairman there of the committee, the Republican from Ohio, I believe. So the statement said this: today, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has made available to all members of Congress information concerning a serious national security threat. I'm requesting that President Biden declassify all information relating to this threat so that Congress, the administration, and our allies can openly discuss the actions necessary to respond to this threat. So if you're thinking that's somewhat vague, a lot of people also thought that as well. Then a lot of intrepid reporters got to the very nature of what that particular threat is. Let's talk about that right now with Hal Kempfer. He joins us yet again. Hal, good to see you. This is what we initially invited you on to discuss today as well. What is the threat? There's reporting out there, this is according to the Associated Press and Fox News, This is a congressional aide to the AP, said he understood that the threat relates to a space-deployed Russian anti-satellite weapon that may or may not have been launched. Also vague. What's going on here? What do you know about this particular quote-unquote threat here?
Well, Andrew, I salute the intrepid reporters who are trying to track this down, because this is highly classified information. What Mike Turner put out obviously got everybody's attention. It's not surprising that in Congress that would immediately end up in the hands of various media outlets. That's kind of how Congress works, but it doesn't say anything. So officially, nobody really knows exactly what it is. Unofficially, what we're hearing through a variety of sources, if you will, is that it's probably tied to a Russian anti-satellite program. And that this Russian anti-satellite system that they're talking about is either nuclear powered, I've heard that, or I've heard it could be a nuclear atomic weapon, a nuclear weapon that could be used in space to remove enemy satellites. Now, it's not clear what this weapon would do. They keep referencing signals intelligence capabilities. If it's signals intelligence or signals or using electronic warfare as an attack mode, that leads to, if it's nuclear powered, they probably would want a lot of power to run those systems to create the sort of effect they'd want. The other possibility, which is a known capability, has been known for a very long time, is what's called EMP, electromagnetic pulse. And with nuclear weapons, one of the things that they will also cause is a massive electromagnetic pulse, which basically fries electronics over a broad area.
Okay.
Back in the 90s, this was a big issue when it was being discussed, because there was talk of, could a country do an EMP attack and wipe out all electronics in the United States? Theoretically possible, much tougher to pull off. But that's one of the things, if they're saying a nuclear weapon anti-satellite system, one of the things that immediately comes to mind is it might have an EMP capability. The other thing is probably the Russians, and this isn't a really big technological step to do this, the Russians may have something standing by that they're thinking about putting into space to test it, if you will.
Hal, I got to ask, was this the entire reason for the creation of the U.S. Space Force Command, another branch of the military? What we're talking about right now, is this in their purview?
Andrew, that's an excellent question, and yes, it is very much. That is absolutely what Space Force was designed to do. Now, was this the reason they were set up? One of the reasons they were set up, basically what it was is we were realizing that space, regardless of all the treaties out there, that space was going to become a warfighting domain. That because of our heavy reliance on satellites for a variety of things, not the least of which is intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, that space was going to become a warfighting domain, and that our enemies would want to eliminate our capabilities in space. And frankly, we'd probably want to eliminate their capabilities in space as well. And that's why Space Force was set up to deal with that. And we also recognize that as we start getting into further things down the road, looking at going back to the moon, possibly going to Mars, there'll be some unusual requirements that come up. And we need a dedicated Space Force.
Hal, let's talk about more of this reporting, because Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich, she was really all over this story today. We're going to rely on a lot of her reporting as well here. And so she has this from sources, that the threat described does not involve an active capability and is not a weapon that would attack humans. Public reporting that it involves activities in space is accurate. So it's interesting to see how the reporting kind of evolved throughout the day. Jackie also says this, while this issue is significant and we're taking it very seriously, that source, as ranking member Jim Himes on the committee, the Democrat from Connecticut, and Speaker Johnson said today, it is not a cause for panic. Now, a source also told Jackie that the national security threat Mike Turner is asking the Biden administration to declassify info about deals with a concerning Russian capability. Separately, another source to Jackie said that the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence yesterday voted as a committee to allow members of Congress to view information related to this threat in a SCIF, which is a secure, compartmentalized information kind of area. but that the information itself is still classified. So it seemed like Turner was just signaling to maybe folks on Capitol Hill, folks in the Biden administration, let's have more people see this information. Let's declassify it. Let's watch it and see it and read it in this secure setting. It seemed like that was his signal, right? That's it?
There is. Well, within Congress, there are a few SCIFs, sensitive compartmented information facilities. I've worked in SCIFs for years. I used to actually run a SCIF at one point amongst my duties, and that's where you can go in and look at what we call top secret, which is the highest level of secrecy, and what we call sensitive compartmented information, which is it's only certain people can access those specific compartments for that information or for that intelligence.
Sure.
And Congress has a number of SCIFs. All congressmen or congresspersons, I should say, are instantly granted a top secret clearance by virtue of being a member of Congress, but not everybody gets the same access to everything. And Mike Turner, along with it's a very bipartisan thing, the two heads of the parties, the Speaker of the House, the Minority Leader, and the same thing on the Senate, with the head or the lead for each of the intelligence committees sit in what's called the Gang of Eight. Right. And the Gang of Eight gets this stuff, but not everybody gets it. And so what he did was he took stuff that the Gang of Eight would normally get, and he's saying, look, we need to get that out there. This is a big, credible threat. And frankly, I can tell you that someone who has worked in the area of preparedness for a potential nuclear strike, and looking at the variety of things, there are certain things that could happen at very high altitude or in space that could have tremendous effect, that could be very debilitating to our national security. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know the specific program that the Russians are looking at doing. But I will say this, Putin is a little unhinged compared to where he was some years back in terms of what he thinks is permissible.
Okay.
So I would say looking at something like this that I would say 5 years ago, he probably won't do.
Okay.
I don't know that he wouldn't do something like that today.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I was going to ask, what is Russia's response to all of this kind of frenzy today, if they had one at all? But to your point about the nature of whatever this is, more on Jackie Heinrich's reporting. She says Fox confirms the threat deals with a Russian nuclear capability in space, which, to your point, Hal, you said could threaten satellites, hamper U.S. military communications and reconnaissance. We haven't really gotten a clear type of what this system or weapon is. Is that kind of unusual that we can get a sense of the reporting of what this system can do, but we don't know what it is? How do I make that logical leap there? Or, obviously it's classified, but in the reporting, we know what it could possibly do, the impacts it could have. We just don't know what it is.
It could be that somewhere they did what's called tear line stuff. When tear line in the old days was you actually had a piece of paper, and this stuff I can tell you about, and this stuff below this line I can't tell you about.
Okay.
And I would literally tear on that line and say, here, you can read this, but you can't read this.
Okay.
That's the expression. So there might be some things within the overall report that they can talk about simply because they don't threaten sources or methods in terms of how that intelligence was acquired. And then there's other things they absolutely can't talk about because it would threaten sources and methods dealing with that intelligence.
So, Hal, for fear of being an alarmist, we knew because of the creation of the Space Force that space was the new frontier. There's a lot of satellites up there. We rely on them so heavily for everything we do on our computers and our phones down here on Earth. But, like I said, I don't want to sound alarmist here. Is the new frontier and is a new concern now about nuclear war, nuclear capabilities in space itself, or am I is that a bridge too far?
Andrew, I think that's not a bridge too far at all. In fact, I'm very concerned that the threshold for crossing into the nuclear realm in every sphere is closer now than it's been in many, many years. And, countries like North Korea, daily seem to make threats about using nuclear weapons against South Korea or its neighbors in the region. And you have, certainly with the war in Ukraine, the Russians, to include Putin, have made frequent allusions. In some cases, there's been direct threats that they would use nuclear weapons. And frankly, this is it's very nervous to hear this stuff. And if you think, and that's talking about using weapons on the ground where they will kill lots of people and cause massive physical devastation on the ground in a more traditional mode. This is in space, where they can use those weapons, certainly not without impunity by a long stretch, but they can use those weapons without causing a massive loss of life. Although I will tell you, if I was flying in a jetliner, in a commercial aircraft, and an EMP went off and everything electronic on the plane suddenly shut down,
sure,
I might consider that a significant threat at that point. All right. So,
yeah, Hal, I just want to put up this live picture there of the White House. A U.S. official today told Fox President Biden has been tracking this and is, in fact, has directed National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan to engage with the Gang of Eight on this as well. Jake Sullivan was at the White House briefing today. He was asked about this. He used the word surprised when asked. The word is he was surprised at the fact that Chairman Turner kind of called for Biden to declassify the security threat. He wasn't necessarily surprised at the either existence or mention or nature of the threat itself. He said also, Sullivan, that there's going to be a briefing with key lawmakers set for tomorrow on this question as well. Also, Jackie tweeting this out today that Fox is told that this threat has been communicated to U.S. allies and partners, and the suggestion in Turner's statement that this has not yet happened is inaccurate. So it seems like everyone's on board. Everyone knows what this is. Chairman Turner, though, wanting to get more information declassified so they can deal with the threat. We're also getting, Hal, a statement in from the Senate side. The Senate Intelligence Chairman, Mark Warner, the Democrat from Virginia, and his ranking member, Marco Rubio, the Republican from Florida. They say this: the Senate Intelligence Committee has the intelligence in question and has been rigorously tracking this issue from the start. We continue to take this matter seriously and are discussing an appropriate response with the administration. In the meantime, we must be cautious about potentially disclosing sources and methods that may be key to preserving a range of options for U.S. action. So I guess my assessment, Hal, of all of this today, it seems like everyone who needs to know about this knows about it. Everyone who doesn't need to know about it, you and me and everyone else in the press and the public, now know about it.
Well, it's pretty well known. I mean, the fact that we're talking about it gives you an idea of how widely disseminated this is. Obviously, Mike Turner felt that this was something that was not being discussed or handled in a way that he felt was satisfactory, and so he decided to build more awareness across the board through his communication in order to do that. And I would say if that's his mission, he has certainly achieved something. Although there's a lot in D.C., there's a lot of feeling that there's bipartisan head shaking at Mike Turner, which is maybe you jumped the gun, maybe you said something too soon. I got to tell you, time will show. This may be the slow boil thing. This may be something that's been percolating for a while, and he felt that it wasn't being taken seriously enough by his colleagues and the administration, and he decided to jolt the system with what he did. And again, time will tell if he overstepped, or maybe he did something that was needed to be done in a very timely manner.
Yeah, because there is a kind of this atmosphere on Capitol Hill when you go through some of the statements from some of these high-ranking members on these committees, that they acknowledged the particular threat, but they kind of downplayed the immediacy of it. Not the capabilities, just the fact that, yes, possibly it exists, but it's nowhere near ready to be deployed. And that was kind of the gist of a lot of these statements today, saying, yeah, we know about it. It's not immediate, though.
Well, one thing he's probably looking at is, he's looking at other things that have happened. I mean, he looks at what just happened in Israel with October 7th. They got completely caught by surprise. In general, they knew there was a threat, but when it actually was manifested itself operationally, they were caught completely by surprise. He looks at 9/11 in the United States. There was some general intelligence that something was coming, but we were caught completely by surprise with what happened. And he may be looking at this and wondering if this is something where we'll get caught by surprise.
I see.
I kind of go back. This goes back to the 50s. Sputnik was a term. It was a verb almost, which was the verb was being caught by surprise. And the U.S. was caught by surprise when the Soviets put Sputnik into space, and they literally beat us into space with the first satellite. Wasn't much of a satellite, but they were first. And of course, that caused a massive U.S. response trying to catch up with them, or at least the perception we had to catch up. He may be looking at this and afraid that what they're fielding could turn into a Sputnik moment, and he's trying to forestall that.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we do appreciate your insight into all of this. I know we kind of relied on you for really two major stories today, so we can't thank you enough, Hal. Talk soon.
All right, thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take yet another quick commercial break. We do have former President Donald Trump still speaking. Actually, before we do that, let's go out to Atlanta. Remember, we were on top of this other shooting incident outside of a high school there in Metro Atlanta. The Atlanta Mayor Dickens at a police press conference live right now. Let's go to that.
Major Woolfolk will give you more details about the specifics of the incident and where we stand right now. We do know 4 young people were shot here on campus, and that they are non-life-threatening injuries, and they're at Grady at this time in stable condition. Our hearts go out to these families and to these young people as they, we hope for a speedy and full recovery real soon. And we also intend to use all the resources that we have at APS-PD, APD, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. We're here earlier today, using all the resources we have to be able to bring these individuals to justice and to also continue to end the violence that happens in communities. We're standing here on school grounds where individuals are coming to school each day to get education and be amongst their friends, and an incident like this happened. And so we want to make sure that everyone knows that our youth and their safety is our top priority. As we have stated over and over again, the relationship between the Atlanta Public Schools and the city of Atlanta has been very strong with the Atlanta Year of the Youth. And we've done a lot of amazing things to make sure we brought down violent crime over the past year and youth-related crime. But incidents like today, where young folks can have access to a gun, this is concerning and it's dangerous. APS-PD was there swiftly. They were already on the scene. APD was there and Atlanta Fire Rescue was there. But we want to make sure that these young people continue to use conflict resolution to de-escalate incidents that may occur. And so that's why I'm going to ask that next week, parents, take note of this. Next week is winter break at APS. Make sure you go to our website, atlyearoftheyouth.com, and click on Safe Spaces. The recreation centers, their hours of operation are online, where you can be able to see where you can send your student for free. Boys and Girls Club, the City of Atlanta Parks and Rec, at Promise Centers and other places. While school is out, you can have safe spaces for your young person to be able to enjoy themselves, but also get some enrichment and some activities that are safe. And so there's a number of places that our nonprofit partners, as well as APS and the City of Atlanta, have designed for our kids to remain safe throughout next week and even in after-school programming. So I want to make that clear that we intend to keep you safe by having you filled with activities. And so today after school, we also encourage parents to make sure they come get their kids or have somewhere for them to go throughout the school year after school. And so I'll stop there and say that, this making sure that we continue to bring down violent crime and make sure all our young people are safe is our top priority. And I just thank for the partnership of Atlanta Public Schools PD, Atlanta Police Department, as well as Atlanta Fire and Rescue for being here today and to get those kids to safety and they're at Grady right now in stable conditions. So now at this time, I'll turn it over to the APS PD Chief Applin.
Good afternoon. I am Chief Ron Applin, Chief of Police for Atlanta Public Schools. On today at approximately 4 o'clock, there was a fight that our officers responded to in the parking lot. Shortly after responding, there were shots fired. Four students were shot. Our officers were there. They immediately responded, treated the students who were wounded, summoned for additional support. Atlanta Police also arrived with additional officers from Atlanta Public Schools Police. We worked together to make sure that those students got to the hospital safely and securely, that they were treated. We're working together now to try to figure out who committed this crime. We have always been working together for quite some time. We continue to work together day in and day out. It's been one of the most cooperative efforts I've seen between Atlanta Public School Police and Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Chief, can you tell us what?
Okay, so one more second. We're going to make sure Wolfo gets a chance to speak. Major Wolfo.
Yeah, good evening. Major Ralph Wolfo, Criminal Investigations Division at Atlanta Police Department. As the mayor and chief indicated, we were working in a collaborative effort very early on in this investigation. We did receive that first 911 call around 4 p.m. At the time in which the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department was already on scene and working just very quickly and getting information out over the radio. The information that they were able to provide early on was critical in us being able to quickly get a vehicle stopped at Baker Road and Commercial Drive. Inside of that vehicle that we were able to stop, we were able to detain 3 individuals that were taken back to headquarters and subsequently interviewed. So as I indicated, we are still very early in this investigation. There are several facets of the investigation that we are attempting to work through and process in this scene and working collaboratively with the Atlanta Public School System. There's several items of evidentiary value that were still left here on scene, and certainly the vehicle and persons in question inside of the vehicle, of which we have not established a nexus or association to this incident yet, but we are interviewing them and they are cooperative in the investigation at this time.
Before I turn it over to him, I want to say one more thing. Right now, there are still some students that are inside the cafeteria being interviewed. They're being connected to their parents, and the parents are here picking them up. And so if you're a parent or a grandparent, continue to make sure that you stay in touch with your student as we're conducting interviews, as was mentioned by Major Wolfo. That process is sped up. We've brought them food. It's on the way. And I've been able to talk to the young people, talk to some of the faculty and staff that's here as well, and as well as the parents. And so we're reconnecting parents with students as fast as we can and making sure that the crime scene is being processed as quick as possible. So now I'll take your questions and pass it on to the appropriate. Okay, Chief.
Can you describe the situation where there was a fight, your officers responded, and they were there when somebody opened fire?
That is correct. They were there. There was an officer on scene while those shots were being fired. He broadcasted that over the radio, requested additional support, and we had assistance from APD and APSPD to come out to help get control of the situation.
Can you tell us this much? What sort of argument was there between the shooter or shooters and the people they were aiming at?
I don't have the specifics on that, but Major may be able to
And
share
we'll
more.
take that. As we indicated, it's still very early in the investigation to assign any motives to anything at this time. But as Chief indicated, we were able to get those 4 individuals that were shot on scene. There was 3 17-year-olds and an 18-year-old. They were transported to Grady Hospital, in which I'm being told they are in stable condition at this time. But once again, it's still very, very early in the investigation, and we are trying to work carefully just to make sure that we dot every I and cross every T through the course of the investigation here tonight.
Having said that, do you think there was any sort of relationship between the suspect or the people being detained and the people who were shot?
Yeah, once again, it's still so early in the investigation, and we're working to try to gather all of that information at this time.
Are they male or female?
They're all males, all male victims. That's correct.
You don't know if the 3 people detained are they students?
No. So at this point in time, we do know there was a 35-year-old woman that was in the vehicle at the time. She was the mother to a 17-year-old that was inside of that vehicle, a 17-year-old female, and another male that was inside of the vehicle. All of those individuals are at headquarters, and they are cooperating with our investigation at this time. I will get the age for the male for you.
How many students do you still have in there tonight? Like, the process of getting them out? I know that some parents have been waiting for some time.
I mean, our investigators are here. Once again, we had to work through several students that were on scene. We began with approximately 100 students or so that were here and that we needed to interview. At this point in time, I'm being told that there's about 20 more interviews that have to take place, and we are working through those very, very quickly.
Just to be clear, no one's been charged for this, correct?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, so we wanted to show you a little bit of this press conference. It's happening live. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. This is coming to us from Atlanta. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens there updating us alongside his law enforcement officials of the shooting that occurred this afternoon outside of Benjamin E. Mays High School. This was in the parking lot. And so we do have an update on the conditions. We know that 4 males were injured in this shooting. Let's put this tweet up here. This is from Christine Sparrow at Fox 5 in Atlanta. She says this: Mayor Dickens says the 4 students who were shot are in stable conditions and their injuries are non-life-threatening. What a scary situation there happening in Metro Atlanta. This happened in the parking lot of Benjamin E. Mays High School. And thankfully, these 4 males, these 4 individuals, they're going to be okay. And so just a very scary headline to read, especially coming on the 6th anniversary of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School mass shooting there in Parkland, Florida, where 17 individuals were shot and killed so senselessly by shooter and student Nicholas Cruz. That was 6 years ago, Valentine's Day, 2018. Spare a thought and spare a memory for all of those loved ones who are missing theirs tonight, 6 years on from that horrible shooting in our country's history. In the meantime here, bottom of the hour, 6:30 here Mountain Time, 8:30 there in Metro Atlanta. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be diving into and recapping some of the results we got in of that special election that happened in New York's 3rd Congressional District. Democrat Tom Suozzi eking out a pretty handed victory there against his Republican opponent. And so we'll be talking with a reporter who covered that race about what does it mean not only for the district there in Long Island, but also Capitol Hill writ large. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. We still have this live picture right now. Former President Donald Trump still speaking to supporters live there in North Charleston, South Carolina. Of course, we are just 10 days away from the GOP primary there in the Palmetto State. Of course, Nikki Haley still in the running for that. She's been barnstorming the state. She was on a bus tour there over the last couple of days, and now former President Trump there speaking to his supporters in North Charleston, South Carolina. Live Now look as well there on Capitol Hill. You see Washington, D.C., it's about a little after 8:30 there in the nation's capital. Now we're getting more and more reaction there from the Democratic pickup that happened last night in New York's 3rd Congressional District. The former Congressman, Tom Suozzi, beating the Republican Mazi Pilip quite handedly. Let's put up the head-to-head matchup here. You see there, this is with about 93% of the votes reported. Suozzi with a pretty commanding margin, 54 to 46 there, Pilip as well. Let's bring into the conversation right now someone who covered this race pretty extensively, and that is Tim Balk there with the New York Daily News. He joins me. Tim, good to see you. Thanks for being with us here. We were kind of putting up the head-to-head matchups, and I guess my first question to you is, were you surprised that Swazi kind of, won this pretty easily or not?
I was surprised. I think members of both parties were surprised. I think Tom Swazi was probably surprised by how much he won. By going into Tuesday, people thought this was a really close race. This is the district that George Santos won by 8 points. It's a district that Governor Hochul lost and by 12 points in the midterm. So Tom Swazi ran way ahead of where Democrats had run in the district in 2022, and he won both in suburban district on Long Island and in Queens. He was expected to do well in Queens. So this was not, I think, expected by anyone. There were probably a lot of cautious optimism by Democrats going to Tuesday that they would win the seat, but not by that margin.
Okay, but what about turnout? We were talking to reporters all last night there at the respective election night watch parties there. That turnout wasn't great. Is that true?
Turnout was not great. I think there was about 100,000 less voters that turned out in the district versus the midterms. It snowed yesterday, and that impacted things. It's tough to say how much. I was talking earlier today to Jay Jacobs, the New York State Party chairman. He thinks it maybe shaved about 30,000 votes off the total number. So if the total number was 170,000, that might have been more closer to 200,000. So turnout was relatively low, but it was a special election, so nobody was expecting huge numbers. But the weather likely impacted it.
Yeah, this was George Santos's seat. Of course, George Santos was expelled from Congress last December. How was he responding to all of this today? I was seeing some statements from him. He was not happy.
Well, he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy about any of this. He's still unhappy about his expulsion from Congress. He said he wouldn't vote. I heard, and I'm sure you may have heard, that he created a group chat with some New York Republicans and blamed them for losing the seat. So he wasn't taking it in stride. But I think he also saw it as an opportunity to get some attention as well.
What about, Tom, the kind of Phillip camp? What is their reaction response today? And before you answer, I want to put this up too, because Donald Trump really, really savaged her on Truth Social late last night. In reacting to her loss, he called her a foolish woman. He said that she was insufficiently MAGA. Now, this is a Biden, +8, +9 district. You can't go all in on MAGA and expect to win in a district like that. Shouldn't Trump know that? I mean, how are Republicans in the state, taking this really just like vitriolic Truth Social post, really savaging their chosen candidate there amongst New York Republicans?
Well, I think both Donald Trump and President Biden tried to score some political points. President Biden's, who's really not popular in that district, saying, maybe I'm not doing as bad as you think, and obviously Trump making the case that Mazi Phillip should have run as more of a Trump acolyte. I don't think either case is necessarily that convincing, and he seemed to create some. Former President Trump seemed to create some problems for her trying to deal with his unpopularity in the district too. So I don't know if that post is landing particularly well with Republicans in the district.
Okay, so Tom, what happens now? We're just watching some video from Swazi's election night headquarters last night. He claimed victory there. Phillip conceded quite quickly after the race was called there. From what I understand, this seat's not done. I mean, this is just a special election. There's going to be another whole election come November, right?
Yeah, that's a big question that is could be an interesting, difficult one to unpack. So Tom Swazi will be sworn in 2 weeks, and In 2 weeks, the New York State Independent Redistricting Commission may have presented completely new maps for New York State because New York's congressional districts, current congressional districts were ordered redrawn by New York State's highest court earlier this winter. So the district could change. Tom Suozzi said he would have run the district even if he had lost. He is definitely planning to run as the incumbent in November. It's unclear if the district will change. It's also unclear if Mazi Pilip will run for it again. She said she wasn't done in her very brief concession speech last night, but I think if you talk to Republicans in the district, she might not be welcome back for redo in November, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Tim, just lastly, I mean, was the sense amongst Republicans last night and this morning into today a sense of acknowledgement? I mean, did they have a sense that this was going to go this way, or was it shock? Was it despair? I mean, what was their sense today?
I think there was disappointment. I think there was more pressure on the Democrats, given that Republicans really cleaned up in swing districts in 2022. You almost got the sense going into Election Day when you talked to Republicans that they were happy that it was a close race, and with Democrats that they were stressed that it was a close race. So I don't think the sky is falling. The margin, I think, is probably the bigger disappointment than the fact that Mazi lost.
Yeah, of course, because and we have to see when Tom Suozzi is going to be sworn in. I think it's sometime later this month, but the very slim majority that House Republicans have right now got so much slimmer after last night, to the point about George Santos not really taking the loss line down. This is how he responded as well. I thought this was somewhat funny. He just said -1, and so kind of a nod there to his expulsion as well. So he's not taking it lying down, and many Republicans as well. We also have a statement in, Tom, from the NRCC. I want to put this up here. This is what they said. They said, Mazi Pilip is a fighter with a bright future within the Republican Party. This was an uphill battle. Joe Biden won this district by 8 points. Democrats outspent Republicans 2-1. And our Democrat opponent spent decades representing these New Yorkers, yet it was still a dogfight. Republicans still have multiple pathways to grow our majority in November. Despite all that, was it really still a dogfight, Tim?
I think it was. I think Democrats were nervous going into Election Day. I think that there were some things that hurt Mazi down the stretch. Tom Suozzi was able to sort of, I think, shift the narrative a little bit on immigration because of Republicans' resistance to endorse the Senate border security deal. So I think that things were sort of running to his advantage in the final few days, but it was something that the Democrats had to spend a lot of resources on in order to pull out.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Tim Balk there with the New York Daily News. Thanks so much for your time and your reporting. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Okay, in the meantime here, before we go to a quick commercial break, we want to continue talking about 2024 politics because Donald Trump's still speaking there live in South Carolina. Let's continue to listen.
We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and elsewhere on our land. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars despite the fact that they don't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with material only available in China when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but it's not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful Army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these fools? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a stupid thing? Who would ever be so self-destructive as this? Can we be energy independent and even dominant? Yes, oh yes, quickly, says President Donald J. Trump. We will be energy independent again very quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world behind, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was sitting in the Oval Office. Would never, ever have been thought of. Iran was broke under the Trump administration, totally broke. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that they fund. But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration. And now Iran is a rich country again, with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq. All compliments of the incompetent Joe Biden administration. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is absolutely no punishment. But when people who love our country protest the January 6th, in Washington, D.C., they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We are a third world nation now that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald J. Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that wasn't supposed to be won. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars that has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation that sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with arms of goods, but there'll be no retribution at all. Where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their beautiful lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of more than 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? My child, my child, my child." We are a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave. They have no idea when it will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers anymore, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports, but if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through our southern border totally unchecked. Dangerous as hell, but totally unchecked.
Okay, so we got to get in one more commercial break as we approach the top of this hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. You've been watching there the former President Donald Trump speaking in North Charleston, South Carolina, to his supporters there 10 days out from the primary there. He was also introduced on stage, which I find interesting, Congresswoman Nancy Mace from the state, the Republican, and also South Carolina Senator, the Republican, Tim Scott. Now, Tim Scott, remember, he was in the race as well earlier last year. He dropped out. He suspended his bid. And now he has come out and endorsed former President Trump. He was on the stage there in New Hampshire, you remember, congratulating the former president on his really commanding victory there in that state. And there are a lot of rumors, a lot of speculation about former President Trump's short list for his running mate. We call it here in the press the Veep stakes. And so Tim Scott is in that list as well. So we got to keep an eye on Senator Scott there in South Carolina. So in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. Still more updates on the Kansas City shooting. When we come back, we're hearing from now hospital officials. We'll have a press conference for you in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we approach the top of the hour, we want to devote now updates for you on a story we have been following all day out of Kansas City, Missouri. I want to put up this shot there, courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. You can see the Union Station there in the background. It's a key icon, key landmark of Kansas City. Kansas City, a jewel of the Midwest. And that shooting taking place on the west side, outside of Union Station. We now know that there has been one fatality, more than 20 other people injured, many of them children as well. Let's just get an update on where this story stands right now. Our friend, Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen with more from New York.
Kansas City police say the shots were fired right as the parade was wrapping up, hitting several people. Video from Fox Sports of the parade caught the moment people reacted to the sound of gunshots. Kansas City's mayor at the parade when it happened, expressing his disappointment that such an exciting day for the city turned to chaos.
We went out today, like everyone in Kansas City, looking to have a celebration. That celebration was marred by a shooting today.
Mayor Quentin Lucas says police and paramedics were on the scene immediately. Victims could be seen getting loaded into ambulances.
Officers ran towards danger. Officers were there to keep everyone safe.
There were more than 800 law enforcement officers at the parade already. FBI agents rushing towards the scene as well. President Biden was briefed on the shooting, and the White House has offered federal assistance with the investigation. Fans at the parade described the chaos when fans had to flee Kansas City's Union Station.
All of a sudden, the crowd started just rushing us and like trampling everybody, and so we kind of moved about, and then we heard gunshots.
The mayor of Kansas City said no members of the Kansas City Chiefs were injured in the shooting and were all accounted for. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. Well, we weren't able to get this to you live, but we want to do right now is show you a press conference that happened last hour with some of these officials at some of these hospitals where the victims were taken. You're going to listen to right now Stephanie Meyer. She's a representative of Children's Mercy Hospital there in Kansas City. This is her update from just last hour. Let's listen.
disheartening as we think about what we need to always be prepared for. With that being said, our staff were ready, and I'm extremely proud of our response. With that, we are also going to have to make sure that we stay in tune to what is the care that's needed after the violence that has been seen, not only for the children we treated, but I would encourage us to think about that for all of the children and families in the community. We, of course, are going to work through that with the specific ones we've treated, and we have had our Office of Wellbeing help our teams through the situations that they've encountered.
11 children. Can you give us an age range for those children?
I can. Our ages were between 6 and 15.
Were there children, because I know you guys put out a notice earlier today saying if any parents were not sure where their children would contact you, were there families that were separated?
We did have families that contacted us, and we went through our reunification plan, which was extremely successful for us today, and all of them have been reunited.
So you did have families you reunited?
We did have families we reunited.
Can you walk us through kind of just the challenges that a mass event like this will put on the resources of the hospital?
Sure. The challenges of a situation like this, of course, you can imagine, but while we're also treating kiddos that weren't at the parade today for other situations, illness, surgery, things like that, some of that needs to be reprioritized, which we did well according to our mass casualty and incident command situation and plan. We had to pause some of the surgeries that we would have done normally if this wouldn't have occurred, and we had to mobilize resources to take care of the families and the patients that presented to our emergency department.
You said 9 of the 12 have gunshot wounds. Can you describe the injuries of the other victims?
They were incidental injuries is all I can say.
In the ages 6 through 15, those were the total patients or the ones that were shot?
The ages of the pediatric patients we treated were 6 to 15.
How were the children that you saw? What was their, I guess, disposition like after going through something?
Fear. The one word I would just use to describe what we saw and how they felt when they came to us was fear.
Of the children who were shot, how many of them suffered serious and critical injuries?
All of them will recover, and I wouldn't say that any of them are critical at this point.
Had they been at any point when they arrived at the hospital in a state like that?
We quickly stabilized them, so I would say no, not in that necessary capacity.
All right.
What's it been like for your staff today, having to deal with this? Kids going to parades, seeing their favorite player, their favorite team, and having to deal with gunfire and violence.
I think that it's something that unfortunately we all have to prepare for. While I said this earlier, the staff did an amazing job, but we will have to do some wellness initiatives and recovery with our staff. This is nothing that you ever want to have happen, and you especially don't want it to happen in a situation where it is a mass casualty type of situation. You don't know how many you're going to get, what the response is going to be from trying to reunite people who might have gotten separated. And so while our staff all went into action, they have a lot of questions and need some help too. I do appreciate the outpouring of support that we've had from all of you and from the community to ask about our staff and to check in on what you can do to help us. That will be important. And I think it's important that we remember all healthcare staff in the community right now, as well as law enforcement and everybody else that responded to an extremely unfortunate circumstance today. And while they all may be trained to do it, it doesn't make it easier for them in the moment.
How long do you anticipate the children will be here? When do you think that all of the children will be able to go?
I don't know that yet.
Were Chiefs players consoling some of these children? We know that they were consoling some children. Were they with these kids?
I can't specifically speak to that and which ones that they talk to or not. Of course, our goal is to bring them and stabilize them, make sure they're getting the care they need, and I'm sure we'll hear stories after that.
All right, so you were listening there to a representative from Children's Mercy's Hospital in Kansas City, Missouri, updating us on the condition of some of these patients there as well. We do have a LiveNOW look in Kansas City at the moment, courtesy of our partners there at EarthCam. You could see their Union Station, the city going through so much tonight there. even after what was supposed to be such a fun and rowdy and revelrous event turned so tragic, so deadly, so quickly. I want to put up a statement from Mayor of Kansas City, Quentin Lucas. He puts it like this. He says, "I am heartbroken for our community. As thousands gathered under bright skies today, this horrific acts of a few brought tragedy to us all. While many of us ran for safety, law enforcement and first responders ran toward danger to protect all of us. I'm grateful for their courage and service to the people of Kansas City. This is difficult for our community. We will continue to work hard to ensure assailants are brought to justice, our victims receive exceptional care, all families impacted receive our support, and that we as a city and country do all we can to prevent tragedies like this from ever occurring again." That's Mayor Quentin Lucas there of Kansas City. Now, we do know 3 individuals have been taken into custody in their relation to their involvement in this shooting. We also know President Biden has been briefed by his officials there at the White House on the shooting. He also placed a call there to Mayor Lucas as this was all unfolding, offering his support. So let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be showing you yet again in replay the latest press conference from law enforcement and Mayor Lucas. We'll have that in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. And what a sad day for the city there of Kansas City, as so many Chiefs fans just wanted to congratulate their team. Such a sad day for the Chiefs organization, the NFL writ large, and we showed most of the parade. Earlier this morning, you heard from Coach Reed and players like Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes as they were hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. This was their back-to-back victory in Super Bowl 58. They won it 2 times in a row. Many have said this is now a dynasty franchise going forward. And then it all turned so tragic today. So what we want to do right now, in case you might have missed it live, we want to replay for you the latest press conference from Mayor Quentin Lucas and the law enforcement officials there, the police chief Graves, updating us on where their investigation goes from here. Let's listen.
Again, I'm Mayor Quentin Lucas. I am joined by Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves, the Kansas City Fire Chief Ross Grundyson. One thing that we want to note at the outset, The situation continues to have updates. Things will continue to change throughout the night. That's why we are here to give you an update right now. The chief, both chiefs, will be giving more information both on the numbers of victims, the status of victims. The chief of police will give more updates on the investigation. A few things to note that we talked about earlier. In terms of who was in danger, what existed, it is my view, as someone who did have to run at the sound of shooting, that there were a number of people who were, in the very least, caught up in the incident in some way. Myself, my wife, lots of families, players, chief staff, and others, their spouses, their families, a number of people who were in or near Union Station. So many people have been touched by this incident, and we recognize that. We also pray not only for the victims, including the decedent that was discussed earlier and their family, but also the victims of the shootings right now, who we hope are recovering inside our hospitals. We'll continue to give you updated information. At this point, we've talked to our federal partners. We have also talked to the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be talking to the National Football League and others. More so, just to hear that all are safe who are with those institutions, and we continue to hope that all of those who were impacted are safe. To the extent you have information about suspects or others, we do encourage you to call the police. However, if for whatever other reasons you have information about the incident, we will be looking to share that through different methods. So if you have information about the incident, suspects and others, please call the police. If you're looking for other information, we'll try to continue to give you regular updates. I'll say this final thing, and then we'll come back for questions at the end. Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country. With that, I turn it over to the Chief of Police, Stacey Graves.
Thank you. I just want to echo the mayor's thoughts and his prayers, and also to acknowledge that not only the victims who were actually hit by gunfire, but there are a lot more people who are going to be forever impacted by what happened here today. You know, as people were running, you know, a lot of us law enforcement who are running towards the danger also guided those who were in fear of their lives, and that's something to be said of how impactful today's event truly was. Again, we have confirmed there is one deceased person. Our gunshot wound total has went up to 22, and Chief Grundyson will provide a little bit more context to that. Right now, we're still working on a total of number of victims. This is still an active investigation. I do want to comment on the question that I got earlier about a video of some fans tackling someone. We do have 3 persons detained and under investigation for today's incident. We are working to determine if one of the 3 are the one that was in that video where fans assisted police. Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. This centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today. Again, we are continuously receiving information minute by minute, which is part of the delay of us coming down here. But I do want to pass this on to Chief Grundyson to give a little bit more context to some of the status of our victims.
Just want to say that all of KCFD's thoughts and prayers are with those families that were affected by this tragedy today. And while we were not expecting it, we were ready and prepared for an event such like this. Our KCFD units, along with our mutual aid partners that were working to assist us at this event, touched a total of 22 gunshot victims. One of those was a fatality. We had 8 what we considered immediately life-threatening patients. We had 7 with life-threatening injuries, and we had 6 that had minor injuries. Of the most serious, the immediately life-threatening injuries, we had 8 of those. Those were all transported and off the scene en route to hospitals within 10 minutes. So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate, and I commend all our staff working there today, along with PD, that did an excellent job under difficult circumstances. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
Questions?
Yeah, so we're getting...
Who are you asking?
Anyone that can answer the question. So we've heard people talk about gunshots that they've heard near the west side of Union Station, and then also gunfire in situations that happen near the fountain and the stoplight over there near the intersection of Mercy. Was there 2 separate scenes? Was there one big scene? Do you know the answer to that question?
That is still an active scene. That is a large ground to cover, as you know, the size of the Union Station. I will tell you, we have located that crime scene on the west side of Union Station. As far as in the front of, that is still under investigation. We have crime scene investigators as well as the detectives. We had a lot of our assault squad detectives and our homicide detectives that were actually in uniform today working the assignment. So not only did you have uniformed presence immediately responding to the scene, rendering aid, going towards danger, but you also had detectives that were immediately on the scene that are still there and actively working.
Are you investigating any sort of connection with the earlier shooting of the day at 27th and McGee?
We are, at this time, we don't know if that's connected, but that is something that we are looking at.
Children's Mercy says that they want parents to contact them if they don't know where their children are. Do you know that there may be, are there kids there who have a parent?
I can tell you we have detectives at all of the local hospitals that are investigating, like I said earlier, trying to connect our victims to their loved ones. Should that be the case and it's a child, someone can either contact police, or if that is what Children's Mercy is requesting, of course they can contact them as well.
Is there anything you can say about motive?
Right now we do not have a motive, but we are asking those who may potentially have any kind of information, a witness or video, to contact police. That's one of that, what I talked about, that phone number that we're setting up that's going to be centralized for victims, witnesses, and potential video evidence.
Any age range on the person?
I do not have that yet.
We learned of a second gunshot victim who died from the family. Has that developed?
I have not been able to confirm another death.
We mentioned that there were some victims taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. I understood from staff at Children's Mercy Hospital that they received, they have 9 shooting victims, and it's possible that one of them was an adult. Do you know how many children were shot, if it was 8 or 9, and when we're talking children, are we talking about little ones or 17-year-olds? Do you know, Chief?
Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old. Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old, and but we do not have that information currently on the exact ages of the patients that were transported. Yeah, I mean, Children's confirming we did transport to Children's Mercy, but we do not have the ages of those patients.
Mayor, how scared? You had over 800 officers deployed to work this parade, to work outside of Union Station, and still in a matter of moments, 22 people were shot.
I mean, that's what happens with guns. I won't get in a big debate right now. I think we're still doing an investigation, but I mean, what you saw happen was why people talk about guns a lot. We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station today. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. And I think that's something that all of us who are parents, who are just regular people living each day, have to decide what we wish to do about it. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe. And we had hundreds of law enforcement there working hard today. And I do want to echo what the chief said, who are running towards danger. But in a matter of seconds, someone who wants to disrupt anything, someone who wants to create any type of situation, or someone who is very simply reckless, can change not just one life or two lives, but almost 24. And that to me is absolutely devastating. And it makes me feel vastly more concerned as a parent just in the world today thinking about that.
Chief Graves, can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those two individuals?
I'll get you in just a second.
Clearly caused so much harm.
What was the question?
Can you tell us more about how you were able to take those two suspects into custody?
Officers, uniformed officers were on scene. I don't have all the information of exactly what they witnessed, but there was a pursuit, apprehension, slight injuries by our officers taking someone into custody. But as far as you're directly answering your question, I don't have that information right now.
Chief Graves, you have two gunmen in custody.
You were talking about weapons earlier. Can you tell me how many and what type of weapons were involved?
I don't have the exact on the weapons, but we have recovered firearms. I don't have a number for you or a caliber. We have recovered firearms, at least one.
Okay. Chief Graves, you have two gunmen in custody. Do you believe there are any others still unaccounted for?
We have 3 people that we have detained, and that is what we are asking for, is if anyone has any information as a witness or has any kind of video that may provide us if there is anybody else that was involved in this.
So is there a risk to the community at this point?
No, at this time, the scene has been cleared. It's being held, and when I say cleared, I say the scene has been made safe, and it's been cleared. Right now, we are in the investigative portion of that, collecting evidence, whether that be digital evidence or physical evidence. That is what we are doing right now, and we're also conducting interviews. Obviously, we have several victims that we need to have a conversation with, to ask questions, also witnesses. So there's a lot of work ahead in this. This is just the beginning stages, but we are moving as fast as we can.
Can you explain that there was like a 5 minutes between the first shots and the second?
All of that has not been determined just yet. The number of shots, the time in between them, the motive, all of that is still actively being investigated.
So we don't know if there were 2 separate scenes. We don't know the answer to that at this point.
I cannot confirm that yet.
And just, did I miss this?
Last one here, guys.
Inside or outside Union Station?
This was all outside Union Station.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Kansas City Police Chief Graves there with Mayor Quinton Lucas updating all of us. This was the last press conference. In case you didn't catch it, we wanted to replay it for you. They have 3 people in custody. We now know that more than 20 people were injured and 1 fatality. Now, there are other reports out there kind of saying that there is a second fatality. We have not been able to confirm that right now. I want to put up this AP wire there with the Dateline Kansas City from Allison Papson, our friend at Fox 5 DC. She says with the filing that Kansas City radio station KKFI says one of its DJs, Lisa Lopez, died in the shooting at the Chiefs Super Bowl parade. Now, we are not entirely sure if that is the lone fatality or another fatality. We know, according to law enforcement, 1 person has died due to this shooting, but the paper of record in Kansas City, the Kansas City Star, was saying there possibly could be a second fatality confirmed, but we have not confirmed that. We're going to do so once we hear from law enforcement and or the Associated Press or some of our sources here to Fox as well. In the meantime, LiveNOW looked there at the White House. We are getting a lengthy statement right now from President Biden on today's deadly gun violence. I want to put up some of the first few paragraphs of this statement. President Biden was briefed on this shooting earlier today, and this is how he is responding. He says this: "The Super Bowl is the most unifying event in America. Nothing brings more of us together, and the celebration of a Super Bowl win is a moment that brings a joy that can't be matched to the winning team and their supporters. For this joy to be turned to tragedy today in Kansas City cuts deep in the American soul." Today's events should move us, shock us, shame us into acting. What are we waiting for? What else do we need to see? How many more families need to be torn apart? Jill and I pray for those killed and injured today in Kansas City and for our country to find the resolve to end this senseless epidemic of gun violence tearing us at the seams. He goes on to say, it is time to act. That's where I stand. And I ask the country to stand with me, to make your voice heard in Congress so we finally can act to ban assault weapons, to limit high-capacity magazines, to strengthen background checks, keep guns out of the hands of those who have no business owning them or handling them. President Biden says this: we know what we have to do. We just need the courage to do it. And he mentioned the anniversaries of several other high-profile mass shootings and yet another shooting that took place that we brought you today as well in Metro Atlanta, outside of this high school where 4 males were shot and injured. They're going to be okay as well. But I have to remind the viewers, too, today marks the 6th anniversary of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in Parkland, Florida, where 17 individuals, students and staff, lost their lives so senselessly to shooter Nicholas Cruz. And I have to also mention this. This got somewhat overlooked yesterday. There was a lot of news happening. Yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of the mass shooting on the campus of Michigan State University in East Lansing, where 3 students were shot and killed there on the campus of East Lansing. And so this is all too familiar to us here on Live Now from Fox. It's all too familiar to you, the viewers watching, and yet another horrible situation, this time at the Super Bowl victory parade. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us, for joining us here as we told this horrible story that happened in Kansas City, Missouri today. This mass shooting that killed 1 person and injured so many more, including many children as well. I want to put up this beautiful kind of nighttime view there in Kansas City, courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. You see there the iconic Union Station that has marked the Kansas City skyline for so long. That is where the scene of the shooting happened, outside of the station today. Also, back out live, though, to Washington, D.C. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. Craig Kaplan at C-SPAN posting this moment today on social media, saying that Kansas City Congress members Emanuel Cleaver there of Missouri and Sharice Davids of Kansas led the House in a moment of silence to honor the victims of the shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade today. So unfortunately, we didn't get that moment live on the House floor, but there you can see Emanuel Cleaver, former mayor of Kansas City, now represents the area for the Democratic Party in the House, and Sharice Davids, the Democrat from Kansas. Of course, if you're familiar with the geography, you know the Kansas City metro area, Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas. They are split down the middle by the Missouri River. And a moment of silence held for the victims and those injured today on the House floor. In the meantime, we're going to stay on Capitol Hill. I'm Andrew Kraft, of course. On a lighter note, you know it's Valentine's Day. LiveNOW look there in New York City. The beacon there of the New York skyline, the Empire State Building, beating red like a heart on this Valentine's Day. Well, in the meantime, the White House is having fun with Valentine's Day as well, blaming Speaker Mike Johnson for the failure of the border security bill. This is how they framed it there on X today. Take a look at this. From the White House account, they said, "Roses are red, violets are blue. The border deal was crushed because of you." Taking an aim and shot there at Speaker Johnson. Remember, the border deal dead on arrival in the House. It wasn't even voted on in the Senate because it didn't have support. But what was voted on in the Senate just yesterday was this foreign aid package. It remains to be seen whether or not it has any legs or whether or not Speaker Johnson will bring it to a vote on the House floor anytime soon. In the meantime, House Republicans held their daily press conference today talking about these priorities, these agenda items, but also being asked about their loss last night in New York's 3rd Congressional District. Let's watch.
From Louisiana, Steve Scalise. Welcome back, Steve. We're so excited to have you back. Before we talk about the week ahead, I want to touch on the bombshell report last week from the special counsel confirming that President Biden retained and mishandled classified documents for years in unsecure location. Special counsel Hur's decision to not prosecute Biden because of his deteriorating mental state further demonstrates the un-American two-tier justice system that exists in Joe Biden's America. There cannot be one set of rules if your last name is Biden and another set of rules for the rest of America. And the American people know that if someone is mentally unfit to stand trial, they are unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. Turning to our agenda of this week, House Republicans will continue to deliver on our promises. Yesterday, after a year-long investigation led by the House Homeland Security Committee under the leadership of Chairman Mark Green, we executed our constitutional duty impeaching Secretary Mayorkas for violating his oath to support and defend the Constitution, subvert the rule of law, and breach the American public's trust. Impeachment is just one step. The Senate must pass House Republicans' Secure the Border Act, the strongest border security bill in history, to stop the invasion at our borders, which we are seeing under Joe Biden's policies. This week, House Republicans will also bring the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act to the House floor, stopping Joe Biden's war on American energy and unleashing domestic energy production. With that, I'm proud to hand it over to Congressman Ronnie Jackson from the great state of Texas.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody being here. I just want to thank Congressman Pfluger for introducing his bill on our LNG exports. I want to thank leadership. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and Chairwoman Stefanik for keeping this oil and gas issue at the top of the thing. But I want to talk about something else today. What I want to talk about is in regards to the Hur report that just came out. I think this is on the mind of a lot of Americans right now. I want to just state the obvious. If you're not cognitively fit to stand trial or to answer accusations against you, you're obviously not cognitively fit to be the president, our commander-in-chief, and our head of state. And I think that, you know, we have to, at this particular point, we have to start asking the hard questions. I'm glad to see that some of the press is starting to do that. You know, I've been saying individually for a long time since he was candidate Joe Biden that this man's not cognitively fit to be our head of state and our commander-in-chief. We've had lots of evidence of that since then. A lot of people are starting to see that. Now we have the Hur reports coming out, which is a completely different angle on this, an objective report from a member, from an appointee of his own DOJ, from his own administration, that's saying that he's not cognitively fit to do his job. And I think that, when the president got up the other day and tried to speak to the nation, he just reiterated and reinforced the idea that we are in trouble in this country right now from a leadership standpoint. Look, this LNG thing is a big issue for us. I grew up in the oil field in West Texas. I know how important this is. It's a national security issue. It's an issue for our economy. It's going to punish hardworking blue-collar folks in this country. But, whether it's this LNG issue, whether it's our disaster at the border, whether it's the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the crime in our cities, all of the other issues that have just been an absolute disaster during the Biden administration, what it says to us is that Joe Biden is probably most likely not making these decisions. We know this at this particular point. There are radical extremists in the West Wing, whether it's climate extremists or whether it's the globalists that are making a lot of these decisions. These decisions are not coming from President Biden. These are coming from other folks within the White House with different agendas, with agenda that's not America first, that's not in the best interest of this country. So I just want to let everybody know that we are going to continue to make this an issue. I will be introducing another letter today. This will be the 5th letter that I've introduced, that I've sent to the president. This will go directly to President Biden. It will CC every member of his cabinet, and it will insist that he come forward and be honest with us about his physical and his mental capabilities and his exams. He's supposed to be getting a physical exam done here in just a few months, his annual physical. They've already indicated that there will not be a cognitive test associated with that. I think if there was ever a time that we need a cognitive test for a sitting president of the United States, it's right now. And as you remember, President Trump got one. I think he set the precedent. It was a large part because of the press's insistence that he have that included as part of his physical exam. I would like to see that same type of enthusiasm and insistence from the press right now, that President Biden submit to a cognitive exam as part of his physical exam. And if he thinks he's fit to lead this country, prove it to us with some objective data that says so. And with that, I just want to turn it over to my friend and Chairman Mark Green from Tennessee. Thank you.
Last night, the House of Representatives voted to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors, specifically for his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the laws and his breach of the public trust. This action, this is the culmination of nearly a year's worth of investigations and hearings, was necessary to deal with a rogue DHS secretary whose lawless actions have caused and perpetuated one of the worst border crisis in American history, a border crisis that has devastated communities all across our country. Secretary Mayorkas has shown throughout his tenure that he will defy, he will ignore, and he will replace the laws enacted by this Congress. His actions have not only shown a disdain for the Constitution, but for the Congress, the law, and the American people. The constitutional case against Secretary Mayorkas is sound. The historical record is unambiguous. The framers were united in their belief that the executive branch officials must defend the Constitution, respect the separation of powers, and enforce the laws passed by this body. If they fail to do so, they should no longer hold office. If we're all being honest here, we all intuitively understand this. When an executive branch official rejects, unilaterally replaces the laws passed by this Congress, we have to act. And last night, we did. I want to thank Speaker Johnson for his support, his leadership, the entire leadership's team for their support over the months for my committee. And I want to thank the members of the Committee on Homeland Security and our staff, who has done a fantastic job. They and this Congress, this Republican Congress, have worked to hold this lawless secretary accountable. It's now time for the Senate to do its duty, to step up, hold a trial, and convict Secretary Mayorkas.
Okay, you're listening right there. This was from earlier this morning, House GOP leaders. That's Mark Green. He's from Tennessee. He's a Republican. He's the chairman right now of the House Homeland Security Committee there in the House. Well, we got word that he is bowing out. He is choosing not to seek re-election there. This is a huge loss for House Republicans as well. He chairs this very powerful committee. Might I add, the very committee that was responsible for what we saw on the House floor last night, the impeachment effort against DHS Secretary Mayorkas that on a second try was successful by a very slim margin. The vote was 214 to 213. So later this afternoon, we got word, and it was reported, that Mark Green has announced his retirement from Congress. This comes after some other stunning retirements there in the House Republican Conference over the weekend. Remember, we brought you the news that Wisconsin Republican Mike Gallagher, who voted against the Mayorkas impeachment, he's bowing out, seeking not to have a go at re-election. Also, Kathy McMorris Rogers, she's very powerful in the House Republican Conference. She also opted not to seek re-election late last week as well. So there's something in the water there amongst House Republicans on Capitol Hill. In the meantime, this is how Mark Green gave us the news today in a pretty lengthy statement. This was part of it, though, on X today. He says this: "Our country and our Congress is broken beyond most means of repair. I have come to realize our fight is not here within Washington. Our fight is with Washington. As I have done my entire life, I will continue serving this country, but in a new capacity." So he goes on to say, having first been elected to Congress in 2018, Green was instantly recognized as a leader by his peers, serving as the freshman class president in the 116th Congress. He says this: "I'm grateful to my wife, Cammie, and my family for standing beside me and for their service to our nation." He says this: "Today, with the House having passed H.R. 2 and Secretary Mayorkas impeached, it is time for me to return home." Mark Green there calling it quits, following so many other House Republicans who have decided not to seek re-election next cycle. Will it matter come November for the balance of power in the House of Representatives? Remember, with this Democratic pickup last night in New York's 3rd Congressional District, that House Republicans have a very slim majority. They can now only lose 3 Republicans to any piece of legislation going forward. All right, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. Wanted to get that major piece of congressional news in there. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. In the meantime here, my colleague, Austin Westfall, will soon step up here into the anchor chair to guide you through the next several hours of the day's top stories, also with updates for you on the Kansas City Super Bowl parade shooting that killed one person and left several others injured as well, including many children. We're going to be speaking with emergency management response experts, some based in Kansas City itself, at the top of the next hour, helping us make sense of what transpired there today, the response itself, and what happens in the investigation going forward. Remember, 3 people have been taken into custody, and so hopefully we'll learn more about the motivations that went into this shooting today, just as so many Chiefs fans wanted to celebrate their back-to-back Super Bowl wins there. So stay tuned for that. That's at the top of the next hour. One more top headline we want to get in that we weren't able to because of all of this breaking news happening out of Kansas City today has to do with Special Counsel Jack Smith. You'll remember he brought those 2 indictments against former President Donald Trump, one down there in Florida having to do with former President Trump's alleged mishandling and retention of classified documents, and the other there in Washington having to do with former President Trump's role in subverting the 2020 election results and trying to stay in power. Well, remember, there's this big immunity question of whether or not a president is immune from prosecution for any alleged acts he may have committed while president. Well, Jack Smith filing his response today to the Supreme Court, the Associated Press saying this way. Special Counsel Jack Smith urges the Supreme Court to let Donald Trump's 2020 election trial proceed without further delay. Now, remember, this trial was slated to begin March the 4th. It was put on pause over this question on immunity that Trump's legal team put out there. Trump has said time and time again that if you are president, you are immune from prosecution. But the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, that 3-judge panel, disagreed with him, ruling against him just last week. We now know the Trump legal team has filed that immunity question to the Supreme Court. Jack Smith had until February 20th to respond to the Supreme Court. Remember, he's the prosecutor bringing the case, and he has issued his response. So, the Special Counsel Smith says this, that the stay should be rejected, but if the court disagrees, Smith suggests an immediate review with March arguments. So more from his filing, as he has been. Smith argues that it's in the public interest to get Trump tried as soon as possible. He says this in his filing. He says this: the serious harm to the government and to the public of postponing the resolution of the criminal charges against the applicant outweighs any equities he can assert to preclude further pretrial proceedings while he seeks certiorari. So, wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. Remember, it would take 5 justices to grant a stay, which would pause the lower court's decision. That's the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, and 4 justices voting to actually take up the case on its merits. So remember, initially, Jack Smith wanted the Supreme Court to expedite this on a basis very quickly. They refused to do that, and so it had to work its way through the normal process, through the normal rungs of the judicial system. That's why we're at the appellate level now. The 3-judge panel of the appellate court struck it down unanimously. They disagreed with Trump that a president should be immune from criminal prosecution, and so Trump's legal team filed that to the Supreme Court, and now Smith, in his filing in response, urging the court to let the election trial proceed without further delay. We'll just have to see whether or not the Supreme Court either takes up the case on its merits or rules on what Jack Smith is asking them to do so. In the meantime, former President Trump spoke in South Carolina today to his crowd of supporters there in North Charleston. Remember, in just 10 days' time, the South Carolina Republican primary will take place, and so many of these legal questions are playing such a pivotal role, a plot line in this primary process here. Let's listen to former President Trump there in South Carolina today.
Worst president in the history of our country, by far. In fact, Jimmy Carter is a very happy man because his administration is brilliant by comparison. Under my leadership, you had virtually no inflation, and there was no such thing as Joe Biden's shrinkflation. You ever hear that one? Shrink. That's his new name he comes up with. Under Crooked Joe, energy prices have reached the highest in history, and gas prices have reached $5, $6, and even $7 a gallon. And now it seems like they're going up again. They're doing everything they can. They'll use anybody, send it around. They want to do anything they can. But after the election, they can't. We can't let them win. We're not going to have a country. But after the election, if a tragedy happened, like happened 3 years ago, that was a tragedy, what happened. That was a tragedy. Look what's happened to our country. Our country's gone to hell. But if a tragedy happened, you'd see prices, energy prices go up double and triple. 3 years ago, under my leadership, we had energy independence and soon would have had energy dominance. We're going to be dominant all over the world. We were behind Saudi Arabia, Russia. Within the first year, we were way beyond them in terms, we have more liquid gold under our feet, just think of it, than any other nation. And we don't want to use it. They want to go all electric cars. Isn't that a great idea? They don't go far. They don't go far. I had gas, think of the gasoline, gas prices, and we had some times where it was below this number, $1.87 per gallon. Think of that. Doesn't that sound good? You can buy those big, beautiful trucks. Now you say, let's get a little one. Thanks to Bidenomics, a 30-year mortgage rate has hit a 22-year high, the highest in over 22 years. Average mortgage payments now a brutal $3,322 a month. When I was president, the average monthly mortgage payment was $1,700 a month, nearly 50% less than what you're doing right now. You had a savings with me of $19,000 a year. That's a lot. And this is an affordability crisis. Remember, under crooked Joe Biden, credit card debt is the highest in history. Never been higher. That's a tragic number. Over $1 trillion for the first time ever. It's never been even close to that. 62% of Americans now report living paycheck to paycheck. Under President Trump, Americans liberated themselves from debt by paying off roughly $150 billion from their credit cards, the only major decline in decades, the first time in decades that it was happening. And while Crooked Joe likes to brag about the stock market, the truth is his record is horrendous when you correct for inflation, which is an amazing number after adjusting for all that has taken place over the last couple of years. But think of it, with all of the inflation and everything else, the stock market is up just 8% total for the entire period. By contrast, under my leadership, the stock market was up by an astounding 62% with inflation almost at zero, 62%. In short, crooked Joe Biden did our economy exactly what he did to our border. He's done it to our economy and our border. Have you ever seen anything? Look, forget about speeches. Have you ever seen anything where millions of people are allowed to pour in? Millions and millions? He inherited an amazing success from me. He wrecked it almost immediately, turned it into something resembling much worse, actually, not resembling, much worse than a third world nation, a banana republic. There's never been a border in the history of the world that's looked anything like this tragedy. It's a tragedy. And he can shut it down. All he has to do is say, close the border. We got to get our country straightened out. And he doesn't want, he wants to have some phony legislation passed, which actually makes it worse. But with your vote, we're going to save our economy and we're going to bring our country back from hell. That's where it's been. That's where it's been. The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024, right? Upon taking office, I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy, cancel his ban on exporting American natural gas, beautiful, clean natural gas, and we will drill, baby, drill. Bring it way down. I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status, and we will impose stiff penalties on China and other trade abusers. They're abusers. Don't forget, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president's ever done anything like it. Under my policies, no company will ever want to even think about firing their U.S. workers and outsourcing your jobs to foreign countries, like is happening now at record levels, and we stopped it. Because if they do, those countries are going to pay a very steep price, and that's why they didn't do it. They didn't play games with us. We will once again live by the maxim of the Trump administration: buy American, hire American, buy and hire American. To protect South Carolina workers, I will also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what reciprocal trade is? When they screw us, we screw them. It's very simple. If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 2%, think of this, it happens all the time. We did a lot. We did very nicely with China. They aren't doing well right now because of the tariffs and taxes I put on. If China or any country puts on a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. If they charge us, we charge them. And as tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families will come down very dramatically. We'll take in a fortune. You know, it's an amazing thing that hasn't been done. We were doing it at levels never seen. We were taking in hundreds of billions. We were taking in billions and billions of dollars. And it was easy. It was really easy, amazing. And we kept a lot of businesses going. We saved the steel industry, but now they're blowing it. Did you see where U.S. Steel was just bought by Japan? How about that? Okay, can you imagine? I wouldn't let that happen. It will almost solve our budget deficit in one fell swoop if we do this Reciprocal Act. Think of it, Reciprocal Trade Act. They charge us, we charge them. And then you have senators and some people that say, no, what's wrong with it? It's perfect. That's called Make America Great Again. That's what they do to us. And other countries will not be allowed to rip us. The globalists, because basically they hate America. In a certain way, they actually hate our country. By contrast, crooked Joe Biden's plan for his next term raises your taxes over $6 trillion. Do you know that? Including a colossal tax hike, this will be the biggest tax hike in history for you, the people in this room and everybody else. Millions of middle-class families, they're going to take away your Trump tax cuts. So I gave you the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, and they want to take them back. That's not going to happen very easily, I will tell you. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. You know, they expire in a year. And we will cut your taxes even more than that. You know, we took in more revenue after the tax cuts than we ever took in before, because the tax cuts inspired investment. But Crooked Joe is not the only massive tax hiker in this race. You also have a person known as Nikki Birdbrain Haley, Birdbrain, who tried to double your gas tax here in South Carolina and also supports a 23% national sales tax. By the way, Henry will never do that. That's for sure. I will never let that happen to you. It's not going to happen. Henry wouldn't let it happen either, frankly. The radical left Democrats want Nikki Haley because they know she's easy to beat. Look at her polls. Her polls are terrible against Biden. She wants to gut Medicare and Social Security and raise the retirement age by 10 years. How about Social Security? You have another year to go, and then you learn it's not a year. It's going to be 11 years to go. I don't know. Somehow some people aren't going to like that too much. That's what she wants to do. She's wanted to do that for a long time. She gave land away to China, but most importantly, I'm beating Biden in almost every poll by a lot, whereas she loses to Biden in virtually every poll. And her numbers, by the way, are tanking. Her numbers are going down. As she gets angrier, crazier, and suffers deeper scars from Trump derangement syndrome. She's got a terminal case, Trump derangement syndrome. Not a nice thing. There are many people afflicted with it. Most of them are gone. On the amnesty bill, Nikki sided with crooked Joe Biden. I sided with the American people. She sided with Biden. Nikki has gone so far left because of her Democrat donors. She's actually got very little money now because they all gave up, because she's given, like, there was one poll that said she has no chance. That's pretty tough, 0. I give her a 1%. I don't really mean it, but I give her a 1%. And that she's not just attacking me, she's actually attacking the entire, she is really going after the Republican Party. And that's very bad. We got to beat Biden. We got to beat Biden. 3 years ago, she said, all of us who worked with Donald Trump witnessed the tremendous amount of love and respect he has for our military. He was determined to protect our military. We had many conversations in the NSC meetings about protecting them. He loved our military so much, is what she said. Now she says, well, I don't know too much about him in the military. And on that, though, she was correct. I love our military. You have a big military here. I love our vets. I've taken care of our vets like no president has ever done. No president has ever given the vets what I gave them. I gave her the job at the United Nations, 90% for one reason, because I wanted to make Henry McMaster the governor of the great state of South Carolina. And he's done a great job. Thank you very much. And Peggy, thank you for being here. Thank you, Henry. Nikki is also political best friends with a guy named Mitt Romney. Has anyone ever heard of him? That's not a good thing. Who was run, really, I mean, he's been run out of office, essentially. Remember, he was with the mask running down Pennsylvania Avenue with Antifa. I said, this guy's not good. No, he didn't run because he couldn't have had my support, and in Utah, he couldn't have won the race. He could not have won, so he didn't leave very easily, but he left. He's gone. He's gone. Unless he changes his mind, maybe he will. I hope he does. Then he goes down in defeat. And she seriously thought about supporting a gentleman named as Barack Hussein Obama.
All right, we've been listening into a little bit of former President Donald Trump as he campaigns in South Carolina. Of course, we will be watching South Carolina closely as he goes against Nikki Haley, his real only competition left in this race, her home state of South Carolina. Live Now has you covered. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. I'm Austin Westfall. I will be with you here for the next few hours. I appreciate my colleagues, Andy Mack, Andrew Kraft, Lexi Petrovich, who have been guiding us through so much breaking news coverage, breaking down this very tragic situation in Kansas City. We do want to continue the conversation about what transpired in Kansas City today. We do have somebody standing by to speak on that. Gregory Vecchi joining us right now. You are formerly with the FBI. You're also a director of training at Safe Defend, and your company is based in the Kansas City area. I just first want to ask you, what's the feeling in the city tonight on what was supposed to be a celebratory occasion?
Well, it's very somber, obviously. I mean, it's Valentine's Day, and we were, celebrating the Chiefs' victory at the Super Bowl, and everything was going great until the very end, and then shots rang out. It's devastating, and we lost at least one life, and there's about 22 other people that were injured.
Tell us a little bit about the area where this happened. We have a national audience, a worldwide audience. They may not be familiar with the area in and around Union Station. Can you describe it for us?
Sure. It's downtown area, Kansas City. Now, Kansas City is on the far west side of the state of Missouri. We border very close to Kansas, the state of Kansas, separated by the Missouri River. So Kansas City, Missouri is on the Missouri side. Downtown area, Union Station, it's a place where you go to eat, and there's all kinds of performing arts and things that are all around there. The World War I Museum is just essentially across the street. There's a U.S. Mint that's near there, and it's just it's a great place to take your family and enjoy yourself, especially today for the parade.
When we talk about law enforcement prepping for a mass scale event like there was today, this is something I want to get into in depth with you because there's maybe no better person to ask about this. How do law enforcement prepare to secure such a large scale event? We saw just how many people were in these crowds. How do police do it?
Well, there's a lot of planning that goes into it. It's not just, the police just, deploy and show up. They have got the specialty units around. They have command and control set up. They have a lot of contingencies in the event that a mass shooting or other disaster happens. There is prior coordination with federal agencies, the emergency services, the mayor's office, the fire, the police, and everything is under a unified command, and it's kind of an incident command center where everybody speaks the same language and everybody trains, and everything works fairly seamlessly. And then, of course, there's connections with the community, like the hospitals, and they're on alert. And so everybody is prepped as much as they can for that. State, local, Kansas City, because it's the Kansas City area, is going to be the main agency. They're going to have the main command and control there, but they'll take help from the other agencies as needed. And so they all kind of come together in a unified command where all the resources and best judgment comes from on what to do in the event an emergency happens.
What are some of the challenges that are presented when police, responding to an active shooter situation in itself is complex enough, but what are the unique challenges posed when we're talking about thousands and thousands of people being around this area?
Well, it's very different from like a school shooting or a workplace shooting. It's similar from the standpoint that it's the shooter or the killer typically has some sort of grievance or gets in some sort of a conflict or something, and then it leads to violence. In an open air area or a public area like Kansas City with the parade, it's even more difficult because you really have no control like you do in an office building. Office building, you can kind of control, your exits, you can control, concerning behaviors you see around, kind of figure out what the norm is, and then kind of work off things that are concerning that don't match what's going on normally. And people get a heads up typically in a school or workplace as to this type of violence. And we see that all the time. We hear about the concerning behaviors and the pathway to violence and all this other stuff that we go through when we're focusing on like school violence or workplace violence. These situations are unique and they're very tough because you don't have a baseline on anybody's behavior. Everybody's there. You got nearly 1 million people there. There's no control over who has any sort of weapons on them, and it's pretty much on the honor system. And so all you can do is plan to react very, very quickly and have your resources in place, good training, and lots of prior exercises to try to mimic, what might happen. And that's kind of what happened today. It's one of those things where this type of violence is nearly impossible to stop unless you have some indication that it's going to happen. And like I said, in schools and workplaces, when it's an employee or maybe a student or something like this, there's oftentimes a lot of indicators that make you stop to think about, this person might be violent, or we have some sort of an indication, sometimes more so than we do in these situations. In these situations, we don't know who it is. And so really, unless you've got intel or someone who is giving you information that this is going to happen, the best you can do is just prepare a very, very fast, efficient, and effective response, which is what they did under the circumstances.
And what we're watching on our screen is a time lapse. This was the moments after the parade ended earlier today. This is a 30-second clip. I should say it's a 12-minute clip that's been compressed into a 30-second time lapse, just to give an idea of the amount of people that were there and then the amount of people that very swiftly left the area as soon as they sniffed out that something wrong was taking place. You mentioned school shootings. Oftentimes in schools, there's actually active shooter drills that take place where you can prepare for a circumstance. You obviously never know exactly how these situations are going to play out, but at least at a school, there's some understanding of what the infrastructure around you look like. Do police hold drills of any similar fashion for events like this? I would imagine they do have some sort of drill, but ultimately at the end of the day, they can't prepare for the unknown.
No, I mean, they basically drill scenarios. So looking at previous cases, knowledge of how these events, take place, and then looking at, various types of threats. Is it, a potential terrorism threat? Is it potential just dispute? It's like two gang members that, spill violence into the crowd. They plan, for those scenarios, and of course they work together with different agencies and stuff to work out all the kinks, right? And so they can have the best chance of responding quickly. But it's interesting you bring that up because we think about the drills that people go through, students and teachers and workers, in the workplace and schools. And we always hear the run, hide, and fight, which I'm not a fan of those terms. I prefer escape, evade, and engage as necessary. And what's interesting, though, and I guess possibly for your viewers, is that these same approaches that you take in the schools in terms of, the public, in terms of keeping yourself and your family safe, you can use these very same things in these open air areas. The concepts of escaping, knowing where your exits are, being situationally aware. If you hear what sounds like a gunshot or something that makes you feel scared or threatened, listen to that inner voice. Don't try to analyze it as possible fireworks or whatever. If it feels wrong, it probably is. And the idea is don't hesitate. Just like the police didn't hesitate on reacting and doing the great job that they did as a family person, husband, wife, just a person out there. You should have a basic understanding of how to escape these situations through situational awareness, knowing where the exits are, knowing where the safest places to go, understanding cover versus concealment. If you're running, don't run, straight away from the threat, zigzag, because it's harder to hit. If you're moving, and all these basic things that we drill in schools and workplaces actually work in these situations. The thing that makes these tough is that you don't have control over it. You may not know all the exits. You may not know the best place maybe to take cover or the lockdown, but the concepts are the same. And it's a matter of anytime you're going to a place, look around and just say, okay, how would I get out of here? And just have just a couple avenues of escape or avenues of places where you might hide to protect yourself in the event that you hear the gunshots, so you just don't stand there and look around in disbelief. And that's one of the biggest problems we have, is people just freeze and they don't really prep themselves or even think through it. And you don't have to do this in like a dynamic way where you have blanks and fake blood and all this other stuff. It's a lot of it's just visualization, understanding that the threat and what these predators are more likely going to do, and then plan accordingly best you can. The thing is move, have a plan A, have a plan B, have a plan C, and be able to maneuver as necessary.
Is there any rule of thumb about when there is some sort of suspect out there, and of course all of this is taking place in the heat of the moment when we're talking about an active situation, but there were videos floating around on social media of people who were watching the parade actually tackling somebody. We don't have any information to confirm whether or not a suspect was tackled or what the situation exactly may have been there, but it does bring up the question for me of, if people see something, oftentimes you hear, if you see something, you say something. In this instance, we may have seen somebody seeing something and then actually acting on it and potentially stopping somebody of interest. Is there any general rule of thumb when we talk about the public's involvement sometimes with stopping somebody who may be a suspect?
Well, although I appreciate what those guys did today, they were heroic, and I applaud what they did. Best practice, though, is that unless you're trained to do that, unless you're a police officer, it's best to just protect yourself and protect your loved ones, get them to safety. When we talk about fight or engaging the offender, we typically mean if you're like locked in an office and they breach the door and they're coming in after you, if you're in a lockdown situation, that you want to protect the threshold with anything you can, improvised weapons, or if you've got some sort of a weapon to protect yourself as they're crossing the threshold. We typically never advise anyone to actually go after the offender, because almost in many situations, the main shooting is an example. There's shooting, I think back in around 2018. It's a News Gazette up in D.C. You had people that were trying to fight off the offender, and they were killed. So there's a huge risk to that. So unless you have the training and the confidence to do that, we almost always recommend never to attack the offender unless your life is directly being threatened by them. And then, of course, you got to do what you need to do. And if you do attack, if you have to attack, never fight fair.
What do you mean by that when you say don't fight fair?
That means that you keep attacking until the threat has stopped, and that means, you know, if it means groin attacks, eye attacks, biting, anything you can to stop the attacker. Is all the rules are out the window. So you got to really think about, you know, the fastest way. How, if I do have to defend myself, what's the fastest way to do that? Well, punching him in the face versus jabbing him in the eye. I'm going to pick the jab in the eye every day.
When we talk about, and you know what, let's actually pull up this tweet. I believe we need to, you know what, let's pull up this tweet. We just had the Kansas City Police Department send this out. We need to hear from anyone in the vicinity of the parade shooting today that directly witnessed the shooting incident, has any video of the shooting incident, or who was a victim of the shooting who has not yet reported being shot, to please call this dedicated line, 816-413-3477. I'll leave this phone number up in case anybody needs it, but I wanted to ask, 3 people have been taken into custody. We don't know anything about a motive yet, but seeing this tweet makes me wonder, where do investigators begin when they're piecing together something of this magnitude, Gregory?
Well, I mean, they're at the end of the day, they're trying to figure out like what happened, right? And you know, why did they do it? Why were they there? Were they the ones that did it? Were there people that were involved that didn't get away? We don't know. As far as these people are detained, I heard them. I think in one of the reports today, they were described as bad actors, right? And so, kind of like you get a bunch of guys together, they get into a gunfight for whatever reason, and the bullets fly and people get hurt. I don't know if that's exactly what happened today, but the investigation has got to include, you know, help from the public, right? Everyone's got a cell phone. Everybody videotapes. We want to find. They want to find witnesses. They want to find, you know, is the threat contained to just these 3 guys? Because these 3 guys may or may not be talking, right? And even if they are talking, you got to corroborate what they're saying. So you want to go out and get evidence. And so in these types of situations, we have lots of people. The social media, the videos can be very, very helpful for the police. And even if you don't think it's important, I would suggest to your viewers, you know, if you got something that you think is just of interest, but you're not sure, don't judge it, just report it. If you got something that's bothering you that you saw, report it without judgment. You know, it's one of those things that we have a problem with in a lot of school shooters. You know, we have a school shooting or workplace shooting, and almost every single time, everybody goes, oh, yeah, you know, I did notice that. Oh, I you know, and then all these concerning behaviors come out, and oftentimes these concerning behaviors are not reported because the person doesn't think it's important, or they don't want to get involved, or, you know, they're afraid of judgment or whatever. And so the most important thing is, if you see something concerning that seems to be threatening, or you got some information on this, even if you think it's trivial, report it. Let the police determine if it's important or not. I can remember back, I was in Miami at the FBI when 9/11 happened, and it was unbelievable the amount of leads that we got in, and we had to sift through thousands and thousands of leads that oftentimes led to nothing. But it's kind of interesting, the ones that we didn't think were going to lead to anything were significant and helpful in the investigation. So don't hold back. If you got some information, please report it, and don't judge it, and don't worry about it even if you're wrong.
And I think of the Boston Marathon bombing as well. I remember when police pretty much put out pictures of who they believed the suspects were at the time, and then they said, hey, everybody who was there at the event, go through your video, go through your media, because you never know. There could be that needle in the haystack. That's ultimately what they look for sometimes in these cases.
Yeah, because basically in these situations, we don't know the extent of who's involved while they do it, and maybe this is one of several attacks that were planned, and we might be able even to prevent one. So again, it's very fluid. You hear that word all the time, but it's so true. It's fluid. It's going to take days and weeks to get to the bottom of this, and the way to do that is the police need information.
Looked like we had an image from, and yes, so Dave DeMarco posting this, and this is police doing exactly that, taking a photo of a weapon that is on the ground there. Again, we have no information to corroborate whether or not this was actually the weapon used. We simply know that law enforcement, or at least investigators on the scene, we're looking at this gun, and I don't know how well you can see that gun on your end, but can you tell what type of weapon this looks like?
Well, it's obviously some sort of either a long rifle or a sub gun, maybe. Looks like it might have a magazine. Not sure it's an AR or not. It kind of looks like it might be an AR or some sort of a rifle like that. But if that's something they found, so how do you figure that out, right? So they'll look at this rifle, and they'll do ballistics checks on it. They'll compare it with the rounds and that were found in the bodies and that were retrieved outside to see if they were actually fired from that gun, and they'll be able to determine that. So this is just part of the ongoing investigation.
And is there any thoughts just before we go here? I know you are the director of training at Safe Defend. Are there any useful tips, just other than what we've already discussed about being safe? What should people know, given some of the news that we've seen today? And, obviously this has been an ongoing challenge in America for quite some time now.
I think one of the biggest things to consider is that, listen to your body, listen to that voice when something doesn't feel right. We have an amazing ability to sense danger before we're even conscious of it, and that comes back many years when we used to be on the menu with the dinosaurs, right? We hear about that all the time, that fight-flight syndrome, and so listen to that and know that if you can avoid something, avoid it. If you're going somewhere it doesn't look right, take another route. So we always want to try to avoid it, and if we can't avoid it, then we want to escape the problem. And escaping the problem again means having some idea of where to go, where are your exits, where's your cover, where's your concealment, and if we do get split up, where are we going to meet? Have a place to meet if you're with people or your family and you get separated, right? And having a way to communicate. If you are running, let's say you went into the Union Station, right, and you were running, looking for places to barricade, something with a lock on the inside, something where you can, push heavy furniture in front of, turning the lights off, turning your phone off, being quiet and being ready in the event you have to defend yourself. If you don't have a weapon with you, look at other things that can be improvised. A broken coffee cup makes a great knife, right? Fire extinguishers, other types of tools and things like this that you can quickly gather. And then if you're in with a group of people and you're barricaded and say inside of a room, give everybody a job. In the event the guy comes in, someone's going to take the right arm, go after the weapon hand, go after the left arm. One person might take the groin, one might take the head, and give everybody a job so you're ready in the event that the worst happens. And so it's just a matter of avoid it, escape it, evade it, or engage it. And it may not be in that order, and you might not have a choice, but at least, thinking through that, because this is what we teach teachers and students in schools. This is what we teach people in workplaces and even in places of worship. And so it still applies in open areas. It's just more difficult because you don't have control of that ground like you would in a school or workplace.
Gregory Vecchi joining us tonight from the Kansas City area. We appreciate your time. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Let's slide away for a real quick commercial break. We're going to keep up with this Kansas City coverage in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get the latest on the situation in Kansas City tonight. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen with the story.
City says one of their hosts, Lisa Lopez, was killed in the shooting. Kansas City police say 22 people were shot, some seriously injured. 11 children between the ages of 6 and 15 brought to the hospital, 9 of them with gunshot wounds, but they're all expected to recover. 3 people have been taken into custody. Video from Fox Sports of the parade caught the moment people reacted to the sound of gunshots. Kansas City's mayor at the parade when it happened, expressing his disappointment that such an exciting day for the city turned to chaos.
We went out today, like everyone in Kansas City, looking to have a celebration. That celebration was marred by a shooting today.
Mayor Quentin Lucas says police and paramedics were on the scene immediately. Several children were brought to the hospital, multiple with gunshot wounds. They're all expected to recover.
So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
There were more than 800 law enforcement officers at the parade already. Authorities say they've recovered at least 1 weapon from the scene.
Right now, we do not have a motive.
President Biden was briefed on the shooting, and the White House has offered federal assistance with the investigation. Fans at the parade described the chaos when fans had to flee Kansas City's Union Station.
Well, the only thing I really saw was it become chaotic. And I hear down, 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 everybody down.
The mayor of Kansas City said no members of the Kansas City Chiefs were injured in the shooting and were all accounted for. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you. Very scary situation. We do have a number of social media posts we want to get to, just providing the latest on this situation. This one coming from Children's Mercy Hospital in the area. Reading, "Our hearts are heavy after today's violent events. The victims and their families are at the center of our thoughts. We are providing the best possible care and support for those being treated at Children's Mercy. Thank you to the first responders, law enforcement, and healthcare professionals who leaped into action. These events weigh on all of us in the Kansas City community and beyond. Mental health resources are available for anyone who needs additional support during this difficult time. Thank you to our team members for your compassionate care for our patients, families, and one another during this difficult time." That's from the local children's hospital in the area. I believe we have more statements to get to. Travis Kelsey weighing in. We heard from Patrick Mahomes earlier. I should say we saw a post from Mahomes earlier. Now Kelsey saying, "I am heartbroken over the tragedy that took place today. My heart is with all who came out to celebrate with us and have been affected. KC, you mean the world to me." Obviously, a lot of these Chiefs players understandably shaken up over what transpired. No doubt, we heard from mental health experts today, too, speaking about just the toll that this takes on anybody who's, you don't need to be struck by a bullet to be affected by a situation like this. This also weighs heavily on people's minds. It lingers. I think we have more tweets to get to as well. This is where the shooting happened. This is outside, I should say. Union Station is the station where this occurred. The shooting took place just outside of the station. It reads, and we should mention that this is a long tweet, so I'm going to read the full thing in its entirety. It will get cut off on your screen, but it reads, "Union Station is profoundly saddened by the tragic and violent events that occurred at the end of the Chiefs parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their family, and all of Kansas City. We are closely coordinated with local law enforcement agencies and the mayor's office as the investigation continues and additional details emerge. Our appreciation is extended to the hundreds of law enforcement, security services, and first responders who were on site today to act quickly and thoroughly. Our Union Station professional team joins the Kansas City community in seeking a place of peace as we work through these very tough circumstances." That is the first of 2 long tweets. They sent out another statement, this one reading, "Out of respect for the victims, families, and an ongoing investigation in the surrounding area, Union Station will be closed tomorrow, Thursday, February 15th, with plans to reopen on Friday morning. Post office box holders will have access only into the P.O. Box area via the west main level doors. Amtrak customers should enter only via our B-level lower rotunda, where you will be met by our security team to verify your Amtrak tickets. You will then be allowed to enter the building and move directly to the Amtrak area. Thank you for understanding as our entire community works through the tragic circumstances of the day. So you see it there, Union Station will be closed tomorrow, and there will be an increased security presence, as is expected given a tragic situation like this. Something else that happened on the House floor today, 2 members of the House who represent one in Kansas, one in Missouri. Kansas City is split between the 2 states. The bulk of it is in the Missouri portion, though. The 2 representatives who represent those areas on the House floor today taking a moment of silence. Let's watch this.
Without objection, lady, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to take just a moment to acknowledge the heartbreak that so many people in the Kansas City metro area, Kansas and Missouri, are feeling right now. I'm positive that more eloquent words will be spoken in the future, and we will have many conversations about this. But today we had a tragedy occur that I would like for us to just take a moment of silence to honor the victims and families of those who are suffering right now.
No, please. Mano should say something. Please, Mano.
This was supposed to be one of the great celebrations. We won the Super Bowl and probably had 1 million or so people in the parade. And the great tragedy that has befallen all of us over and over again, our shooter has ruined the lives of many people who attended and those who represent them. Amen.
All right, that was Emmanuel Cleaver of Missouri and Sharice Davids of Kansas. You see the hugs on the House floor. A very emotional time for everybody affected by this tragedy that happened today. We have a statement
Without
also
objection, lady.
from Sharice, the woman who you just saw. She posted this on X saying, quote, "Words cannot describe the pain and shock we're feeling as a joyous day turned into tragedy in our community. My heart is with the victims' families, and I pray for the quick recovery of those injured. I appreciate the bravery and coordination of the law enforcement officers, first responders, and healthcare workers for ensuring a swift, orderly evacuation and caring for the victims. Though our community stands together in the present, the traumatic memories of today will stick with children, families, and community members for far too long. This does not reflect the spirit of Kansas City, and I support those asking for a change to ensure a brighter and safer future." We're going to take a commercial break. Our coverage continues in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's continue on covering this situation out of Kansas City. Let's pull up more information. This one coming from Jana Calkins. She is with Fox 4. That's the affiliate in Kansas City. She says, Stephanie Meyer of Children's Mercy Hospital updates to say that all 12 of their patients, 11 minors, are expected to recover. Great news. Ages are between 6 and 15. Not a lot of good news in these circumstances, but this news represents a brighter spot in the day. Again, Jane is saying 9 of the 12 had gunshot wounds. She described the other injuries as incidental injuries. None are critical, and all are expected to recover. We did hear a brief press briefing from the hospital itself. Let's play that out.
Need to always be prepared for. With that being said, our staff were ready, and I'm extremely proud of our response. With that, we are also going to have to make sure that we stay in tune to what is the care that's needed after the violence that has been seen, not only for the children we treated, but I would encourage us to think about that for all of the children and families in the community. We, of course, are going to work through that with the specific ones we've treated, and we have had our Office of Wellbeing help our teams through the situations that they've encountered.
11 children. Can you give us an age range for those children?
I can. Our ages were between 6 and 15.
Were there children, because I know you guys put out a notice earlier today saying if any parents were not sure where their children would contact you, were there families that were separated?
We did have families that contacted us, and we went through our reunification plan, which was extremely successful for us today, and all of them have been reunited.
So you did have families you reunited?
We did have families we reunited.
Can you walk us through kind of just the challenges that a mass event like this will put on the resources of the hospital?
Sure. The challenges of a situation like this, of course, you can imagine, but while we're also treating kiddos that weren't at the parade today for other situations, illness, surgery, things like that, some of that needs to be reprioritized, which we did well according to our mass casualty and incident command situation and plan. We had to pause some of the surgeries that we would have done normally if this wouldn't have occurred, and we had to mobilize resources to take care of the families and the patients that presented to our emergency department.
You said 9 of the 12 have gunshot wounds. Can you describe the injuries of the other victims?
They were incidental injuries is all I can say.
In the ages 6 through 15, those were the total patients or the ones that were shot?
The ages of the pediatric patients we treated were 6 to 15.
How were the children that you saw? What was their, I guess, disposition like after going through something?
Fear. The one word I would just use to describe what we saw and how they felt when they came to us was fear.
Of the children who were shot, how many of them suffered serious and critical injuries?
All of them will recover, and I wouldn't say that any of them are critical at this point.
Had they been at any point when they arrived at the hospital in a state like that?
We quickly stabilized them, so I would say no, not in that necessary capacity.
All right. What's it been like for your staff today, having to deal with this? Kids going to a parade, seeing their favorite player, their favorite team, and having to deal with gunfire and violence.
I think that it's something that unfortunately we all have to prepare for. While I said this earlier, the staff did an amazing job, but we will have to do some wellness initiatives and recovery with our staff. This is nothing that you ever want to have happen, and you especially don't want it to happen in a situation where it is a mass casualty type of situation. You don't know how many you're going to get, what the response is going to be from trying to reunite people who might have gotten separated. And so while our staff all went into action, they have a lot of questions and need some help too. I do appreciate the outpouring of support that we've had from all of you and from the community to ask about our staff and to check in on what you can do to help us. That will be important. And I think it's important that we remember all healthcare staff in the community right now, as well as law enforcement and everybody else that responded to an extremely unfortunate circumstance today. And while they all may be trained to do it, it doesn't make it easier for them in the moment.
How long do you anticipate the children will be here? When do you think that all of the children will be up to go?
I don't know that yet.
Were Chiefs players consoling some of these children? We know that they were consoling some children today with these kids.
I can't specifically speak to that and which ones that they talk to or not. Of course, our goal is to bring them and stabilize them, make sure they're getting the care they need, and I'm sure we'll hear stories after that. It's been extremely disheartening as we think of.
All right, that was the extent of the remarks from the Children's Hospital, Children's Mercy Hospital, we should say Mercy Children's Hospital in the Kansas City area. Here on Live Now, we do prioritize breaking news as it happens live, and right now we're actually getting an update out of Washington, D.C. We're getting an update from police on a shooting, a homicide. They're calling this a Valentine's Day homicide. Let's listen in on what police can say about this. This is live.
What can you tell us about the circumstances?
You know, we don't know. So our detectives are interviewing witnesses. They're looking at camera footage, and again, we're asking anyone with any information, please contact us.
Based on the preliminary information, were those two people was planned inside the restaurant or outside the restaurant? Because I saw those pumping like a paper towels or having a blood on it. So just wanted to see if those two people were found outside the restaurant.
We know at least a portion of this event occurred inside of the carryout, and that's what we know at this time.
Is there a lookout?
We have no lookout at this time.
So do we believe they were shooting at each other, or we don't have any description of who we're looking for right now?
You know, we just don't know at this time. So our detectives are on the scene, looking at all the evidence and trying to piece that together.
We know there were employees inside at the time. Are they safe? How are they doing?
Yes, everyone is safe.
So is there any shell casing found, or is there any weapon recovered?
Yes, so far we've located 2 handguns on the scene, as well as multiple spent casings.
2 handguns, correct?
Yes.
I mean, Assistant Chief, it's been a busy night. Just what's going on through your head, and I mean, what do you just make of what we've just been going through today and seeing different scenes?
Yeah, it's definitely been a day. It started around 7 o'clock this morning with the incident over in Southeast with our officers being shot. Just came from another incident where 3 adults were found deceased, and now at this scene, it's definitely been a busy day here in the District of Columbia.
Message to the community?
I think the big message is to the Metropolitan Police Department. We're out here. We're doing everything that we can to keep the streets safe. We really need the public's help. Any information they have, please contact us, especially on this scene as well as the other.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, just for some background, because we know our coverage pivoted pretty quickly there, that was a live press conference out of Washington, D.C., where police were giving an update on a man and 2 women who were found dead in a home there. Very preliminary details to share out of D.C. right now, but here's what we do know. Just after 7:30, here's what we should say. 3 dead bodies were found in a northeast D.C. home Wednesday night after officers were called to the residence for a welfare check. Just after 7:30 p.m. Wednesday, the Metropolitan Police Department received a call requesting they check on the people at an apartment in the 5000 block of J Street Northeast. And we apologize as our videographer is adjusting his shot there. We do work with live feeds. That does happen. The story basically goes on to mention that when officers arrived, they found a man and 2 women inside. There's a lot of investigating still to be done with this situation. This is a live image, again, from our affiliate, WTTG Fox 5 in Washington, D.C. No shortage of news this evening. We're going to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back in Live Now from Fox. We continue on with our coverage of this heartbreaking situation out of Kansas City today. Let's play back some of the witness testimony. These are people that were at the Kansas City Chiefs parade who were in attendance when the shots began ringing out. I think we have 2 different short interviews of witnesses that were there. Let's play.
That sound.
So it was actually like all of a sudden this guy came running through the crowd and he's like, "Get out of my way." And we were like, okay. And then this family came up to us, mom, dad, and like a 9-year-old and like a 5-year-old, and they were bawling. And they said, "We just saw somebody get shot in the lawn." And I said, okay, we need to find the police. Like, let's like rally up, let's find the police. And then all of a sudden the crowd started just rushing us and like trampling everybody. And so we kind of moved about, and then we heard gunshots. And then he was like, "Dive into the fountain." Like, just dive into the fountain. Like, go into the fountain, keep your head down, and that kind of stuff. Like dove, face first, no
you can
water.
see the mud
Yeah.
stain on your leggings here.
Yes.
Is this ever something that you imagine that you guys would have to go through?
Ever. No, not ever.
Not on a day like
It's
today.
supposed
We're all
to be like
celebrating. Everybody we talk to is all friendly. Doesn't matter who you are.
We met so many nice families and so many nice humans today, and it was just like a celebratory day. And then all of a sudden, like, this happens, and now it's like, I don't want our city to like be tarnished because of this, because we have a great city. Like, Kansas City is the #1 like nicest city in the world. Like, it's really sad.
What's going
It's
through
really
your mind
sad.
right now when this emotion comes up? What's
I
your
just-
message?
When I saw those kids' faces about somebody getting hurt, like, they were tarnished and they were like scared. Like, and I don't know.
An incredibly emotional day.
That was the end of that interview. I believe we have one more witness testimony to watch.
So we were just, enjoying the celebration, collecting some confetti right next to the stadium, and moments as we were collecting it, we just heard this big, loud bang, and everyone was just told to get down on the ground and get close. So I grabbed my son, and we got close to the fence, and we just kind of held tight until we were able to kind of move away from the situation.
Did you know what was going on immediately?
I did not. I thought it was kind of like a firework or something, but I just started noticing everyone getting down, so I just kind of followed suit and just got down with them.
All right, so you hear those witnesses speaking. What we're looking at right now is a time lapse of the people that were filtering out of the area where the shooting took place. This is a 12-minute long video that's been compressed into 30 seconds. We got this image courtesy of our friends at Weather Vision, who have live cameras staked out all across the country. This particular one happening to be parked right where today's events happened. And you see, as it loops through, just how jam-packed this crowd was and how many people were mixed in to this horrific situation outside of Union Station in Kansas City. You see the Chiefs posters lining the side of the building, and boy, what a scary situation that took place there earlier today. Just to give you the latest from the Associated Press, what they're reporting so far is at least 8 children are among the 22 hit by gunfire at the end of the Super Bowl parade. 2 people have been killed, and we know that this is yet another high-profile public event that was marred by gun violence. 1 person was killed, a mother of 2, who was identified by her radio station as a DJ. Let's take another commercial break. Welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Just before the commercial break, we did make a mistake. I accidentally said 2 people were killed in this situation in Kansas City today. 1 person was killed today, a mother of 2, identified by her radio station as a DJ. That is the 1 person that has been confirmed killed so far. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, 21 people injured at this point. Let's get to the latest from what the Kansas City Police Department is saying. They provided an update earlier this evening. Let's play that out.
Again, I'm Mayor Quentin Lucas. I am joined by Kansas City Police Chief Stacy Graves, the Kansas City Fire Chief Ross Grundyson. One thing that we want to note at the outset, the situation continues to have updates. Things will continue to change throughout the night. It's why we are here to give you an update right now. The chief, both chiefs, will be giving more information both on the numbers of victims, the status of victims. The chief of police will give more updates on the investigation. A few things to note that we talked about earlier. In terms of who was in danger, what existed, it is my view, as someone who did have to run at the sound of shooting, that there were a number of people who were, in the very least, caught up in the incident in some way. Myself, my wife, lots of families, players, chief staff, and others, their spouses, their families, a number of people who were in or near Union Station. So many people have been touched by this incident, and we recognize that. We also pray not only for the victims, including the decedent that was discussed earlier and their family, but also the victims of the shootings right now, who we hope are recovering inside our hospitals. We'll continue to give you updated information. At this point, we've talked to our federal partners. We have also talked to the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be talking to the National Football League and others. More so just to hear that all are safe who are with those institutions, and we continue to hope that all of those who were impacted are safe. To the extent you have information about suspects or others, we do encourage you to call the police. However, if for whatever other reasons you have information about the incident, we will be looking to share that through different methods. So if you have information about the incident, suspects and others, please call the police. If you're looking for other information, we'll try to continue to give you regular updates. I'll say this final thing, and then we'll come back for questions at the end. Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country. With that, I turn it over to the Chief of Police, Stacy Graves.
Thank you. I just want to echo the mayor's thoughts and his prayers, and also to acknowledge that not only the victims who were actually hit by gunfire, but there are a lot more people who are going to be forever impacted by what happened here today. You know, as people were running, you know, a lot of us law enforcement who are running towards the danger also guided those who were in fear of their lives, and that's something to be said of how impactful today's event truly was. Again, we have confirmed there is one deceased person. Our gunshot wound total has went up to 22, and Chief Grundyson will provide a little bit more context to that. Right now, we're still working on a total of number of victims. This is still an active investigation. I do want to comment on the question that I got earlier about a video of some fans tackling someone. We do have 3 persons detained and under investigation for today's incident. We are working to determine if one of the 3 are the one that was in that video where fans assisted police. Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. This centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today. Again, we are continuously receiving information minute by minute, which is part of the delay of us coming down here. But I do want to pass this on to Chief Grundison to give a little bit more context to some of the status of our victims.
Just want to say that all of KCFD's thoughts and prayers are with those families that were affected by this tragedy today. And while we were not expecting it, we were ready and prepared for an event such like this. Our KCFD units, along with our mutual aid partners that were working to assist us at this event, touched a total of 22 gunshot victims. One of those was a fatality. We had 8 what we considered immediately life-threatening patients. We had 7 with life-threatening injuries, and we had 6 that had minor injuries. Of the most serious, the immediately life-threatening injuries, we had 8 of those. Those were all transported and off the scene en route to hospitals within 10 minutes. So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate, and I commend all our staff working there today, along with PD, that did an excellent job under difficult circumstances. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
Questions?
Yeah, so we're getting...
Who are you asking?
Anyone that can answer the question. So we've heard people talk about gunshots that they've heard near the west side of Union Station, and then also gunfire and situations that happen near the fountain and the stoplight over there near the intersection. Was there 2 separate scenes? Was there one big scene? Do you know the answer to that question?
That is still an active scene. That is a large ground to cover, as you know, the size of the Union Station. I will tell you, we have located that crime scene on the west side of Union Station. As far as in the front of, that is still under investigation. We have crime scene investigators as well as the detectives. We had a lot of our assault squad detectives and our homicide detectives that were actually in uniform today working the assignment. So not only did you have uniformed presence immediately responding to the scene, rendering aid, going towards danger, but you also had detectives that were immediately on the scene that are still there and actively working.
Are you investigating any sort of connection with the earlier shooting of the day at 27th and McGee?
We are, at this time, we don't know if that's connected, but that is something that we are looking at.
Children's Mercy says that they want parents to contact them if they don't know where their children are. Do you know that there may be, are there kids there who have a parent?
I can tell you we have detectives at all of the local hospitals that are investigating, like I said earlier, trying to connect our victims to their loved ones. Should that be the case and it's a child, someone can either contact police, or if that is what Children's Mercy is requesting, of course they can contact them as well.
Is there anything you can say about motive?
Right now we do not have a motive, but we are asking those who may potentially have any kind of information, a witness or video, to contact police. That's one of that, what I talked about, that phone number that we're setting up that's going to be centralized for victims, witnesses, and potential video evidence.
Any age range on the person?
I do not have that yet.
We learned of a second gunshot victim who has died from family. Has that developed?
I have not been able to confirm another death.
We mentioned that there were some victims taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. I understood from staff at Children's Mercy Hospital that they received, they have 9 shooting victims, and it's possible that one of them was an adult. Do you know how many children were shot, if it was 8 or 9? And when we're talking children, are we talking about little ones or 17-year-olds? Do you know, Chief?
Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old. Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old, and but we do not have that information currently on the exact ages of the patients that were transported. Yeah, I mean, Children's confirming we did transport to Children's Mercy, but we do not have the ages of those patients.
Mayor, how scared? You had over 800 officers deployed to work this parade, to work outside of Union Station, and still in a matter of moments, 22 people were shot.
I mean, that's what happens with guns. I won't get in a big debate right now. I think we're still doing an investigation, but I mean, what you saw happen was why people talk about guns a lot. We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station today. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. And I think that's something that all of us who are parents, who are just regular people living each day, have to decide what we wish to do about it. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe. And we had hundreds of law enforcement there working hard today. And I do want to echo what the chief said, who are running towards danger. But in a matter of seconds, someone who wants to disrupt anything, someone who wants to create any type of situation, or someone who is very simply reckless, can change not just one life or two lives, but almost 24. And that to me is absolutely devastating. And it makes me feel vastly more concerned as a parent just in the world today thinking about that.
Chief Graves, can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those two individuals?
I'll get you in just a second.
Clearly caused so much harm.
What was the question?
Can you tell us more about how you were able to take those two suspects into custody?
Officers, uniformed officers were on scene. I don't have all the information of exactly what they witnessed, but there was a pursuit, apprehension, slight injuries by our officers taking someone into custody. But as far as you're directly answering your question, I don't have that information right now.
Chief Graves, you have two gunmen in custody.
You were talking about weapons earlier. Can you tell me how many and what type of weapons were involved?
I don't have the exact on the weapons, but we have recovered firearms. I don't have a number for you or a caliber. We have recovered firearms, at least one.
Okay. Chief Graves, you have two gunmen in custody. Do you believe there are any others still unaccounted for?
We have 3 people that we have detained. And that is what we are asking for, is if anyone has any information, is a witness or has any kind of video that may provide us if there is anybody else that was involved in this.
So is there a risk to the community at this point?
No, at this time, the scene has been cleared, it's being held. And when I say cleared, I say the scene has been made safe and it's been cleared. Right now, we are in the investigative portion of that, collecting evidence, whether that be digital evidence or physical evidence. That is what we are doing right now. And we're also conducting interviews. Obviously, we have several victims that we need to have a conversation with, to ask questions, also witnesses. So there's a lot of work ahead in this. This is just the beginning stages, but we are moving as fast as we can.
Can you explain that there was like a 5 minutes between the first shots and the second?
All of that has not been determined just yet. The number of shots, the time in between them, the motive, all of that is still actively being investigated.
So we don't know if there were 2 separate scenes. We don't know the answer to that at this point.
I cannot confirm that yet.
And just, did I miss this?
Last one here, guys.
Inside or outside Union Station?
This was all outside Union Station.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was the latest update from Kansas City officials. We also have this post that they put on social media today. This is from the mayor, who you just heard from, Mayor Q from Kansas City, saying, "I am heartbroken for our community as thousands gathered under bright skies today. The horrific acts of a few brought tragedy to us all. While many of us ran for safety, law enforcement and first responders ran toward the danger to protect all of us. I am grateful for their courage and service to the people of Kansas City. This is difficult for our community. We will continue to work hard to ensure assailants are brought to justice, our victims receive exceptional care, all families impacted receive our support, and that we as a city and country do all we can to prevent tragedies like this from ever occurring again." Mayor Quinton Lucas saying that, the mayor of Kansas City. 1 dead, 21 injured in this horrific situation that happened in Mayor Q's town today. 3 suspects, also 3 people detained as a result of this situation. That's the latest we know so far. We're going to take another commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. We continue on with our coverage of this Kansas City shooting. We do know that one person is dead, 21 people injured in this shooting. That's the latest numbers coming in. 8 children are among those hit by gunfire. That's according to the Associated Press. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves detailed the shooting's toll at a news conference and said that 3 people had been taken into custody as a result of this situation. She said that she has heard that fans may have been involved in apprehending a suspect, but could not immediately confirm that. We did get this video from our partners at Storyful. We do apologize for the audio there. I'll actually pop the audio up because this is one of those situations where it appeared somebody in the audience was apprehended by police. Again, we have no confirmation that this was somebody that actually did have a tie to today's shooting. All we simply know is that police detained this person. Let's listen into this for a little bit.
You filming this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was the other guy that helped me?
I don't know. I think he took off already.
And there were a number of videos circulating on social media today showing that really civilians helped to take some of these people down. If we do, in fact, end up learning that they are suspects in this case, as we can confirm that they have been detained at the very least. It'll be up to the police to eventually tell us who was and who was not actually a part of today's apparent attack. We do know 3 people have been taken into custody. We don't know any further updates other than those 3 people were taken into custody. No doubt police will give us an update tomorrow. In the meantime, let's get to an interview with my colleague, Andrew Kraft, who spoke with national security analyst Hal Kempfer about today's Kansas City situation. Let's listen.
In the meantime here, we want to bring into the conversation our longtime friend, Hal Kempfer. You know him. We talked to him about all of these international stories. Hal, though, has a stable of knowledge when it comes to many of these emergency management responses that we have seen there in Kansas City today, and he joins me. Hal, good to see you. Thanks for being with us on this very somber occasion. Such a, joyous revelry there, a parade that's supposed to be fun, and it turned so tragic so quickly. I just want to get your thoughts, Hal, before we start. We heard from law enforcement, 800 officers. They were on the scene for a parade with thousands of people, and still a shooting. Yes, at the very tail end of the parade was largely over. People had dispersed. Shots ringing out. You saw that video. I want to put this video up again. You saw, Hal, I don't know if you've seen this yet, so many of the officers running into Kansas City's Union Station, presumably the origin of where that sound was coming from. We now know this shooting took place outside the station, Hal. But that's a quick law enforcement response. My point is how hundreds of police officers can be on the scene of a very large parade and something like this can still happen. How?
Andrew, I think we'll know more when we find out what type of weapon was used. Obviously, with the number of casualties, I think we're up to 23 now. At least one, maybe two are deceased. You get an idea that there was a lot of rounds fired in a very short period of time. Even with hundreds of officers on the scene, that is not a secured area. There is no security screening that people have to go through to get into it. It's a parade. It's an open situation. There is an area as you get closer around the grandstand, if you will, where the chiefs are and the governors are. Obviously, there's a hardened cordon, if you will, a hardened area where it's tougher for people to get in without being more scrutinized or screened getting into that. But for something like this, where you're far away from the main event, if you will, this is just people show up. And in Missouri, they have some interesting gun laws, so open carry is very common, so it's not unusual to see weapons. They have a rather permissive CCW program, concealed weapons permit program. So having weapons in that crowd would not be unusual. But what you saw here was that a shooter or shooters, and we don't know how many were involved. 3 have been detained. We know there was definitely one that the crowd jumped on and took down, which I thought was rather commendable. But you do see that they were able to get off rounds in a very short period of time. We don't know the motive, although local law enforcement has been putting out they don't think it was terrorism. That doesn't mean they've completely ruled it out, but they don't think it was terrorism. Could have been something else. It doesn't really sound like a gang thing, although I would say, again, I'll wait till they rule that out as well. But it's not entirely clear what happened.
Hal, why do you say that? A lot of speculation has been about that particular fact there. And you could argue, and maybe we can go on and on about this, but the fact that it happened after the parade was over, I'm just kind of spitballing here, and this is pure rank speculation. But if it was targeted terrorism of the like, wouldn't anyone trying to cause and inflict the most damage want to do whatever they were going to do during the parade itself? I mean, take a look at how many people were there for the parade. This is from Kansas City Police. They posted this today before the shooting. Obviously, take a look. Thousands of people lining the route there. And so you have these kind of competing theories of the motivation. Hal, let's kind of tease them out.
Well, if you look there, obviously, if you're a terrorist, what do you want to do? Well, you want to inflict terror. How do you do that? You find mass casualties. That, during the parade, is where you see the most mass casualties. If you go back to the Boston Marathon bombing, they also stayed away from the harder cordon area, and they set their bombs in an area that was open access, kind of like where we saw the shooting today, and they inflicted a lot of casualties. Although they didn't take full advantage, thank goodness, of the density of the crowd at certain peak periods. They waited. This thing happened afterwards. So that does tend to lead one to think it wasn't a highly planned terrorist event. I will wait till they rule that out entirely, but that's what local law enforcement is saying. Could it have been a gang shooting? I have heard speculation from law enforcement sources that they didn't think it was a gang shooting. It hasn't been completely ruled out. Could have been a criminal event of some sort, but it's not ruled out. And then you're going to go into other motivations, which could be personal motivations, could be mental illness, could be a lot of other things. If it's mental illness, and then that kind of rules out the collaborative thing, because very uncommon that you'd have multiply mentally ill people deciding to do a shooting like that. That's usually a lone wolf scenario when it is that. So we're going to find out exactly what it is. But looking at the number of rounds that were shot, somebody went in there with probably some sort of high capacity magazine, was able to get out a lot of rounds very quickly, and cause a lot of damage. And the other thing that kind of got my attention was how many children were shot. That's rather strange. And that's one that, again, leads me to think that they're going to look very hard at mental illness as a possible motive.
Yeah, and Hal, what about the fact that 3 people have been taken into custody, of which we don't know who they are, what their profiles are? You know, we don't even know. They were described as suspects, but we don't know. That's all we know about the particular possible involvement in the shooting itself. I mean, you can make the argument that, you know, people are detained after these types of incidents and then they're released because they weren't directly involved here. So all we know are 3 people are in custody right now. The Kansas City police have taken them into custody. And when you talk about the weapons used, all we were told that at least one of the weapons has been retrieved. We still don't know the kind of the provenance of the weapon, what type of weapon it is. There are kind of pictures circulating with local Kansas City reporters about the weapons used, photos of the weapons. So speak to that if you could. Those are a lot of unknowns, aren't they?
It's a lot of unknowns. Now, if it was 3 different shooters, then that would lend to if it's not terrorism, that would lend to some sort of criminal action. And that would put credence on maybe it was some sort of organized crime or gang thing. And if all 3 turn out to be actual suspects, if they were fully involved, that would be the case. I could tell you that initially it was coming back and forth. And what was basically coming out was they said, look, in these situations, you would have, certainly in Missouri, a certain amount of citizenry would probably have weapons on them for personal protection. And it could have been when all law enforcement was rushing in that you had some citizens there that pulled their personal weapons out because there was a shooting taking place. And law enforcement would typically, in that situation, you know, have them, you know, basically disarm them or have them put their weapons down. And then they would hold them and they would detain them until they could ascertain who they were, why they had a weapon, why they were there at the time. And they want to go through the whole thing to rule out any complicity in the criminal action that took place. And that would make sense. That would be something. So you may have 3 detained. I think it'll be telling if any of these suspects are released in the coming hours as to whether they were actually directly involved in the shooting. If all 3 turn out to have been involved, then I would lean towards thinking it was either a gang or organized crime related thing. And I have to tell you, if it's an organized crime, it's not very well organized crime, because why would you do a shooting? Nobody would ever plan to do a shooting in that situation. It's just simply, it's too crowded. It doesn't make sense. And I can't imagine any criminal event where they would do a shooting in that situation where it makes sense for any well-organized criminal activity. So then it tends to lean toward less well-organized crime, which tends to get it more into the gang sort of thing.
I see.
Where you might see some sort of spontaneous situation where they came across somebody or something like that. So we're going to find out more about that. But what I will say is you got a lot of weapons being fired. I mean, a lot of rounds being fired.
And we don't know the number of rounds. I mean, you can make that presumption there, but, you know, that was asked at the latest press conference. You know, how many rounds were fired? How many weapons were retrieved? At least 1 weapon was retrieved, and they couldn't speak to how many rounds were fired. But to your point, Hal, the number of injuries, the number of gunshot injuries, the number of people struck by gunfire, you can make that logical leap that there must have been a lot of rounds fired. But the missing question is, you know, the motive. We still don't know anything that, you know, what got this all started. If it was random, if it was targeted, if there was some type of altercation or fight involved amongst fans or people in the vicinity. We just don't know those answers yet. Hal, let's talk about the weapons themselves. They won't go into what the type of weapon they had obtained, at least one, they said. But I want to put up this tweet here. We've been relying on Fox 4 WDAF in the market there in Kansas City. They've been bringing us all of these live pictures throughout the course of the day. One of their reporters just put this on X, and I want to get you to comment here. The viewer discretion is advised because this is a photo of a weapon. If we can, you can see there a crime scene investigator, Hal. This is by Dave DeMarco. He's a reporter at Fox 4 in Kansas City. He got this photo from a source. He put it on social media. A crime scene investigator taking a photo of what appears to be two backpacks and a weapon leaned up against this kind of concrete balustrade there. So, you know, I don't want to ask what type of weapon it is if you can't see it, but that is plain as day. That is one of the weapons, I'm going to say, recovered at the scene. I don't want to jump to the conclusions that it was the weapon that was used or one of the weapons that was used. Crime scene investigators are taking a photo of it on the scene itself. It was recovered by law enforcement. What kind of weapon is it? Can you tell?
Well, what I can tell you, it's an assault rifle. I could guess at what type of assault rifle, but because the way it's situated upside down, I would be guessing between a number of types that would fit the profile I'm looking at right now. But it is a military-style assault rifle, and you look at that magazine. That is a high-capacity magazine, probably at least 30 rounds. I don't know. It could be actually more than 30 rounds. You can get magazines that will carry more than 30 rounds. They're kind of a specialty thing. You don't normally find them, but possible. Now, looking at the assault rifle, what does that do? That explains to me why the shooter was able to get off so many rounds in such a short period of time. If it was fully automatic, then obviously they could have literally sprayed down the area, if you will, with automatic fire. But even if it was semi-automatic, basically you shoot as fast as your finger can move, and it was a very crowded area where the shooter was shooting. That shows to me also, if it was a weapon of that type, that the shooter more likely than not intended to do a shooting at that location.
Okay.
That's a premeditated thing. That's not where someone pulled out a sidearm or somebody, a gang thing where they would just have, you know, pistols stuck in the back of their trousers or something, right. And they see another gang and they open up, which again, there's a lot of reasons why that seems less probable. But when I look at an assault rifle like that has me thinking a lot of things. And I got to tell you, it could be mental illness or something like that. Could be a personal motive. But I would look long and hard, and I'd look really hard at the social media feeds of who's ever being looked at to see what they're saying, because it does have the hallmarks of a very premeditated event, which is similar to what I would expect with a terrorist attack.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that that photo of that weapon, we don't know if that was used in the shooting itself. All we know is a reporter there in Fox 4 in Kansas City posted that. It's part of the crime scene investigation. It was being photographed by one of these law enforcement investigators. But to your point, Hal, I've covered a lot of mass shootings, unfortunately, and that is the weapon du jour, so to speak, a type of assault-style weapon, assault-style rifle, and you're saying that is what we're seeing in that photo, and you're saying if it's going to be some type of gang-style altercation, you don't just whip that out, flash that out in some type of spontaneous shootout. That's your point, Hal? That's the point you're making?
No, my point is that's not an easily concealable weapon.
I see. Okay.
That's something that you know, you'd have to have a lot of thought. That's a weapon that you would go in with. I'm not saying you can't conceal that weapon. It's just very difficult to conceal a weapon like that. So that's not a weapon that someone would just have on them. That would be a weapon that they brought in with them for a purpose, if you will. Now, we're going to find out what that purpose was, but that obviously, to have that weapon. Now, I will, if I could back off a little bit, it's a crime scene investigation. Could that have been a weapon that maybe when the shooting took place, a citizen pulled that out of their vehicle to respond to help fellow citizens with an active shooter? Could that be a weapon that was a law enforcement weapon that was used, and for whatever reason, that they decided to put it there and take a picture of it? I don't know why they do that in that setting, but I'm not an expert on the CSI protocols that they use in Missouri. So there may be some reasons why they might want to do that at that time. I don't know. So there could be other reasons why that weapon's there. But if it's the perpetrator's weapon, just the choice of weapon, and certainly when you look at the size of the magazine, that tells me a lot as to what the possible intent was. And it helps me look at things as being more probable or less probable just looking at that weapon.
All right, Hal, we're just taking a look at some of the video from earlier this afternoon there on the scene. It was quite chaotic. I mean, all the debris from the parade on the ground, and then you have fire trucks and ambulances and police vehicles all in the mix, police tape everywhere, sirens everywhere. I can't imagine just how chaotic this was for so many who just wanted to, celebrate and congratulate the Kansas City Chiefs for their back-to-back Super Bowl victories. In the meantime here, we want to bring into the conversation.
All right, so that interview started looping back there. We appreciate Hal Kempfer, as always, and his analysis. Let's take another commercial break. We'll be right back. We're going to stick with this Kansas City story. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's continue on with our Kansas City coverage. This is a message that law enforcement officials are going to be blasting to the masses. FBI, Kansas City, saying, as a part of the investigation into the shooting at the Kansas City Victory Parade and Rally earlier today, the FBI and Kansas City Police are requesting anyone who may have video to submit them via that link on their website. If you yourself want to access this, you can go to the FBI Kansas City X page. They say, please continue to provide phone tips as well to KCPD. That number, 816-413-3477. As we heard from our guest who joined us at the top of the 10 o'clock Eastern hour, we heard just how valuable sometimes these community media tips can be. You never know if, in a mass event like this where so many people are packed into such a tight space, and we do have video of that. When we're talking about an event of this size and presumably with smartphones in the pocket of everybody at this event, basically the FBI is trying to tap into any clues that may come from any of the media that was taken at this. We do know that 3 people were detained as a result of this. We have not gotten any further updates from police since we heard about those 3 detainments. We do not know if there is 3 suspects as a result, or 3 people suspected to be involved in this. We don't know if one person, we don't know if any of those 3 people ended up being the person that they were looking for. They simply have not told us any of that verified information yet. So that's why we see tweets like this from the FBI Kansas City saying that they want anything that was recorded. Any little piece of information can be, even if it's a minute piece of the puzzle, it could be that needle in the haystack that ultimately helps investigators figure out a very tragic situation like the one we saw today. Obviously, what we were mentioning earlier today was the fact that law enforcement was aided very much back when the Boston Marathon bombing happened. There were initial images of 2 suspects that were gathered simply from law enforcement officials skimming through an almost unimaginable amount of media that were taken by people that were at the finish line at the Boston Marathon bombing. It ultimately played a pretty significant role in figuring that one out. And we do have a statement in from the Kansas City Chiefs on this deadly shooting. Let's read it out. "We are truly saddened by the senseless act of violence that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We are in close communication with the mayor's office as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we have confirmed that all of our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement officers and first responders who were on scene to assist." I believe we do also have tweets from Travis Kelce as well as Patrick Mahomes. If our producer Caleb here perhaps can find those for us, we would love to put those remarks on the screen as well. We've been hearing from so many people, nonetheless, emergency responders. We've also been hearing from the players themselves. We've been hearing from the team, obviously. I don't think we have Kelce or Mahomes' remarks on hand quite at the moment. We do have Kelce here saying, and I believe this was posted within the past couple of hours, Kelce saying, "I am heartbroken over the tragedy that took place today. My heart is with all who came out to celebrate with us and have been affected. Kansas City, you mean the world to me." Patrick Mahomes praying for Kansas City. The 2 of them were central fixtures at this parade that was supposed to be a very fun event. If we could also work on perhaps getting the White House's response as well. President Biden did release a statement. There was so much to gather today, so much news gathering, especially as the story was breaking earlier this afternoon. There were so many details to sift through as we learned more about the situation. Eventually, later on in the evening, we did get this statement in from President Biden reading, "The Super Bowl is the most unifying event in America. Nothing brings more of us together, and the celebration of a Super Bowl win is a moment that brings a joy that can't be matched to the winning team and their supporters. For this joy to be turned to tragedy today in Kansas City cuts deep in the American soul. Today's events should move us, shock us, shame us into acting. What are we waiting for? What else do we need to see? How many more families need to be torn apart? Jill and I pray for those killed and injured today in Kansas City and for our country to find the resolve to end this senseless epidemic of gun violence that is tearing us at the seams." That's the White House's remarks on this horrible situation that happened in Kansas City today. 1 dead, 21 people injured in Kansas City. Let's go out to an interview with our very own Andrew Kraft, breaking this down with a domestic security analyst, breaking down what we know so far about this situation.
In the meantime here, we do want to continue with our coverage of this story. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's bring into the conversation right now a safety and security expert, Stuart Haskin, who has trained so many on situations like we have seen today, and he joins me. Stuart, thanks for being with us here. I know you've been following our coverage all day, and you've been kind of tracking all of this kind of initially conflicting information. We're getting a better sense, though, of what has gone on here. Still no motivation. We still do not know what led to the beginning of this shooting. And so hopefully we'll get a better sense of that as the night goes on. Hopefully we'll get a better sense of who these suspects in custody are. 3 individuals have been detained, 3 suspects. And so you have to wonder, you know, what are these 3 suspects' involvement in the shooting itself here. But I want to ask you first, 800 law enforcement officers on the scene at the outset of this parade today there in Kansas City, and this shooting still happened. To viewers watching, are they right to feel like this could happen anywhere, no matter how secure you feel or prepare it is? What say you?
You know, first, thank you for having me. Second, thank you for all the first responders. The law enforcement ran to the gunfire. Now you have to remember the medics are in there, the fire's there, the doctors are bringing them into the ER, and they're having to see the trauma. And then when you talk about children, it just cuts right to the heart. But you have an unsecured facility, correct? So there is no wanding, there's no pat downs, so people are free to bring in whatever they want. So that's the hard part. And it takes a bold person, right? 800 officers around. There was a lot of security, but in the mix of things, it's very difficult. You know, in the arena, when you go to the arenas, it's very strict. Everyone's pat down, they're metal detected, they're scanned. I just did an event for security and it had facial recognition. Everything was going on. These are very, very difficult, really difficult to see. I mean, it's really just head on a swivel, you know, for officers, just watching the crowd, and that's what they're doing. And I'm sure besides 800 uniformed officers, there was undercover in there, but it's still such a large facility. It's so hard to secure.
Yeah, and, you know, you talk about this was happening at the very end of the parade. I mean, the parade had largely dispersed. People were leaving the area. Obviously, thousands of Kansas City Chiefs fans, they want to come out. They want to experience this. This is, for them, and even for the players and the team and the coaches and the managers and assistants, this is like one of the highlights of their lives. And then this happens, something like this happens, and you talk about how massive the area is. Stuart, I want to put up this. This was a kind of time lapse in the morning as so many of the crowd dispersed. Thousands of people.
Yes.
And so how in those initial moments can you even maintain order?
Yes, as you can see, when they start moving, order is very difficult to have. The biggest thing is, you know, law enforcement, you know, they are surrounding, they ran to what they hear, they ran to the gunshots. And to try and secure that is super difficult because it's a mass crowd. So you said we have 800 officers. How many, Andrew, how many is it 10,000 people there? I mean, the guess, and, you know, they outnumber the officers, you know, 20 to 1. The thing is that, you know, we want to go and enjoy those, right? And, you know, I have 2 kids. I want to be able to watch a parade and feel safe, you know, and it's, you know, as you see these things, last year, I believe, at, you know, another celebration, there was more gunfire. And you think about it, 2 to 3 suspects right now, correct? Firing weapons out of the tens of thousands of people who wanted to enjoy the event. So those are the things that are difficult. And maybe in the future, there's a little more security around with, like I said, wanting people to get in. And you know, right now, everything's unfolding. So we don't know what's going on. But, you know, it may have to be a different secured environment because, you know, I want to go enjoy that. I want to say go Chiefs and not fear for my child's safety and my own and my family's. It's, you know, it's very difficult at that time.
Yeah, you know, Stuart, this is so different from a Super Bowl every year. A Super Bowl is like a designated event by the Department of Homeland Security that requires so much more security and infrastructure to make sure it goes off without a hitch. These parades are largely at, you know, not the teams doing, but the city itself. And they don't get that really special designation where, you know, there's going to be a beefed up presence. They kind of put all their forces in, and that's what you got. It's not like this special designation where, you know, threats are assessed. It's a very organic thing. Yes, there are some planning involved, but it just happens and fans show up. And to your point, no one is, you know, going through magnetometers. No one is wanted. You just arrive and you bask in the glory of your team's win, and then it goes awry like this. And so do you think that will be somewhat of a deterrent for, municipalities and police departments? Might they discourage this in the future after what we saw today?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing safety for over 30 years. I've worked every event you can think of in a security capacity. I've worked law enforcement events as well as a law enforcement officer or deputy. So, yeah, I think if we're going to do these things, we have to figure out a plan, a better plan. I'm in Los Angeles and we had the cars burnt up during the Lakers celebration. You see a high level of violence almost after every celebration. And it's not the majority of the individuals that want to cheer on their teams. It's just individuals trying, either we don't know what happened here, but if there's a conflict between individuals or if it was someone just getting in there and going, I'm going to be on TV and this is going to happen, we don't know. But I think it's the obligation of the city to really secure everything. Like you said, that Super Bowl, I can't even imagine how many individual law enforcement were out there, undercover snipers. It's a full-blown security issue, detail. And that's what, if we're going to be doing these and these things keep happening, we have to figure out either you bring it into an arena and you let everyone come in and then have a high security force on the outside when the area is let go, or figure out something. But yes, it's something that cities have to take into account. We just can't have this big parade.
Yeah,
it's
Stuart,
dangerous.
I wanted to ask too because, and I want to, kind of correct the record here, because always in these situations, you hear the term active shooter situation. You didn't hear it with this. This was not that. Why was it not that? And people might think, well, there's a shooting taking place in a public setting. Yes, it was kind of neutralized very quickly. Arrests were made very quickly. And the scene is now clear, although it's cordoned off. But what does it take to get to that designation? Because it wasn't there in Kansas City today.
Well, it wasn't because they didn't state it. But, listen, an active shooter is an active shooting. And I was trying to find out how many rounds were fired, whether they were 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 10 rounds, and it just drove through people. But, I mean, to say it's not active, the reason why I think
from law enforcement, we don't know how many rounds were fired. The police chief Graves there said at least 1 weapon has been recovered. And so we just don't know kind of the provenance of the weapon, what type of weapon it was, how many shots were fired. And so there's still so many more questions. We got to go. I'm just going to leave you with this. What still do you want to know about this particular incident? What are your questions still?
Well, like all of us, we want to know why, first of all. What was the reasoning? 2, we look back at that situation. How do we make it better for the next event? Where were they located? What were they bringing in? What can we see that was on them? So we have to learn from these tragic incidents so we be better in the next event that we have. That's what I'd like to see. I mean, it is with law enforcement, everything's videotaped. They watch everything. They review it. How can we do better? How can we be stronger? How can we secure it more? I mean, all of us have these answers, these questions right now. Everything's so much in the unknown. But that's what I'd like to see. It's like just to detail it out. How can we be better for the next event?
Stuart Haskin, we do appreciate your time, your expertise, your insight here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me in.
All right, that was the extent of the interview from earlier this evening. Let's slide away for another quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's continue on with our coverage of the Kansas City shooting. There is not too many new details at this point. Obviously, we'll be waiting early in the morning, Central Time, to see when and if we hear some remarks from the Kansas City Police Department. Perhaps in the morning, we will be watching that closely. Our Orlando crew will be live on air in the early morning hours tomorrow. For now, though, let's go through what some of the government officials in the area have had to say about this tragic incident in their area. This is the governor of Missouri, Mike Parson, saying, Governor and the First Lady Parson were in attendance when shots were fired near Union Station in Kansas City. They are safe and secure. State law enforcement personnel are assisting local authorities in response efforts. As we wait to learn more, our hearts go out to the victims. That was sent in the heat of the moment today. Another one from Parson. Governor and First Lady Parson want to thank the Missouri Highway Patrol, KCPD, and their security officers for their quick and professional actions. And I believe, yes, the governor of Kansas, Laura Kelly, saying today, a day that should have been a celebration of the chief's remarkable skill and success, has turned into a day of mourning. This senseless act of violence goes against everything that Kansas City and the Chiefs Kingdom stand for. We have one more to show from Josh Hawley, the senator out of Missouri, saying, thank you to Kansas City Police for their quick and courageous action this afternoon at the Chiefs Parade. The criminals who did this must be brought swiftly to justice. We will be following this story closely on Live Now, obviously, as the day progresses tomorrow, and perhaps we hear a little bit more from police about what their investigation has brought. If we get any significant updates, they have been putting out a call to action to people on social media, telling them, if you have any pictures, if you have any videos, if you have any little morsel of information whatsoever, send it to the FBI's way, send it to KCPD, the Kansas City Police Department, because that just could be that little puzzle piece that could help them fit this whole situation together. You never know, especially with large-scale events like this. Earlier today, I spoke with somebody who works for a security company in Kansas City. They actually help train people for these exact situations, mass shooting events. We spoke with them about not only some of the work that goes into investigating and dissecting a situation like this. We also asked how the community is taking what was, as the governor said, supposed to be a happy day that turned into something so tragic. Let's listen to this interview from earlier today. We do want to continue the conversation about what transpired in Kansas City today. We do have somebody standing by to speak on that. Gregory Vecchi joining us right now. You are formerly with the FBI. You're also a director of training at Safe Defend, and your company is based in the Kansas City area. I just first want to ask you, what's the feeling in the city tonight on what was supposed to be a celebratory occasion?
Well, it's very somber, obviously. I mean, it's Valentine's Day, and we were, celebrating the Chiefs' victory at the Super Bowl, and everything was going great until the very end, and then shots rang out. It's devastating, and we lost at least one life, and there's about 22 other people that were injured.
Tell us a little bit about the area where this happened. We have a national audience, a worldwide audience. They may not be familiar with the area in and around Union Station. Can you describe it for us?
Sure. It's downtown area, Kansas City. Kansas City is on the far west side of the state of Missouri. We border very close to Kansas, the state of Kansas, separated by the Missouri River. So Kansas City, Missouri is on the Missouri side. Downtown area, Union Station, it's a place where you go to eat, and there's all kinds of performing arts and things that are all around there. The World War I Museum is just essentially across the street. There's a U.S. Mint that's near there, and it's just it's a great place to take your family and enjoy yourself, especially today for the parade.
When we talk about law enforcement prepping for a mass scale event like there was today, this is something I want to get into in depth with you, because there's maybe no better person to ask about this. How do law enforcement prepare to secure such a large-scale event. We saw just how many people were in these crowds. How do police do it?
Well, there's a lot of planning that goes into it. It's not just, the police just, deploy and show up. They have got the specialty units around. They have command and control set up. They have a lot of contingencies in the event that a mass shooting or other disaster happens. There is prior coordination with federal agencies, the emergency services, the mayor's office, the fire, the police, and everything is under a unified command, and it's kind of an incident command center where everybody speaks the same language and everybody trains, and everything works fairly seamlessly. And then, of course, there's connections with the community, like the hospitals, and they're on alert, and so everybody is prepped as much as they can for that. State, local, Kansas City, because it's the Kansas City area, is going to be the main agency. They're going to have the main command and control there, but they'll take help from the other agencies as needed. And so they all kind of come together in a unified command where all the resources and best judgment comes from on what to do in the event an emergency happens.
What are some of the challenges that are presented when police, responding to an active shooter situation in itself is complex enough, but what are the unique challenges posed when we're talking about thousands and thousands of people being around this area?
Well, it's very different from like a school shooting or a workplace shooting. It's similar from the standpoint that it's the shooter or the killer typically has some sort of grievance or gets in some sort of a conflict or something, and then it leads to violence. In an open air area or a public area like Kansas City with the parade, it's even more difficult because you really have no control like you do in an office building. Office building, you can kind of control, your exits, you can control, concerning behaviors you see around, kind of figure out what the norm is and then kind of work off things that are concerning that don't match what's going on normally. And people get a heads up typically in a school or workplace as to this type of violence. And we see that all the time. We hear about the concerning behaviors and the pathway to violence and all this other